Hello and welcome. We are playing Buried Stars today. If I'm being honest with myself, I don't remember exactly where we left off, but I do remember it was exciting and dramatic, as is the case with most of the stuff. Let's see here. Give it a couple minutes. I really love this background music. Before I hit start on the stream, I usually just kind of sit back and just chill with the music. Oh, and by the way, I don't know if anyone noticed. In fact, I just noticed. I have light decorations right at the top. And last stream, half of the light decorations didn't appear, so I had duplicated it. And now I'm looking at it, and now there's more than 2. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. This one? Yeah. Get rid of that one. Yes. There we go. Easy fix. Like I said, like I said last stream, it's never a stream unless something's a little bit wonky. Well, let's get into the game. The game, I said, not the stream ending. Let's look into the box. There we go. And I'm checking this time, and desktop audio is on, so I'm not going to play like the first minute without audio. Okay. This picture always like hurts to look at. It hurts my heart. Or Do-yoon. Where did we leave off? The leaguered investigation started. Oh, we left off at an investigation. Interesting. Let's see here. The judges section. Sung-young's body lay behind it. Oh, is that where she was crushed? She was hidden from the view of the stage. There could be another collapse here. It won't be safe. Oh, right. We were trying to determine whether or not to leave the stage area. I think Hae-sung almost got crushed. And we're like, do we leave or do we stay? And I'm like, well, maybe we stay. I don't think anybody liked that. Look at that. Kind of weird there's no background music. That actually kind of makes it more tense. The audience area had been hit with the most damage. Oh. Now I got music. Or, well, sound effects. The ceiling had completely come down. Actually, yeah, it is more eerie without the music and then just like a random sound effect as you're kind of recalling what happened. There was an exit on each side of the audience area, but this one was completely buried. It would be hard to find anything from this side. Over here. The spot suffered less damage compared to the other side. I mean, there's an exit door right there. We can't just like climb over some of these boxes and get over there. Yeah. I'm saying you can't get over there. There's some gaps where they could crawl through the wreckage. And we can't do the same. I mean, that's probably putting yourself hella at risk, but... Audience area exit. We checked the audience area, but couldn't find any safe spots. We looked towards the right of the stage. Another exit. There was a staff corridor to the right of the stage. It's blocked by a pile of concrete rubble, so it seems impossible to open the door. Well, this one's blocked by rubble, so that one makes sense. I mean, I guess if you were like super desperate, you could try to crawl your way over there and like break some of this glass, and whoever's the skinniest, just suck it in and push yourself through. Though you'd probably get cut up with glass pretty bad. But hey, be better than dying. They could also use the exit on the other side to get to the backstage area. It won't hurt to check the other side, or check out the other side. Right passage. Staff-only passage. And this was the steel frame that used to support the roof structure. These are supporting the roof? No wonder it collapsed. The force must have been intense enough to bend the steel frame. Oh, the sound of that steel bending is so eerie. Steel frame was bent. And then... Focus of Do-yoon's attention moved from the broken steel frame to the ceiling. These are all supporting the roof. Kind of hard to tell, but is the roof like bent? This side looked much worse. The steel frames completely gave way here. Yeah, no kidding. It was just a matter of time until the place collapsed more. The right side of the stage looked pretty bad. There could be additional collapse. They walked to the left side of the stage. Okay. Oh, that one. Oh, maybe it's not window. It's just this kind of like padded steel door. Or it could be like a sound stage where it's like padded fabric or leather or something. This spot has suffered less damage compared to the other side. The steel frame was the only thing holding the ceiling up. Oh yeah, you can really tell over here. Shredded like fucking cheese. Being looked up at the ceiling. Dust coming through over here. Thanks to the steel frame, this side still remained intact. All they can do now is pray that the steel holds out until the rescue team arrives. Yeah, no kidding. Don't really got much of a choice. The ceiling above the audience seats has collapsed. The exit door. If only it was a push instead of a pull. It was a staff corridor leading to the central corridor behind the stage. It looks better than the one on the other side. What awaits behind that door is unknown, but it might be possible to get to the waiting room through this exit. Left passage. After investigating the stage, the group reassembled.
좀 어땠어요?
How did it look?
난 무대 뒤 왼쪽 통로 쪽이 괜찮아 보였어.
Oh, was she the one investigating? No, it said Do-yoon. Maybe they were both investigating. The left passage behind the stage looked fine.
중앙 복도로 들어가는 문 말이죠?
You mean the door to the central corridor?
잔해도 적고 문 상태도 괜찮아 보여.
Yeah, there was much debris and the door looked intact.
닫혀 있던데. 열어보려고 해도 괜찮을까요?
It was closed. Do you think we could try to open it?
글쎄, 거기까진...
Well, I hadn't thought about that yet.
역시 관객석 쪽 비상구가 제일 나은 것 같네.
I guess the exit by the audience area looked like the best option.
다들 글로 탈출했다며. 우리도 가보자.
I heard everyone evacuated through that exit. We should try it too.
무대 뒤 오른쪽 통로는요? 거기가 비상구랑 제일 가까워요.
Fucker. Did we not see the same thing? The right side is completely fucked up.
문 앞이 다 무너져서 가지도 못하잖아.
Yeah.
네가 말하는 관객석 비상구는 멀쩡하냐?
It's more intact than the other one.
오른쪽 통로는 자네만 조금 치우면 갈 수 있어.
We could barely move that steel frame in order to get that Sung Young's leg out. So, how do you expect to move all that debris, huh?
관객석 쪽은 벌써 탈출한 사람들이 있다니까?
Yeah.
이 정도면 품질 보증 아냐?
I don't know about guaranteed, but it's a hell of a lot better than the right side.
지금은 다 내려앉았잖아. 사망 보증이지.
Mm-hmm.
틈으로 수그리고 가면 될 거라니까.
Maybe I'm thinking opposite. She's saying it's a death trap, and I'm like, isn't the left side better?
됐고, 난 영희 언니 말에 찬성.
그치만 오른쪽 통로도...
Or maybe they were both talking about it. I don't even know. I've lost context. Stage. Oh, am I going to talk to them now? We're divided on the issue. Because of course they are.
난 확신이 안 서. 넌 어때?
Can't make up my mind. What about you?
무대 뒤 왼쪽 통로가 좋지 않을까?
Do you think the left passage behind the stage will be a good choice?
관객석 쪽 비상구는 벌써 탈출구로 쓰였다니까?
I told you the exit by the audience area was already used as an escape route.
무대 뒤 오른쪽 통로가 비상구에서 제일 가깝다고요.
I told you the right... Oh, because it's the closest doesn't mean it's the safest. Fuck you, Seil. Gyu-hyuk was there when they took a look around the stage. Which would be the most safe and suitable place?
아무래도 가볼 만한 쪽은
I guess I should... Oh, God. Oh, God. What if I make the wrong choice again? Ah! Okay, hold on. Left passage. It looked relatively safe without any fallen debris. Yeah, okay, so I was right. Left was much less fucked up, and it had the steel frames holding up the ceiling still. Whereas the right passage was all fucked up with bent steel supports for the ceiling. That's like a death trap waiting to happen. Maybe that's what Inha was talking about. And steel frame. But as a result of the steel collapse, it is still heating up but won't last for long. Oh god, so what do I say? Where should they go? I'm gonna say left passage. Okay. My last save is not too far. So if I fuck this up, we're gonna pull a Baldur's Gate 3 and save scum.
무대 뒤 왼쪽 통로 같아.
The left passage behind the stage.
누나 말대로 문 상태도 멀쩡하고 주변에 잔해도 적으니까.
Like Gyu-hyuk said, there's only a little amount of debris and the door looks intact.
도윤이 말이 맞아.
I can agree more with you, Do-yoon.
일단은 제일 멀쩡해 보이는 데를 확인해야 돼.
We need to check the route that seems most intact.
문을 열더라도 아니 괜찮을지.
I mean, we're kind of fucked either way, so we gotta make a choice here. Would it be safe to go in after opening the door?
겉보기에도 위험한데 가는 것보다는 나을 거야.
Yes, let's think about this rationally.
이런 상황에선 안전빵으로 가야지.
We do need to play it safe because any little wrong move could get us fucking killed.
저쪽이 비상구랑 가까운데.
That way is closer to the exit.
검증된 탈출구를 쌩 깐다고?
We're going to... Proven. Perhaps it was proven once, but then everything fucking fell apart, so it's not proven anymore.
결과에 승복들 합시다. 베스타 출연진답게.
The group headed towards the left passage behind the stage as Gyu-hyuk suggested. God, we're all gonna die.
문 열어볼게요.
Okay, let me open the door. Like, yeah, this one's obviously the choice you want to, like, try and make. They can, like, stand in front of the door and open it.
혹시 모르니까 같이 하자.
We'll do it together just in case. Oh, power couple. The door suddenly flung open. Suddenly the place began to shake again. No, fuck. Ugh, why now? Ugh, what is it? Of course.
쪽이에요. 더 무너졌나 봐요.
Of fucking course. Ah.
저기 반대편도 그래.
Okay, so either door, it wouldn't have fucking mattered. But we went with the safer choice. If we had gone with the other side, we probably would have been super fucked. Because it was already really, really broken. A cloud of debris came falling down in the audience area, suggested by Hae-sung, and in front of the right path. Yeah! Yeah, I see you too! You two are dumb! If we had gone that way, we shuddered at the thought.
여긴 멀쩡해. 벽이 지탱해 준 건가?
But this place is intact, the walls are still supporting it, I guess.
다행이야. 큰일 날 뻔했어.
God, that was a close call. Yeah.
상대적으로 멀쩡한 이유가 있었네.
I see why this place is relatively intact. Dale raised his hand.
여기 다 같이 들어가요?
We all go in at the same time? That's a good question.
갑자기 뭔 소리야?
몰려갔다가 갇히기라도 하면 그것도 문제니까.
Also, I feel like the moment one or two people go in, the rest of us are gonna get trapped. But also, if we all get trapped, that is a bad thing.
나눠서 들어가자고?
Then what? Split the group?
복도팀 무대팀 쪼갤 거면 난 무조건 복도팀이야.
Yeah, if it's the corridor versus the stage, I'm going to the corridor no matter what. Guess it depends on how it's built. If the corridor is like, I don't know, cement walls or something, I might be more comfortable with that. But the stage area is also bigger, so less of a chance to get crushed, because you can probably find a safer corner? Maybe? I'm not sure. Hae-sung stared at the wreckage of the audience area. The rest of the group also surveyed the surroundings.
저 꼴을 보고 있으니 가보긴 해야겠어.
It kind of tells me that I should go inside. Yeah.
가서 길이 없으면 결국 여기로 돌아오는 일만 남아.
If there's no path when we get there, we have no choice but to come back here. Yeah. I mean, I'd probably send somebody in to kind of scout out the corridor at least. Someone you could trust to actually come back.
무대가 그렇게 좋으면 개기고 있던가.
I don't hate you, but I also want to shake you. Like, stop being selfish. He'll clear his throat.
의견을 말해본 거예요.
Just a thought. He was going to take the lead, but then he changed his mind and backed off. You take the lead? No.
그럼 들어가시죠.
Oh, these two are just gonna go into the corridor. We're not even gonna further discuss it. Okay. Good luck.
값을 떤다. 나 먼저 가.
I'll see ass. I'm going first. Aesun confidently walked towards the door. Seil, now left behind, bit his lip nervously.
다 죽는 길을 찍어놓고선
He's close, or he chose the path leading to death for us. So did you.
세일아, 가자.
Yeah, let's go.
네.
Yes. Whoa. Are we changing areas? Oh. So they are kind of like cement walls. I don't know if that looks
살벌하네.
dirtier. Yeah, it's so creepy.
무대보다 훨씬 캄캄해.
Darker here than on the stage.
머리랑 발 조심해.
Watch your step and protect your head. I could have sworn I saw fire at the end.
워치로 후레쉬 같은 건 안 돼요?
Is there a flashlight on the watch?
이게 만능인 줄 아냐?
I mean, it's a smartwatch and smartphones themselves have flashlights, so why wouldn't it?
손전등 기능은 없어. 가져다 대면 조금 밝아지는 정도야.
There's no flashlight on my watch, although it will shed some light if I hold it close enough. How light works. So you put the watch closer to the dark area.
진짜 택도 없네요.
No use. I mean, it is this tiny... I mean, not super tiny, but still tiny little wristwatch, so...
조심하는
There's
수밖에
fire.
없어.
We need to be cautious.
통로나 멀쩡한 데가 있나 찾아보자.
Let's see if there's a passage or intact area.
너무 오버하진 말자고. 분위기 이상하면 바로 콜.
Don't take any risks. Call me right away if something doesn't feel right.
길 파악되면 대충 수첩에 그려볼게요.
After I find the passage, I'll draw it in my notebook. The group carefully moved. I do love how we move throughout the scenery. It's really cool. There's the fire.
확실하게 막혔네. 이 뒤가 출구였지?
Yep, it's completely blocked. Behind it was the exit, right?
나가서 긴 복도 하나 더 있죠. 거기도 무너졌겠네요.
There's another long corridor outside. It must have collapsed too.
뒤로 나가는 다른 길은 없어?
Is there any way out from the back?
내 기억엔 없네.
Not that I know of.
여기가 유일한 출구예요. 확실해요.
This is the only exit, I'm sure of it. I don't know if I trust you with anything. Yun stepped on the debris and tried to move the door. What the fuck was that? The door didn't budge, as if the back was completely blocked as well.
안 되겠어요.
Not going to work.
그럼 어쩔 수 없...
We have no choice but to...
이나야, 괜찮아?
Huh, are you okay?
문 앞에 오니까 공기가 좀 매캐한데?
Acrid.
여긴 더 볼 것도 없어.
Let's skip this place. We don't even have to look.
스텝 휴게실 사실 두 번째 분장실이죠.
The staff lounge. It was more like another dressing room. And can we go inside? Maybe there's a window.
실제로는 출연자들이 썼으니까.
It was indeed used by the contestants rather than the staff.
공간 설계부터 틀렸잖아. 분장실 너무 좁아 터졌으니까.
밀려난 스텝들은 안쪽 복도에 구겨져서 대기 탔고요.
Warner.
억울하면 출연자 하시던가.
내가 말을 말아야지.
일단 열어볼게요.
In other words, shut the fuck up and let me actually do something.
안 열리는데?
And open it. Can you kick it down?
힘의 가리 없이 하면 돼? 형, 좀 비켜봐.
You can see a pile of debris coming through the crack in the door. Now this story wish was a pull instead of a push.
무너졌네, 여긴.
This place is ruined.
문이 천장을 떠받치는 상태인지도 몰라.
The door might be supporting the ceiling. What? The door?
그냥 두는 게 좋겠어.
I better leave this place alone. Granted, I don't know a damn thing about architecture, but a door holding the ceiling up? I've never heard of that before. A men's restroom.
영 찝찝한데?
Something feels funny.
죽자 사자 하는 판에 찝찝하고 말고가 어딨냐?
Who cares how you feel? We're in a life and death situation here. And maybe you should take your own advice and chill the fuck out.
여자 화장실만 들어가지는 상황이었어도 그럴래?
Who fucking cares if it's women's or men's? Let's just find an exit.
당연하지. 살려면 뭔들 못하냐?
I mean, he's got the right point there.
하여간 말 참 예쁘게 한다.
You sound so pretty.
말만 예쁘게 하냐? 생긴 것도 예쁘지.
Are we flirting in the middle of this dangerous situation? No.
물이 필요해질지도 몰라.
We might need some water. Let's drink out of the urinals.
구조가 늦어지면 갈증 날 수도 있으니까요.
If the rescue gets delayed, we might get thirsty.
일단 확인해 보자.
Let's check first.
오케이, 한번 가보자고.
Let the search begin. Ooh. Starting this episode off with there's a water source. Just open your mouth. Ah.
거울이 깨졌어요. 어딘가 무게를 받치고 있다는 거죠.
Mirror is broken, which means it was supporting something. Or it was just connected to the wall, and the moment the wall started shaking, the glass broke.
수도꼭지도 고장났어. 고인물이라면 쓸 수 있겠지만.
Faucet is broken too, although we might be able to use the water from that puddle. Ugh, but it's just like stagnant water. And there's gotta be like dust and shit in there that's just falling into it. Cleaner water would be coming out of that fucking urinal.
솔직히 말해서 그닥 안전해 보이진 않네.
Does any place look safe?
장기적으로 괜찮다고 보긴 힘들겠어.
How do a hand wash? The rest of their group surveyed the area as well. If you need toilet paper, it's right there.
나가는 게 좋겠어.
We need to get out of here.
허탕이네. 쌀 때라도 있으니 다행인가.
Well, that was a waste of time. At least we have a place to take a dump.
말 막 싸지 마라.
Why not?
싸다고 한 대 맞을래?
싸가지 조금 챙길래?
Why don't you just fucking fight or make out or something? Just get over it.
저기 그만!
세 분 헛소리 그만하고 나오세요.
What do you mean the three of us? Don't you just said, hey, stop?
난 아무 말도 안
Yeah,
해.
exactly.
어쨌든 나오세요.
Fuck up, Seil. Going back to the corridor. Where are we now? We are the handicap
장애인
bathroom.
화장실이야. 겨우 한 칸짜린데.
다 낑겨 들어가야 할 판이네.
There's not even like a window or anything.
그나마도 안 열려. 꽝이네.
근데 이제서야 생각나는 건데 장애인 화장실 문은 자동문 아니었어?
She's not wrong.
사실 구색만 맞춘 거예요. 필수 설비 중에 하나라 그래서 막 공사한 거죠.
And like treatment of disabled people in Korea, let's be real, is not very great.
이 정도로 날림 공사를.
Yep.
못했고 여긴 버리자.
Take this place off the list.
분장실이야. 문짝은 그나마 멀쩡해 보이는데?
The dressing room. At least the door looks intact.
열릴지도 모르겠어요.
We might be able to get it open. They'll slowly turn the doorknob. The door opened with a creak. Oh, we're going inside.
이게 출구면 대박이었는데.
Wish this was the exit.
힘 빼는 소린 넣어둬.
Party pooper.
안을 확인해 보죠.
Let's look inside.
오케이, 들어간다.
I'm going in. All these new locations. How fun. I'm swapping my legs real quick. There we go. Whoa.
어이, 깜짝이야.
It's just a mannequin. Calm down.
마네킹 한두 번 봐? 뭘 시겁하고 그래?
Yeah.
허연 게 떡하고 있잖아.
I mean, to be fair, I probably would have been like, dude,
지도 펄쩍 뛰어놓고 내가 못 본 줄 아냐?
you were scared too. I saw it on your face, you know. And I walked right past Hae-sung, who was still fuming with anger.
상태는 그럭저럭 괜찮아 보이는데?
It really does.
여기서 버티면 어때?
Good as place as any. Just some cracking on the wall. The group surveyed the room.
좁은 방에 있다 무너지면 더 심각해질 수도 있어.
He's not wrong. That's what I was saying before. Like, smaller area in a building that's collapsing is probably more dangerous than big area. Because there's less places to find safety.
천장이 더 내려앉으면 문이 안 열릴지도 모르고.
Yeah, the door might get stuck.
벽 위쪽 갈라져 있어.
We didn't notice this before?
아무래도 무리수였나 보네.
Guess we went too far.
아, 뭐 건물을 이따위로 지어놨어.
This building is pathetic. He's not wrong there.
제일 안전한 건 무대였다는 결론이 날지도 모르겠네.
Maybe the stage is the safest place after all.
갈 데가 없으면 그렇게 되겠죠.
Do we have any other options?
더 볼 거 없으면 나가자고.
Let's get out of here if there isn't anything else to see. I'm in the bathroom. It looks all fucked
여자
up.
화장실 딱 봐도 무너졌어요.
문이라도 열리나 봐봐.
Let me see if you can at least open the door. I doubt it. Yeah,
보시다시피네.
you can see.
문이 이 정도면 피하는 게 나아.
You have to avoid this place, or the place. Considering the condition of the door.
아예 안 움직여?
Won't even budge?
궁금하면 땡겨봐. 너무 세게 하진 말고.
Pull it if you're curious, not too hard though.
자, 각 나왔지?
See? We can go now.
그래. 여긴 안 되겠어.
Alright, this place won't work. You really want to get into the women's bathroom?
여기 분장실 뒤로 돌아가는 문이지?
Is this the door leading to the back of the dressing room?
맞아요. 스태프들이 중앙복도를 피해서 다닐 때 쓰던 길이죠.
Right, it's the passage used by the staff to bypass the central corridor.
좁은 데다가 창고 대용으로도 써서 지저분할 거예요.
But use a corridor to store stuff?
그래도 확인은 해보자.
The door easily flung open.
스태프들은 왜 중앙복도를 두고 여기로 다닌 거야?
Why did the staff use a different way instead of using the central corridor?
거치적거리니까 그렇지.
Because they would get in the way? You're so dismissive of the staff.
복도 찍는 그림에 스텝이 걸리잖아.
God. It's not pretty if the staff members are seen in the corridor on
출연자
TV.
서혜성님께서 잘 설명해 주셨네요.
That was an excellent explanation, dear contestant.
심했네.
Bit too much.
저런 거 일일이 따지기 시작하면 끝도 없어요.
Not even get into the details.
출연자는 휘둘리는 정도지만 스텝은 아예 쓰고 버리는 말이었어요.
Contestants were like the important chess pieces, but staff members were just mere pawns.
어쨌든 복도나 확인해 보자고요.
Anyway, let's check the corridor.
가보자.
Yeah, let's go. Another new location. God. Storing stuff in a corridor is
미리
so
듣긴
dangerous.
했지만 정말 좁아 터졌네.
Yeah. Like, there's an exit sign right there. Oh, there's a vent right there. Probably just climb right into it. Although that would be even more dangerous than a tight, narrow corridor.
평소에도 스태프들끼리 스텝이 꼬이고 그랬어요.
Why did you store stuff in the corridor? I mean, we've already established that everything about this situation is bad. But God, it just gets worse and worse. OSHA would be pissed.
말장난이 나오냐?
Is that supposed to be funny?
넌 가엾지도 않냐? 그 많은 스텝들이 요만한 복도에서 뛰어다녔다는 게.
Just reminded of how much of a chip on his shoulder this guy has. Don't you feel sorry for the staff? Imagine all those staff members running around in this narrow corridor.
글쎄다. 억울하면 출세해야지.
You make it sound so fucking easy, like anybody can fucking do it.
하기야 무대보다 먼저 네 개념이 무너졌지.
Once I agree with you.
네 시건방진 꼬라지를 보는 내 억장도 무너지는데?
How is he cocky?
혜성아, 거기까지 해.
Shut the fuck up.
네네 2등 말씀이신데
Stop being a bitter asshole.
여긴 문이 몇 개야?
How many doors are there?
4개요.
There are 4.
들어온 문 빼고 볼만한 건 분장실 뒷문, 중앙복도 출구 쪽 문 정도예요.
Other than the door we just used, the rear door of the dressing room and the entrance door at the central corridor exit should be worth checking out.
남은 하나는?
What about the last one?
스텝 대기실 문인데 아까 보신 것처럼 거긴 무너져서요.
His hand just stuck out. It's the staff lounge door, but as you've seen, it's damaged. The group walked towards the door in front of them.
이게 분장실 뒷문이지?
Is this the rear door of the dressing room?
열어볼게요.
I'll open it. Interesting. The way that doorknob is made, it's usually a pull. Is it locked?
잠겼나?
Yeah.
잠시만요.
Hold on a second.
문이 천장을 떠받치는 것 같아요.
The door supporting the ceiling. He turned it harder, but nothing happened.
그런 거면 무리해서 열 필요 없어.
We shouldn't try to open it.
열어봤자 결국 분장실로 통하는 거잖아.
Even if we open it, it will lead to the dressing room anyway.
그래, 여긴 그냥 두자.
Right, let's skip this place for now. Again, step back from the door.
다음은 안쪽, 중앙복도 출구 쪽 문이야.
Next one is deeper inside, but the one by the exit of the central corridor. Next one is deeper inside, the one by the exit of the central corridor. I don't know where I got a butt from.
진장!
Damn.
발 조심해.
Watch your step.
벌써 걸렸거든요.
Everything you have, you can complain about. Oh, there's the last door.
이 문은 정확히 어디로 연결돼?
Where's this door leading? Exactly.
중앙복도 끝이요. 무너져 있던데.
At the end of the central corridor, which was collapsed.
열어도 출구 따위는 없겠네.
Then there will be no exit if we manage to open it right.
열리는지만 확인해 볼게.
I'll just go check if it opens. Oh, I'm actually surprised it opened. Door opened outwards, but the debris stopped him from opening any further.
종이장만큼 열리네.
Door is only slightly opened.
나가봐야 중앙복도 끝이에요. 큰 의미는 없어요.
Doesn't really matter because it leads to the end of the central corridor.
그럼 여기까지인가?
And we're done here, aren't we?
나가자.
Let's get out of here. Back to the central corridor.
다 둘러본 것 같아.
I think we took a good look.
우리한테 있는 선택지가 뭐였죠?
What options do we have?
크게 두 개야. 무대로 돌아가거나 여기 어디 머무르거나.
Either we go back to the stage or we stay here somewhere.
여기라면 지금 있는 중앙복도랑 분장실, 스텝복도, 남자 화장실 정도네요.
Mm-hmm.
라인업 완전 별로네.
I don't like any of them.
무대로 뺏고 하기도 거시기한데.
I don't feel like going back to the stage either. We gotta make a choice, my guys.
조명 좀 살아있는 데로 가는 게 좋지 않겠어?
Don't you think we should choose the place where there's some lights? There's some lights on the stage.
그런 데는 화장실, 분장실, 스텝 복도야.
It's the restroom, dressing room, and staff corridor. You're gonna make me choose, aren't you?
그나마 화장실?
I guess the restroom is better than the others, but it also was kind of crumbling, wasn't it?
그나마는 무슨 그나마야.
Are you out of your mind?
거울 깨진 거 못 봤어? 거기 벽 천장을 버티고 있다고.
Yeah.
천장 무게는 어디든 다 버티는 중이지.
The ceiling weight has to be supported anywhere we go.
문도 하나야. 갇혀버릴지도 몰라.
Yep.
문 하나인 것도 다 똑같잖아.
Yeah, but it's such a tiny area. Men's restroom. Yep, you're gonna make me choose.
분장실은 앞뒤로 문이 2개긴 한데
Dressing room has two, one in the front and another in the back.
공간도 넉넉한 편이고요.
Some space too. But again, the walls were cracked in that one
다른 데 비하면 넓어 보이지.
compared to the other rooms.
벽에 금 같잖아.
Yeah,
거기도 천장 버틴다고 할딱거리는 중이지.
at least it's barely supporting the ceiling.
뒷문은 열리지도 않았어. 문은 한 개나 마찬가지야.
Yep, the rear door is not even open, so there's practically one door there.
다 아닌 거면 무대로 돌아가는 쪽에 한 표 던질게요.
I actually agree with you. I'm much more comfortable in like the big space.
차라리 트윈 쪽이 나을 것 같거든요.
Yeah.
스텝 복도는 안 되나?
What about the staff corridor? No?
문 3개잖아. 물론 2개는 못 쓰지만.
Like, as far as I could tell, the walls were made of cement, so that looks like it would be more stable. But if you couldn't even open a door because it's quote-unquote supporting the ceiling, then obviously it's not as supported as it looks. And plus, it's so narrow, and with all that shit in the way, if you guys gotta move quickly, you're gonna trip over each other and stuff.
야, 그럼 문 한 개지.
And it's one door.
좁아 터진 데 한 줄로 앉아서 도라도 닦자고.
내가 언제 거기가 짱이랬냐?
Yeah, she's just giving options. Shut up, Haesung.
그리고 좁든 말든 무슨 상관이야. 넌 어차피 페이터나 조질 거면서.
I mean, she's not wrong. Narrow passage corridor.
나도 너무 좁은 데는 별로야.
God, we can't have you having a panic attack.
계속 애쓰는 중이긴 한데 너무 좁은 데는 가슴이 답답해서.
This must be hell for her.
차라리 여기 중앙 복도에 있는 것?
What's staying here in the central corridor? It doesn't look that great. And again, versus the stage area, it's such a confined area.
어둡긴 하지만 아예 안 보이는 건 아니잖아.
There was a fire at the end of it, or we're not going to mention that.
상황 봐서 분장실이든 무대든 가면 되고.
If something happens, we can go to the dressing room or stage. She's got a point there, but again, that would require you having to leave one area to get to another, rather than being an area big enough to move around if you gotta.
전 와서 보니까 무대가 제일 나은 것 같아요.
I'm with my man here.
바깥에서도 다른 데로 피해 있으란 말은 안 했고
The rescue team didn't say anything about evacuating to another area.
복도 끝은 벌써 무너졌어요. 언제 더 무너져도 이상할 게 없고요.
The end of this corridor has collapsed already, and the rest could collapse at any minute.
결국 제일 안정적인 건 무대 아닐까요?
I agree.
그치만 무대로 돌아가면
Oh my god. You're all gonna wind up like her no matter where you go. If this carries on.
무대는
Suck it up. Young Bodies was in the stage area. So what? Just don't look. The two of them didn't finish their sentences, but everyone knew what they were going to say.
무대 쪽 공간은 아직 여유가 있어요.
Stage still has enough space.
심사위원석 쪽으로는 안 가도 될 거예요.
We wouldn't have to go to the judges section. The conversation ended by listening to each other's different opinions, and now it's my turn.
안전하게 버티는 게 목표인데.
Rules to stay safe.
그냥 각자 원하는 대로 찢어져?
I mean, you and Seil could go in the same area. Fucking leave me alone.
개인 플레이는 넣어둬. 같이 다니자고.
Do we have to though? Do we really have to?
한도윤, 너는 뭐 할 말 없어?
So Yoon, don't you have anything to say?
어쩌는 게 좋을 것 같아?
What do you want to do, Yoon? And here's where I make the decision.
내 생각은
Oh. Yep. Why y'all want me to make the decision? Stage corridor. I don't want to pick any of the rooms. Definitely not the staff corridor. I want to pick the stage. Yeah. The central passage in the back of the stage was linked to the men's restroom, staff corridor, dressing room. The exit at the end of the corridor is impassable. I don't like the idea of being in a corridor. I choose the stage.
무대로 돌아가는 편이 낫겠어.
We better go back to the stage. Gyu-hyuk and Seil also nodded. Hey.
나도 그게 제일 나아 보여.
Honestly, I'm just happy if I get high rapport with him. I don't care about you.
구관이 명관이란 결론이네요.
Better the devil you know than the devil you don't, huh? Oh, so he's Raphael. Okay.
결국 이렇게 되는 건가?
Is that it?
돌아본 결과가 이거니까.
And this is what we came up with. Well, we could actually split up.
진정 한참 삽질했네.
It's not a waste of time to gather information.
주변을 파악했다는데 의미를 두자.
Exactly.
그래. 어느 정도 멀쩡해 보이는데도 찾았으니까.
Exactly.
어쩔 수 없이 움직여야 될 땐 선택지가 될 거야.
Yep. Hyung nodded with a worried look on her face. A sudden loud sound roared through the corridor. The ground shook for a moment and dust fell from the ceiling. Quick, to the stage! The group slowly took a look around.
큰일 터지기 전에 돌아가야겠어.
We need to go back before something happens.
돌고 돌아 빠꾸야? 삽질 제대로 했네.
Shut the fuck up. Either follow or don't, whatever. Back to where it all began, what a waste of time. And not a waste of time to get information. Like this wide open area, I'm much more comfortable with, even if it's surrounded by broken shit.
떠날 때보다 조금 더 무너진 것 같아.
It looks worse than when we left.
복도에 있을 때 흔들린 것 때문인가?
Is it because of the tremor that occurred when we were in the corridor?
지금 보면 여긴 피할 구석이라도 있어.
Now that I look at it, this place at least has some spots for us to stay safe. Yeah. Just kind of look around.
돌고 돌아 원이 치네 진짜.
Jeez, back to square one.
여기 상태 구조대에게 말해야 될까?
Should we tell the rescue team about the situation here? That wouldn't be a bad idea.
내가 걸어볼게.
Try to make a call. And I'll call the rescue team, and the group quietly listened in. Every time there was a noise, Inha frowned.
아이, 귀 째지겠네.
Eardrums are about to pop.
아, 됐고 뭐래?
Tell us what you heard.
상황은 알겠다고 그러네.
They get the situation.
스테이지에서 기다려달래. 딴 데 돌지 말고.
Told us to wait on the stage and to avoid other places.
여기라고 대단히 안전한 건 아닌데.
It's not that safe. It's not safe anywhere, but you gotta find the most safe out of all the quote-unquote safe areas.
좁은 데 있는 쪽이 더 위험하단 뜻이겠지.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Small spaces are bad in this situation.
일단 시키는 대로 하자. 딴 방법이 없어.
For now, we don't have any choice but to follow their instructions. Their nervous gaze wandered around the stage. Don't look towards the body.
그저 페이터가 나긴 해.
Fader is the only good thing I have left now. That's like saying Twitter is the only good thing I have left, and oh my god.
왜? 또 뭐라고 싸질러 놓게?
Just shut the fuck up. Just both of you, just stop talking. I won't slap some tape over their mouths.
내 똥 내가 싸는데 무슨 상관이세요?
Yeah, just God, I'm so tired of these two idiots. Better to save the battery. Any interesting posts? On the one hand, the fader and posts would be a good way to get information that we're not getting otherwise. On the other hand, saving the battery is a good idea in this situation. He's gonna hate that. Oh, I'm having a hard time with this decision. I think posts better save the battery. I mean, we all have watches. God. It doesn't seem like that big of a decision, but it could be like, if I make him look at posts, maybe his battery dies and his watch dies at a really inopportune moment. But also, I want information. Oh my god, I'm having such a hard time here. Okay, eeny, meeny, miny, moe, catch a tiger by its toe. If it hollers, let it go. Better save the battery.
혜성아, 배터리를 아껴둬.
Yes, this is a logical decision. It's we might need the battery power for later.
뭐? 배터리?
Yeah. These things run on batteries.
이것 좀 하는 걸로 배터리 안 닳거든?
Yeah, it does.
페이터까지 하라 말아야.
You're the most useless person in this kind of situation.
내가 뭔 사이코라서 이거 보고 있는 줄 알아?
You kinda are.
나도 초조해서 그래. 후달린다고.
Then just stop freaking out. Fucking shut the fuck up and listen to people. Use your brain.
그런 뜻으로 한 말이 아니잖아. 진정해.
For real.
다들 아무것도 모르면서.
She's the one who's known for panic attacks, but you're the one who won't shut the fuck up.
PD님이 그렇게.
Get it, you're emotional, a lot of shit's happening. But we need to kind of like swallow this shit down and figure it out later. Hyesung suddenly fell silent while looking at his watch.
왜 그래?
What's the matter with you?
혜성아, 괜찮아?
You okay, Hyesung?
뭐 이상한 거라도 봤어?
Find something? Hyesung raised his head, his eyes red.
미친놈 하나가 튀어나왔어.
There's a wacko on Fader.
또 페이터 얘기냐? 아 좀.
Shut the fuck up.
넌 빠져. 알지도 못하면. 개 황당한 놈이 나왔다니까?
Okay, but how so?
왜? 뭐길래 그래?
What? Who are you talking about?
누구 얘긴지 알겠네. 나도 지금 봤어.
I know who you're talking about. I just saw them too. The Yoon also raised his watch and checked Fader. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna switch my legs. Oh, what? Someone is posing as Sungyoung? I'm already dead. Oh my god. And the top 5 contestants trapped there will be dead in no time. The 5 contestants deceived you from the start, and all of them are preparing for the finals. We must make them pay for what they... What?
이게 뭐야?
What is this?
공유수 봐. 뒷골 잡는다.
Just look at the number of shares. It's crazy.
이게 뭐라고 공유까지?
It's a big deal. Why is everyone sharing this?
재밌어 죽겠다는 거겠지. 이 미친.
Just having so much fun. What a crazy...
공유가 전부 동의한다는 뜻은 아니지?
Sharing it doesn't mean they all agree with that wacko, right?
맞아. 비난하는 뜻도 있을 거고 제각각이겠지?
Right. People share posts of all kinds of different reasons. For all kinds of different reasons. I cannot read today.
어쨌든 공유하는 자체가 퍼뜨리는 거라고.
But sharing it contributes to spreading false rumors.
글 올린 계정
That time it was a typo.
프로필 사진도 따로 없어.
That wacko's account doesn't even have a profile photo. Oh, so it's a troll account.
하나 새로 팠겠지. 개소리 씨부리겠다고.
Fake news.
닉네임 말곤 정보도 없어. 익명 계정이야.
This person's username is all we've got, and it's an anonymous account. Yep.
저런 거 꼬이는데 너무 마음 쓰지 마세요.
Don't worry about the wacko.
머리만 아파질 뿐이라고요.
I'm so sus of you. And I realized I called anti-fans, I think I said Saesung? I meant, Sasang. I wonder if he's a Sasang.
다들
What if he's behind it?
위치시잖아요.
Any of you can be the target, or become the target. You are so suspicious. Dale shrugged his shoulders after a brief stare, like it's nothing.
베스타 시청률 아시면서 얼굴도 이름도 다 팔렸는데
You're competing in a popular show, B-Stars. People know your name and face.
이제 길 가면 지나다니는 일반인은 아니잖아요.
You're not an ordinary person anymore.
아직 정식 데뷔 안 했고 소속사 케어 같은 것도 없지만
Although you don't even have an agency or made an official debut. The way you're just coming out and saying this just makes it sound so suspicious. I can't say it enough. Oh god, and now he's looking at Inha.
재능과 매력을 세상에 알렸던가.
You might have already proven your talent and charm to the world. But...
인성 개차반이지만 운빨 인맥발 죽이는.
Or you could be a complete jerk who has... or just has insane connections and luck. God damn.
말하면서 뭘 야려?
Hell, you're looking at me. Sung and Seil's eyes met. Seil looked away.
아무튼 준 연예인. 그러니까 유명인이시잖아요.
Anyway, you guys are what they call celebrities. What does this have to do with the fake Shin Se-young? Young. Sung-young.
관심, 질시, 응원, 비난, 반응은 제각각이죠.
Should not like read people's names as I'm trying to say other people's names. Just like mashes into one name in my brain. But people's response to a celebrity can take a range of forms, such as interest, jealousy, support, or criticism. Are you speaking from experience, my guy?
유명인 좋지, 좋은데.
I mean, there's plenty not to like, but plenty to like too. I mean, Jesus.
이 상황에 젖된 소리까지 들어야 돼?
How can they say that under these circumstances? Why let them run amok? Can't let this person off the hook. Better not respond. Ignoring them is a good idea. The last time I played it safe and I didn't respond, I got a really shitty response. So... And honestly... Probably should make some kind of response. Like, hey, we're fighting for our lives in here. What the fuck are you doing? This is what I want to do. We're gonna do it.
가만히 보고만 있어야 돼?
Do we just sit idly by?
멋대로 떠들고 있잖아. 이쯤 되면 한마디 해야.
Whoever this is has crossed the line. They ought to be stopped. Yeah, for real.
맞아. 암만 그래도 죽은 사람 사칭하는 건 아니잖아.
Yeah, aside from everything else, that's the, like, shittiest part.
PD님 흉내나 내면서 짓거리고 죽여버릴.
Using Sung-young's name and jabbering nonsense. I'll kill that stupid. Bill swung his hand in the air. What? What are you doing?
잠깐만요. 페이터에 불났다고 맞벌 놓으시려고요?
That's all people do on social medias. Are you kidding me?
피디님 돌아가신 건 우리랑 제작진하고 구두대만 알 거야.
Mm-hmm. Production crew, rescue team, and contestants. I'm thinking maybe it's you. I mean, you made a big deal about not having a smartwatch, but maybe you do. Maybe you have something hidden away. You always got that bag on you.
그럼 쟨 뭔데?
And who on earth is that person?
모르면서 떠드는 거지. 사고는 났고 피디님은 실종이니까.
No, he's so defensive of the situation and just out of nowhere. That person is just babbling because there was an accident and Sung-young went missing. Gyu-young wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand.
깊이 빠지면 휘둘리는 거야.
Don't let them get to us. And normally I would be with you there, but this situation's just kind of like, I don't think silence is the answer here. Gyu-hyuk sadly looked at Do-yoon.
공유수에 미쳐서 아무 소리나 떠드는 계정 널렸어요.
So what? The situation sucks. We should respond.
되는 대로 지르다 수틀리면 계정 폭파하고 튀는 애들이라고요.
I just... I'm so sick of you.
일일이 휘둘리면 안 되는 거 아시잖아요.
왜 하필 닉이 S 승연이냐고.
Like, that's a big thing. That's a big deal. We need to get more information about who the fuck is making this throwaway account and pretending to be Sung-young. Because if they know, they're either one of us, the rescue team, or the crew. Like we just discussed. So obviously, it's an inside job here.
굳이 PD님을
Why shouldn't Sung-young's name?
뭔 억하심정이라도 있는 건가?
Sung-young holding a grudge against... Or S underscore Sung-young holding a grudge against Sung-young?
그러고 보니까
I just remembered something.
PD님 이상한 편지 받았었어.
One time, Sung-young received a strange letter.
이번 촬영 전이었을 거야.
He received it before shooting this episode.
얘기가 갑자기 그런 쪽으로 튀냐?
That got to do with this wacko. Maybe that person is this wacko. Put two and two together, Seil.
하필 닉을 저렇게 쓰니까 생각난 거지.
Just sprang to mind because of their username. Strange letter. They didn't react on Fader, but the atmosphere didn't die out. They tried to ignore it, but their eyes were fixed on their watches. They felt restless, stuck on the site of the collapse. They wanted to connect with the outside world somehow. But it was chaotic out there too.
헤이터, 싸움 나는 분위기인데?
Looks like a war is going to break out on Fader. Without thinking too much, Do-yoon looked at his watch. Wow, a new troll has arrived. That's what I said. That he was a troll. But it's extremely unconvincing. It's extremely unconvincing telling a lie that someone still alive has died. I saved your post just in case and reported them to the broadcasting station. Just wait to be sued. LOL.
밖에서 볼 때도 황당하겠지.
People out there must be as confused as we are.
역시 공유수가 전부 공감한다는 뜻은 아니었어.
So I guess the number of shares doesn't mean they'll agree. Which is true, yes, because sometimes people share it just to be like, what the fuck is this?
뻘소리에 놀아나고 싶은 사람이 있겠어.
Who would want to get swayed by nonsense? Everyone, look forward to it. The show is not over yet. From now on, the real survival audition will begin. Oh. That's the amount of shares. Now I'll introduce the top 5 members to participate in the survival audition.
다시 소개 좋아하네. 또 뭔 미친 소리를 짓거리려고?
Introductions again? What are they going to babble about this time? 5th place, So-hae-sung. I gave him a lot of support as he has good looks, but he deluded himself into thinking he is really good.
이 새끼가.
Jerk. I did everything I could to push Hae-sung up in the ranking. I got involved in the editing process and pressured the judges. People say that birds of a feather flock together and that we were similar. That's bullshit. Don't compare me with such a talentless kid. God.
사람 아주 개털로 하네.
Also, is the person saying it in like the perspective of Sung-young? Hydrating. Because that kind of sounds like, oh, I'm Sung-young. I helped him get up. 4th place, Han Do-yoon. He left the band and gained a lot of popularity, but at the same time, he seemed to suffer from people calling him a betrayer. You think Do-yoon and Masquerade were so close with each other? Then I did a great job editing. He called it a false accusation that he was a betrayer, and some fans really believed him. If he thought it was unfair, he should have explained himself or resigned. Sometimes it ain't anybody else's business. He's just waiting for the controversy to blow over, but he should act more aggressively to go up in the ranking. Third place, Oh In Ha, a cute girl, but she has so much talent when compared to Hae Sung. Aren't you curious how this talented girl came out of nowhere? And the way this anonymous person is writing, again, it's like, oh, In Ha, boo Hae Sung. That's very much like Seil. Oh, In Ha, yay. Boo Hae Sung. I'm pretty convinced this person is Seil. Watch me be completely wrong, but I'm sticking to my guns for now.
설마
This B? She hasn't talked about her past on TV yet, but many people think that it's a part of her mysterious concept. Do you think she didn't want to, or that she couldn't talk about it? What's she really like when not on stage?
아무래도 좀 이상한데?
Something feels weird. First place, as always, Lee Gyu-hyuk. He was born into a rich family, inherited excellent musical talent, and received a good education from his parents. A man truly born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He has talent and works really hard. He received a scholarship from his university. How likely is it for a rich student to get a scholarship intended for low-income students? I really respect him for his elaborate effort to make the best out of nothing, which include stealing a precious opportunity from somebody else. Oh god, I kind of knew it the moment you said rich student to get a scholarship intended for low-income students. Yeah, you were gonna just fucking, like, drive a knife into that fact. Which includes stealing a precious opportunity from someone else. So another student couldn't receive the scholarship, but that was because they hadn't done their best, right?
가로챘다고?
Stealing? If he earned it, it's not stealing. And here we are with Ju Young. What do you know about her? Remember Beloved? Her own team that she destroyed? Or a panic attack that occurred when her luck was down, gaining her a lot of sympathy votes.
동정표?
Sympathy votes? After she left the group, Ju Young spent her free time working in a cafe as a barista. But just in case you didn't know, coffee is well known to aggravate panic attacks and depression. Her first panic attack occurred when she left. Are you trying to say, like, she guzzled down coffee and that's what gave her panic attacks? But she didn't have any while she was serving coffee as a barista, and then it came back on stage when she was in trouble. What the fuck is this point then? Interesting. That's about it. This wraps up today's introduction of the top 5 contestants. Please look forward to seeing the real survival show, and don't forget to vote. The top 5 contestants are showing no remorse and talking mindlessly without knowing what they are without knowing that they are trapped there for punishment. They left me to die, but they will pretend as if nothing had happened after they are rescued and continue to deceive their fans. And why was Seil not mentioned? Sure, he's not one of the famous contestants, but he's there too. Does this person not know he's there, or is it Seil himself? I'm sorry, but I won't let it happen. You will pay for what you have done. I'm always with you. I'm always with you. Even right now, I'm watching every one of you. This is fucking Seil. It's gotta be fucking Seil, I'm telling you.
대가를 치른다고?
Make us pay? That's bullshit. They don't know what they're talking about. What they're saying seems plausible. They're trying my patience. Ooh. I don't know what they're talking about. It seems as plausible. That sounds like I'm, like, dissing everybody. I'm gonna say that's bullshit.
어디서 이따위 소리를?
How dare they say such a thing?
마음대로 떠든다고 다가 아니야.
They're just running their mouth.
닥치고 있을 때가 아닌데 이건.
I have to do something about this troll. Hae-sung gritted his teeth, but his face was pale.
빠져나간 거야, 뭔가가.
Something must have leaked.
뒷조사했다는 루머 있었잖아. 그런 게 빠져나가서.
There had been a rumor about background checks. Our personal info could have been leaked.
달달 떨기는 캥기는 데 있어?
Why are you shivering? Do you feel guilty about something? Says the guy who has a quote-unquote history with violence.
왜? 너도 전과 달았어?
Like a criminal charge or something? Like you? Inha's eyes widened.
말 조심해. 범죄자 주제.
Literally, they call him the criminal.
개정색이네. 정답 인정이냐?
Don't lose your nerves. Did I get it right? Shut up.
잠깐만요.
Wait.
스텝이랑 관련자도 비밀 유지 대상이에요.
Staff members and officials are also subject to confidentiality agreements.
떠들다 걸리면 소송감이라고요.
We can get sued for spreading rumors.
스텝은 입이 있어도 없는 거예요. 진짜로요.
Staff would surely keep their mouths shut at all times. I'm serious.
S 승연글 모호하지만 그럴싸해 보이게 썼어.
Ensue Hyung's posts were vague but plausible. Oh, maybe he would have liked it if I said that.
느낌이 이상해. 불길하고.
I mean, at least he didn't hate it that I didn't say that. Something feels strange and eerie.
아무것도 모르면서 대충 쓰는 게 맞나?
Are you sure Ensue Hyung doesn't know anything about us? Ensue Hyung is an anonymous Fader account which appeared out of nowhere. The user behind the account was getting lots of shares and influencing the Fader community with offensive remarks. Stories about the contestants that were embarrassing for all of them. There were stories that even contestants like Do-yoon weren't aware of. Feeling discouraged, Do-yoon looked towards the rest of the group. Their blank complexions gave away nothing. Were they feeling perplexed by the unexpected exposure of their pasts? Or were they frustrated about the lies spreading through the internet?
마냥 당황하고 있을 때가 아니야.
Not a good time to just sit around.
이야기해보지 않으면 상황은 악화될 뿐이야.
Time to have communication. Do-yoon bit his lower lip. Conversation time. I'm gonna start with... I'm gonna save you for last. Oh, you're not Angie anymore. That's something, I guess. Investigation rumor.
내 참.
I told them pretty much everything, but I guess that wasn't enough for them. I thought most of us were aware, although it's different from the actual deed.
Huh?
Did you know about it? And I'll put her hands in her jacket pockets.
아니?
No. There wasn't much about my past in the first place. I thought I might have unknowingly mentioned something about my past during the interview.
그럴지도.
That sounds like you. As you said, you barely talked about your past.
그게
But you were the only one. Why?
그러니까
How would I know? The whole thing was designed by Sung Young. I guess my past wasn't interesting enough. Yeah, Sung Young?
뭐야 진짜?
There were so many letters. What's this place? A post office? I didn't know Sung Young received one too. Two.
그러니까
I guess that's why she told me to keep quiet about it. Oh, that's right. Inha got a weird letter. The stalker letter. Well, that was my character in the first place.
그럴까?
Sung-young told me she received it before shooting this episode. Do you think they were similar incidents in the past?
모르겠어.
Who knows? People have been saying controversial things about her from way back. And her notoriety continued to be stars. I don't think it was a one-time incident. I doubt it. And shook her head after a brief pause.
그러면
We could both call the police.
그랬지.
Did she tell you to think of it as popularity?
그래.
Yeah, popularity.
그럴까?
Do you think she tried to keep quiet about the blackmail because of its content? Ellipsis. Maybe.
모르겠어.
Now that I think about it, I'm not so sure anymore. Would I have reported the sender if they told me to?
그랬었는데
They didn't tell me either about what it was, or about what was in the letter.
진짜야?
Why would you even want to read it? Do you love me that much? Jesus.
아니야?
Not even a nice letter. Do you really want to show it around to everyone? No. Maybe knowing the contents, though, would be a good idea. Sorry I asked. Jesus. Be careful next time, then. Let's go to Ju-young.
그래.
I knew they were going to do it. But I didn't know that they would go this far.
아니야.
Doesn't mean I was okay with it.
내 생각엔
They should at least tell us what they're going to talk about. I mean, for real. It's frustrating to find out about it later after being left out of the loop.
그랬었는데.
I prepared for it when I signed the contract,
아무래도
but you didn't know they would go this far, right? So Yoon couldn't help but nod his head.
나도야.
In that aspect, things aren't different for us. Whether we knew about it or not, we were both caught off guard.
그런가요?
Do you think they didn't inform us properly because they thought we wouldn't agree to it? I mean, I doubt any of you would.
글쎄.
Well, that could be the case.
역시
I just realized I fixed that sentence in my head as I said it. I think I wrote, that could the case. Or maybe they wanted to avoid losing any time. Losing time. I think that it's a waste to give an explanation about it. This kind of thing happens all the time when they were in a hurry. At least there's only 2 things I gotta talk about to each person. It should go by fast.
만약에
If there really was blackmail, I think it means there was a deep-seated grudge.
글쎄요.
Even when I was in Masquerade, I never received a threatening note like that.
어?
You didn't have any fans that were maybe a little too fanatic?
아무래도
I think I'm that attractive. You are a hell of attractive, my boy.
그건
Then she just says, good point. She just burned us to her face. Ju-young's gaze turned toward where Yoon was standing.
그치만
But the blackmail is not an important issue right now. It's not like the stage was destroyed by the blackmailer. Plus, it's got nothing to do with what happened to Sung-young.
맞아요.
Trying to find the connection between them seems far-fetched at the moment. I don't know if it is.
그래.
Yeah, we can barely manage the current situation. That's fair, though. We need to focus on writing out the crisis at hand. Let's go Haesung.
나 참.
There's nothing to it.
Huh?
Were you okay with it?
어?
Then what? Show ourselves as is? This is how we look. Please like us? Oh, please like us. Is that what you want to tell them? Haesung clicked his tongue. Here.
봐봐.
What you need is good storytelling. You need to highlight various aspects of your life, okay?
그랬었지.
I gave them my consent, although they squeezed too much out of my past.
맞지?
You can't believe anything they say. No one does that. He's not wrong there. Some things need to be exaggerated a little. They can't just put everything out there, you know? If that's the case, why did you...
뭐? 왜?
What about me? Are you trying to rub salt in my wound? Everything I say, everything anybody says, just immediately some kind of defensive response.
그게
Why would you call it a wound? You don't even know. And me being exposed like that had nothing to do with B-stars. That's why I've been keeping my mouth shut. To be honest, I don't understand why you guys are acting all sensitive about it. Maybe because everyone doesn't want their pasts exposed. It's kind of a reasonable thing.
아이고.
They don't even know what they're dealing with. If the accident hadn't happened, she would have sued them right after the finals ended.
혹시
Did you see what it was about?
몰라.
No, I just know she received something.
그럼
How did you know it was blackmail?
생각해봐.
You know it when you see it. It certainly wasn't a love letter, right? Seil definitely knows better. Haesung blew his bangs away from his forehead.
맞지?
It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I knew many people are unhappy with how she was running the show, but blackmail? Wow. It does show that Sung Young had her own problems.
혹시
Do you think S. Sung Young sent the letter?
아니야.
No connection. There might be. I mean, why mention the two narrative aspects if they might not have a connection later on?
나 참.
It's just a hunch. You know they're a jerk.
글쎄.
I know they're a jerk, but I don't see the connection. Of course you don't. I was just saying, because they pissed me off. Dusty Baka here.
그게요.
Background checks.
혹시
You guys conducted them, right? Seil fiddled with the bag strap.
근데 그게
What contestants told us just wasn't enough.
어?
Why is that?
그거야.
They tend to message their stories to make them... Massage? They tend to massage their stories to make themselves look better, and there wasn't enough info. For example, Haesung didn't mention anything about his criminal record.
대체
How far did you investigate? Seil's eyes quivered for a second. I don't know if I can recreate that. Nope. I tried.
사실은
We didn't do it directly.
그렇다는 건
That means
그렇죠.
we hired agencies. So an outside agency has our information.
응?
You left it up to outside organizations? We had too much work with little time. And now I have another keyword. Outsourcing.
그리고
We don't work with agencies anymore.
어?
Did you gather enough info?
아니요.
No, there was an issue. Haesung, for example. It was ridiculous. The staff began to complain because one of the agency was making too many mistakes.
그렇죠.
We didn't even pay off the entire balance because it was their fault. Let me adjust here. Oh, oof. Look, I'm hitting my microphone. Okay. Get some water here. Okay. Didn't the agency file a suit if they weren't paid in full? The agency was basically ripped off. Should have told the contestants about it. Either of these answers is good. The agency being ripped off, it would have been good for the contestants to know about it because they could have retaliated using the information they gathered of the contestants. That'd be a good thing to know. But didn't the agency file a suit if they weren't paid in full? Which, if I remember correctly, it's pretty common to kind of like sue somebody over things like this. Not even just in Korea, but here in America too. Ooh, both of these would be good. He'd probably hate me to say that. I don't really care if he hates me though. I'm gonna say this, because that's, yeah. In case retaliation happened, it would have been good to know.
아니었어.
You should have told the contestants. Our info got stolen without even knowing about it. I was wondering why there were so many sources. Yeah, I don't care.
그치만
It was also stated in the contract for contestants. Was it though? That hey, we might not pay the outside outsourced agencies that got your information, and they might use that against you? No way you put that in the contract. Entrust the show with the decision and don't hold each other responsible for incidents that happened during the show.
아닌 것 같아.
Pretty serious if the agency was hired. How come it was quiet after the... Yeah, even after the contract was terminated? If the contract was unilaterally terminated, you'd think the agency would do something about it. Like sue.
그거야.
There were conditions when we signed the contract. Both sides had to take responsibility for the mistakes they made, and there was also a clause concerning confidentiality.
그렇다는 건
They just called it a day, happy with the previous payments?
그 말은
If there's a dispute, the agency has to refund the full amount. It was about the money. Of course it was about the money. When is it never about the money?
아무래도요.
Sung-young needed the ingredients. I know it could be a very controversial issue, but I think it was a necessary evil for the show. Yeah, you would. It was necessary. I can't believe I'm arguing Sung-young's side right now. I guess I began to resemble her as much as I hated her.
한마디로
Anyways, you said it. It wasn't a clean game. That's how we got this far, because it worked. And now we'll talk about the strange letter.
그게요.
Oh, are you talking about the blackmail?
어?
Did it actually happen? They'll scratch his head.
사실은
It's true she received blackmail. The sender cut letters from a magazine and pasted them on paper. So, like a psychopath. Well, she did a lot of things in the past, but this was new for her. As far as you know, this one was very controversial.
아시겠어요?
You know, about the rankings, how many minutes of footage, song selection, people complain about all kinds of things. I kept wanting to say sorts, and I'm like, no, that's not what it says. It's got nothing to do with the collapse or S. Sung-young. I got carried away and said something stupid earlier.
그래도
But if it was blackmail about the show,
도윤이 형.
Do-yoon, think about it. What would you do if you received blackmail? I'd have to find the sender. A threat could always develop into real action. If I didn't fall for it by reacting to it, there'd be nothing I could do. I don't think there'd be nothing you could do. You send a letter, it's gonna leave a trail.
그러면
I'd find the sender. They could be dangerous. Or call the police. Yeah, fuck off. I really don't care. That's what the sender wants, the confusion. It's not confusion if you're just looking for information. They get a kick out of people's confused reactions.
저기
I agree that I shouldn't fall for the sender's tricks, but... You said Inha received a letter from an unknown source, right?
아시겠어요?
You know how the production crew reacted. I don't think there was any reaction.
그거야.
You could call it the price of fame, but she just carried on, for one reason. If she appeared to get flustered by it, it would only excite whoever sent it. Okay, you can act like it doesn't bother you and that you're not doing anything about it, like in front of cameras and whatnot. But in the background, where no one's looking, you could be doing something about it. I don't think that's unreasonable.
한마디로
You have to come out looking just as sharp as usual to demonstrate that their actions didn't have any effect on you whatsoever. That's the show's official stance towards the threats and blackmail. That's why Sung-young ignored it. Are you saying it's irrelevant to the Fader account that's been going out? Or been acting out? I believe so. Like, I'm not entirely sure if those two things are connected. But it's worth thinking about at least. Oh, we got another... Yeah, the outsourcing.
그러고 보니
There was a reason why the info was so detailed.
그치만
They can look up some on the internet, but it's not easy to find stories that happened years ago. The scope of friends and families contacted by the show, it couldn't have been handled by the staff. My god, someone cut out my tongue. It's not working today. If this gets exposed, it could pose a serious issue.
들어봐.
The show signed the contract with the firms, so there must have been lots of conditions. I don't know how big those companies are, but they wouldn't be able to fight a giant broadcasting company. True, which is probably why they didn't sue.
아마
Which means they would never expose it first. It's a strange world.
아니야.
The production staff must be familiar with it. But also, with the collapse of the show, they could have been like, oh, no one's going to be able to sue us because they're going to be falling apart at the seams after this event happened. Could have even been planned because of it. Sung-young was known for conducting background checks on the cast even before joining B-Stars. That's a weird detail.
분명해.
She was notorious for doing that little by little. She would expose one thing and move on to the next if there's a challenge. It's like she was playing chess. She was elaborate.
확실히
She never gave up until the counterpart surrendered.
모르겠어.
I still don't know how far she went with the background check.
네.
Because she's a Ted. Yu-young smiled bitterly. Yeah, I'll never get to know now. And he outsourcing. They even contracted some of this out to other agencies? We could sue them for this, and they would have to keep their mouth shut.
그럴까?
What we revealed to them couldn't satisfy their curiosity, I guess?
그거는
Maybe they thought there was more to our story. If they asked us directly, we could have just lied to make ourselves look good. That was sharp, considering how they barely talked about your past. Inha raised her eyebrows.
그래.
Probably because I lived a perfect life?
아니야?
Do you think I made a deal with the production crew? They just thought my past was boring.
맞아.
If it was exciting, they would have broadcast it even if you tried to stop them.
그러니까.
Exactly.
하여튼
Anyway, hiring other agencies was excessive. I agree. It was stated in the contract, but not to this extent. Okay, Sung, what do you got to say? Well, if you don't have enough manpower, you have to hire others to do the job.
그럴지도.
It seems they had been gathering info randomly to the best of their ability.
그렇지.
Not like they could read the minds of the contestants. What they needed was a cross-check. You sound so cool about it.
맞지?
You didn't know? I'm at another level in terms of coolness. Oh my god. Any chance this guy gets to compliment himself? Like the whole, you sound pretty. Of course I sound pretty, because my face is pretty too. Or whatever he said. Jesus. They spent money, which is good for the economy.
그건
It's money that was traded for your personal information.
그래서 뭐?
So what? Did I kneel down and wait for punishment? They probably went to see some school friends and called it a day. Looks like the background check wasn't all that hardcore. Taesung brushed his hair back with his hand. I don't have hand tracking, so let's do that. They deserved it. They should have done their job.
괜찮아?
Are you really okay with that?
나 참.
What if I'm not? Should I rip up the contract and lie down on the floor? Whatever they investigated, the things they broadcast weren't anything serious to the best of my knowledge. It was for mutual benefit, and nobody crossed the line. Okay, all to my boy now. Save the best for last. Start with the investigation rumor.
그건
I don't think it's a groundless rumor. They knew more than what was revealed through interviews.
그래.
And I don't think they're psychic. I guess the others were surprised too.
그랬어.
I can't remember if I mentioned it or maybe if they heard it from somewhere else.
그러니까
It made me reflect on what I've said in the past. I had a feeling there was some kind of... Oh, I don't know that word. Maginot line? Maginot? Is that French? I don't know what it is. I felt drained when they showed the interview with our friends and families. Gyu-hyuk gently stroked his tie knot. I can't do that. I didn't know I had so many friends. I had been a homebody for quite a while. Well, when you're famous and your dad's famous, a lot of people like to claim they're your friends. They even dug into the subtle nuisance, the subtle nuance of every detail.
그럴 거야.
You remember that vague clause in the contract? I'm pretty sure it's all related to that. They tried to dig as deep as they could to make us as popular as possible, on the condition that we keep quiet about it.
알고 있었어.
I knew that there were people other than the staff.
그래?
You did? How?
그게
I got a call from my uncle's house after a long time of not speaking with them. I guess someone had been snooping around his house, and he got mad at me for it. Not his fault. Asked production crew, but they denied it.
결국
Later on, I found out the story was mentioned during the show.
그래서
That's how you sensed it.
몰랐어.
But I didn't know any other agencies were involved. I guess they've gathered all possible information. That's why they were so confident about the contestants relating to the contestants. The contents relating to the contestants. Gyu-hyuk frowned and smiled at the same time. Frown and smile at the same time. I don't think I could do those two things at once.
하여튼
Anyhow, my uncle was furious that day.
어?
Is it because you had been exemplary in the past? No, not really. He just had no interest in me. No interest in his brother's son. His brother who was famous. There's drama there. There's tea. I'd like to slurp it up someday.
아무래도
It's got nothing to do with the situation we're in right now.
그래도
Yeah, but it also means that Sung Young was directly involved in the beef too, right? Gyu-hyuk slowly nodded. Slowly nod.
그렇다면
Anyone can post comments, but to send a threatening note like that is no easy task. Inha received a letter, and if they sent it to Sung Young directly,
그러면
I don't think any mail is screened. They would have screened them out if there was any. They would have screened them out if there was any. That's strange, considering how nosy they can be on other matters.
그래도
From another perspective, it could be typical of B-stars. Neglecting an issue that requires attention and intervening in a matter that needs to be left alone. He's not wrong. Look at the situation we're in. This fucking whole building is collapsing because nobody paid attention.
그럴지도.
You have a point. Sung Young was both popular and notorious even before she took charge of B-stars. Maybe we were just ignorant. Blackmail could have been a common thing for her. Oh, Fader's got some stuff. Oh, you WBS and B-stars guys, you've done something wrong? Why remain all silent again when that troll runs amok on Fader? I'll fight contestants, yada yada. This is all the stuff we read earlier. I knew that, lol. A fool can't tell a lie. I heard she took a barista course and worked at a cafe. Her panic attacks can't be real? There's still people buried under the fallen buildings, and they can see these comments too. Don't lie about someone dying or impersonate someone or spread false rumors. She really fainted during the rival mission. She hasn't pretended to suffer from panic attacks. Don't be so mean. It's too much for her. A little show making a fuss on the stage. God, these people who, whenever someone has like a panic attack or some kind of situation, they just like to deny it. And I hate that. showed symptoms of a panic attack during the show. Many people suspected her of faking to win sympathy votes. That's such a shitty opinion. And working in a cafe as a barista, coffee is well known. Yes, yes. Let's just get our information here. Scholarship stuff. This is didn't want to, or that she could talk. Oh, this is about Inha. Inha's past. I can reply to this. I've been checking on Fader and a rumor is spreading that Masquerade had been having a serious inner conflict even before you left. Is that about you and Woo-suk? Or they are just saying it after watching Beastars episodes? Maybe they got that information from the Beastars episodes and denied the issue. Maybe they knew about the incident where they failed to make the record deal. Ask about the topic. Oh, I don't want to deny. What if I can ask about it? Then he might have heard something. It is true that there have been lots of conflicts. Not that many people know about that. You don't think Woo-suk has been telling people, right? I don't know, he sounded pretty salty last time I saw him. He's still arguing with your fans on Fader. What's he trying to pull? If there's some truth to S. Sung-young's story, things could get worse. He decided to check for new mentions later. Haesung looked lost on TV. Some claimed that he looked shocked after news of his prior school violence broke out. Click on the pictures? Oh, I can. Whoop. Go back. The editing process and pressured the judge. Favoritism. What's all this? What? The 5 contestants deceived you from the start, and now all of them are preparing for the finals. We must make them pay. Oh, yeah. I would also reply, like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? Is that the producer's official account? I saw it too when it appeared as one of the most viewed posts. I've never heard of Shin Sung-young using Fader before. If she really had an official account, it would have already exploded from all her haters' criticism. So what is this? A new type of troll? And then the fake person, the anonymous account. Gathering keywords to talk about later. So, with what I said before, like, oh, there's only 2 topics. This should go by fast. Yep. That's a lie. Public enemy. One of Haesung's high school friends said that he was violent and extorted money out of his classmates, so everyone avoided him. I don't know how he was in high school, but he was a good student in middle school. Is that him? Ah. Look at this old nerd. Precious. His middle school friend stood up for Haesung. He was not that close to Haesung, but was sure that he didn't use violence. Yeah. And secret photos of the contestants were shared. Rumor had it that one of the part-timers did it. But the Beastars just dismissed that rumor. They should have dealt with him earlier. Oh, this is the official account. Public opinion. The company seems to be more concerned with the timing of when to resume the show, when they didn't even take control of the situation. Some criticize them for that, while some seem to understand them. Many of you expressing your support, surely we can't end like this, right? Can you please just shut up? Someone's fans are encouraging voting, and another is stimulating them even more. Come on, this is not the time for marketing. Can't you learn from your past? We do need to do or get things straight, but this would only backfire. He's probably seeking ways to make a comeback. Is everyone in shock at such a crazy and huge accident? I know how much of you... How many of you are worrying about the contestants. The good news is our lovely Gyu-hyuk is alive, and so are the others. Why are we just mentioning her? He's still lost. Look how he cares for Gyu-hyuk, and in the middle of this mayhem. He's skipping Haesung's post without hesitation. The official account. Oh. Staff list? List of staff members who was working at the time. Probably should say who were working at the time of the accident wasn't finalized yet. It will take some time to identify who was still missing. List of audience members. The rescue team got the list of the stage audience and is now counting the number of survivors. I bet that was before everything happened. Is that it? Oh, he's happy. We're on such good terms now. I love that. Hold on a second. I am going to turn on a fan. It is hot in here. Oh, there we go. For this game, all I have to do is hold my mouse, but with the heater on, because it's cold outside, my hand was, like, getting overly hot. But I turned on the fan, so now I should be okay. Let's talk to Inha. Oh, Jesus, watch your mouth. Oh boy, now I got all this shit I gotta talk about. Audience list.
그래도
It's a good thing, though. They're almost done counting the audience. Yeah, I kind of feel relieved even though I didn't know any of them.
어?
Your family didn't come either? No comment. He doesn't have a family. Maybe she was an orphan.
그러면
You said you didn't know any of them. That means your family didn't come.
왜?
Why are you pouncing on me?
아니야.
I'm not pouncing on anything. It is a logical conclusion.
야,
Forget it. How or what about you? Did someone come to see you?
나는
I didn't check the list, but I didn't invite anyone. And no one offered to come.
Oh?
Not even the band members? What was the name? Musket Rider? Mustard Raid?
아닌 것 같아.
I don't think they're in the mood to cheer.
왜 그래?
Why are they treating you like that? If they got something to say, they should take it up with the production crew. He's not wrong.
그건
They're already doing that. Bravo. No, that came out wrong. I meant to say, I see.
어쨌든
It's every man for himself anyway. It's a chance to be on your own. She's got the right of it.
뭐
Whether I know them or not, I just don't want anyone getting hurt or dying in here. Am I right?
그래.
You're right. I wouldn't want that for anyone. We already lost some people, but... Staff list?
그거는
It's strange, though. I thought it would have been quicker to count the number of staff than the audience. Me too.
아니었어.
But it was the other way around.
대체
How did they do it when they don't even know their names?
그거야.
Their roles would have been already set. The roles would have already been set. They might not know the name of the staff, but but I'm sure they know them by their roles.
그럴싸해.
I think you're right. I thought they would be able to list all of their names since they had been working so closely.
그게
But think about how they treat them. I'm not even sure if they treated them like human beings. True.
하여튼
That's true. They would have disposed of them like dirty socks.
그런 것 같아.
Okay, I don't dispose dirty socks. I wash them. Unless they got big holes in them, then you dispose of them. Are you just like dirtying a sock and then immediately throwing it away? Wasteful.
아니거든.
Unsanitary. I'm just being realistic. Inha looked around the wreckage for a moment.
그치만
But we haven't seen anyone else in here, though. I hope everyone got out safely. Although it was too late for some people.
그래.
Yeah, let's hope so. Please be safe out there, all of you. He's so sweet. Public opinion. What do you gotta say about that?
내 참.
Yes, nobody expected this would happen, but still. The stage came down and we have a dead person at the hand. Although we haven't heard any news about it.
아무래도
They didn't even know what to talk about first.
아닌 것 같아.
I wish I could be forgiving, but this is just pathetic. It's like they don't know the seriousness of the situation. Inha lowered her watch after briefly looking at it. Checking it just makes me feel frustrated. Good grief. We should remain calm. They are crossing the line. Confusion is increasing everywhere. I don't think telling her to be calm is gonna help. They are crossing the line, though. It's too much. It's pandemonium in and out.
그런 거야?
I guess this is frustrating even for a noble person like yourself. I'm noble?
틀렸어.
Noble? Yeah. That's not the word that best describes me.
Oh?
I thought you were such a noble person because I saw you looking... you're looking dumb as usual and people called you a betrayer. I look dumb? And I crossed her arms and wriggled her index finger. First, Gyu-hyung saying, yeah, you're not that attractive to get a stalker. And now Inha's like, yeah, and you look dumb all the time.
있잖아.
For those in here, getting rescued is the top priority. We shouldn't fall for his games.
그렇잖아.
Right, but if that response continues, people out there could get affected.
예를 들어.
They won't recognize the seriousness of the situation, and will try to find amusement from it.
그러면
And that would cause someone to act like a bull in a china shop.
혹시
Are you talking about Haesung?
그래.
Yeah, you saw his vain efforts, right? And we'll also have jerks like S. Sung-young crawling out from God knows where. Do you think this kind of atmosphere will continue? I can understand there is no command center at the moment, but that's not something you'd expect from the official account. For real. What are they going to do about this disorderly atmosphere, huh? Oh, just what I need. More things to talk about. Oh no, that's a keyword. Sweet. We will do... a reason for exception.
뭐야 진짜?
What is it? S. Sung-young? W. Sung-young? What on earth are they saying after appearing out of nowhere? Looks like they're waiting for a response after laying the bait.
내 참.
They must think the entire Fader community is their playground. What a jerk. And Ha tossed her hair back. Why was I the only one excluded from the background check? There's no reason.
아니야?
If they thought my past was interesting, they would have picked me clean already.
그럴지도.
That's true. That's what they did to the others.
왜?
Are you curious too? As to why I was the only one that didn't?
그건
I guess there's a reason for it.
내 말이.
Exactly. If they say nothing, that's because there's nothing to say. Just let it slide. But I'm curious.
으이, 진짜.
Just look crappy. They're just blabbering nonsense. Let's do the anonymous. They're such a lunatic.
그랬었는데.
I mean, there have been other users that posted all kinds of nonsense, but whoever this is knows how to pick the best timing. Almost like they invented the timing themselves. They're also a storyteller.
그랬지.
Everything they say starts out with something like, from what I know. They added their own theories upon what everyone already knows.
그러면
And some people will fall for it.
그럴지도.
Even if they don't, someone's going to run their mouth about it.
맞아.
Right. You can just tell by looking at the timeline. And how wiggled her eyebrows. I can kind of get mine to move. If the atmosphere was somber, they would have disappeared already.
아닌 것 같아.
But I don't think that's the case.
그러니까.
Yeah, it's all merry and bright. That's what makes me angry. It's not like I can engage in a cyber battle with them, since I'm stuck here and there's no info. And what's with the username? Esung Young? They're just a devil full of crap. I don't know. The favoritism, maybe.
그렇다니까.
I'd say it's an established theory. People used to call Haesung the Prince of Beastars until the history of his school violence was revealed. I don't watch the show on TV, so I didn't know.
Oh?
I guess you're so talented that you don't even need to monitor your performance, huh?
아니, 잠깐.
Well, you didn't see him squandering in the preliminaries and finals. I guess that's why you're keeping a close relationship with him.
그게
I heard that the tide has turned.
당연하지.
The production crew came back to their senses as soon as the past of his school violence broke out. The proof and eyewitnesses came out. What can they do but to disown him? I'll glance at Haesung. As soon as he lost favor with the show, he ended up in last place.
볼 것도 없어.
If they wanted to support somebody, they ought to pick someone with more ability. And a sense of morality. You really don't like him. He's always trying to pick a fight with me. He's always trying to pick a fight with everybody. I don't think I'm gonna get keywords from any of that. Nothing that really relates. I just need 6 more. So let's talk with Haesung about the important stuff. I get infuriated just looking at the username. As Sung Young, it's pretty obvious they were thinking about Sung Young when they created the account. I mean, duh. The way we see it, it's a violation of the dead. I don't think they had that in mind when they created the commotion. Haesung shook his shirt sleeve to reveal his watch. I can't do that. I can shake.
아이고.
I know everything's a mess right now, but still. Are they out of their mind? What a lunatic.
혹시
You think someone might have reported them to Fader?
그래.
Maybe, but Fader people are slow as hell. They'll probably take action after they're done talking. I wish they'd do something about the account, like deleting or terminating it. They sure have a good timing. They would have been ignored by everyone if it weren't for the accident. Deleting or suspending their account is too weak. We should take them to court. I mean, normally I'd be like, you probably don't have a case, but the whole impersonating the dead and relieving private information? You probably do. I don't know about privacy laws in Korea, but I'm pretty sure they're better than this.
저기 그게
The overall atmosphere is messed up, so I can't be certain. Still, I don't think that they will stop the show. Which is ridiculous.
글쎄.
Well, considering what happened to Sung-young. Suddenly, Hae-sung's face turned dark. That dark or angry dark? The command center has collapsed. But look at the response on the official account. As to what will happen when we get out, we'll just have to wait and see.
있잖아.
I'm not sure if that's a sign of determination. Maybe they were just confused.
아 참.
Since when have you turned so pessimistic? Have you not listened to me this whole time?
나는
It's just how I see it.
아직이지.
We came this far. We can't end it like this.
그래도
Accident or not, we have a victim at hand. Yes, I'm talking about Sung-young.
아니라고.
That's why the show must go on. We need to keep her legacy alive.
아닌 것 같아.
That's not for us to decide. I've thought about this a lot, but this is my last chance. I need to somehow make something happen before the season ends. So it goes back to you. Audience list. I have the list, so the counting should be finished soon.
어?
But what? We're stuck in here. Isn't it so absurd that everyone but the contestants got out?
혹시
Did you invite anyone to the show?
아니지.
No, it's every man for himself. That doesn't surprise me. I heard that the top 5 in the season were all loners. Kinda sounds like it.
그랬지.
I think I heard it too. Hae-sung stared at the ruined audience area. His hair looks kind of funny at this angle. Not funny in a bad way, funny in a I kind of want to run my hands through it kind of way. It's not like we had managers or bodyguards, which is crazy to me. We would be out there right now if there had been some kind of instruction for evacuation.
아무래도
What can we do? It's too late now.
그렇다니까.
Some people think finalists get the proper treatment.
그럴지도.
I guess they can because they don't know about the reality of the show. Now that we're in this mess, they might have gotten some idea. We're just sitting around and waiting for the rescue team to arrive. It just doesn't feel right. And staff list. I don't think they were prepared to do a head count on staff members.
나는
I thought they were already doing that.
에?
You didn't know? Many of the staff members came from different agencies.
그건
I thought so. Except for the ones we work with backstage, most of them were new faces.
그런가?
Yeah, Seil is about the only staff member we're familiar with.
그랬었지.
Some even disappeared after a day. Because some of the staff members were just paid daily. I thought most of them were full-time employees since they were working for this big broadcasting company.
아니지.
No, it's not easy to fire full-time workers. True. Just get a bunch of part-timers. It's easier for them to come and go, to get what you want out of them and then drop them. Hae-sung stroked his chin with his index finger. Again, no hand tracking.
생각해봐.
Many of the programs get shut down early in production. So it would be difficult to rotate the employees every time that happens.
그럴까?
And the program itself often gets outsourced. Do you think that's one of the reasons?
그렇다니까.
I guess you could say that. In order to outsource a program, contractors and subcontractors need to be hired. When the show is over, everyone goes back to where they came from. And let's talk about you. You got 4 on you. Jesus. It turns out that Mr. So didn't totally waste his life.
그랬어.
He even posted a picture of his school yearbook to prove that he went to the same middle school as you.
봐봐.
You saw the photo, right? Cute, huh? Looking like a chestnut. Okay, so I do agree with that. Hae-sung glanced at Do-yoon. Some say I'm a bully or a criminal, and some say I'm not that type of person. So talkative, but I'm locked up in here.
그러면
Which one is the real you? Ooh, keyword.
에?
Sounds like a riddle. Are you a philosopher or something? Haesung stood up straight after surveying the
뭔데?
ruin. So, what are you up to? What other people say about you? Is that so important? It's important, or what's important is how you perceive yourself. Other people's opinions are clearly important. Others don't know the real truth. I'm gonna say this.
나는
How you see yourself is important. Other people judge me only by for my looks and what they hear. Take positive comments with pleasure and ignore bad comments.
그런가?
You think so? I guess it is, right? Yeah.
그렇지.
Exactly.
그렇다니까?
I don't care what other people think of me. Haesung unknowingly took a step forward. And then we kissed. He seemed to care, though. Shoot, I went too far. Haesung moved back again. Aw, so we're not gonna kiss. Well, I'm just telling you my resolve. To be fair, I'll tell myself the same thing, like, other people's opinions don't matter to me, and then immediately afterwards I'm like, oh god, this person hates me. Or this person thinks I'm stupid. I want to die. That sort of thing. Like, it's easy to tell yourself that, but it's hard to actually feel that way. I don't care what other people say. I wish I actually felt that. Public enemy.
얼씨구.
That's bullshit.
그게
He claims to be your high school friend.
그래서 뭐?
Who cares? Now that you're done with framing me, you're beginning to beat up on me. What? You're talking about me or the person on the post? Haesung quietly swore with his his teeth clenched. His jaw began to tremble. Can I move my jaw? I can't really move my jaw.
아닌가?
I guess he wasn't a school friend after all. I think he is. Considering the mess he created, I get the feeling. Fury. But it contained words like violence or extortion. Haesung's gaze turned to Do-yoon.
알아.
That's what I mean.
그런
Then Are you asking me if I admit it? You're going to do it your way anyway.
알겠어?
If you respond to anything in any way, then you're involved with them. School friends? What a precious friendship. Favoritism. Probably. You're either gonna be like blasé about it, or you're gonna be like, fuck off. It was an excellent topic for the gossips. Okay, so blasé. They just couldn't get enough.
그래도
The editing team was favorable towards you up until the incident broke out.
그래.
Okay, I admit it. It's because I'm cute. This guy, I swear. I can't hate you, but I want to strangle you sometimes. Haesung raised his hands, gesturing, so what? That's
아니
not what I like mentally mature women, and they like me too. Okay. I didn't ask. Everyone thinks I'm independent, but I rely quite a lot on my girlfriend. You have a girlfriend?
알겠어?
I just didn't work out well with younger girls in my case, no matter how hard I tried. An aspiring idol with a girlfriend. That's not seen very favorably, I think.
어?
What's with the sudden transition of topic? Yeah, exactly. Where the fuck did this come from?
What?
Then what do you want me to talk about? Just stick to the topic of that lunatic on Fader? That's what we're talking about. Haesung laid out a deep sigh. You even know how sad this is? You mean your off-topic story?
나 참.
Don't you know how to emphasize with others? You went too far with your assumption. It was something that completely overlapped with this topic. Jesus Christ. This guy sure does like to make assumptions. Kept on my legs. Oh, okay. Aftermath. It's true I spaced out during the training for the finals. It is actually because of the history of school violence. Although it wasn't the only reason.
혹시
Was there another reason?
그래.
Of course. I'm such a delicate person. Delicate my ass. Actually, no, I'd say he's pretty sensitive. Around that time, I had a serious issue at hand. Isang doesn't remember how he got through the training for the finals. Shoot. Now I'm not sure if I should tell it or not. Well, you already started talking. Keep going. Isang carefully chose his words. No, I'm not telling. Oh, God damn it. Don't tease me like this. Why waste time if you're not going to do it anyway?
뭐? 왜?
It was loading. Any problem with that? How can you ever comprehend my delicate heart?
아직이지.
I still can't get the hang of it. I'll begin to talk when the time comes. Oh, we got a good rapport status at least. It's everyone but Seil, and I don't really care about Seil. I talked to Inha. Did I talk all the stuff? Yeah, about her. Talk to Gyu-hyuk now. About the important stuff. Audience list.
아마
Do you think they handed over the entire list? I hope no one's been seriously injured.
아마도
Looks like most of them evacuated safely.
난
I was going to invite beloved members at a certain point of the finals. Good thing you didn't.
그런가요?
But not this time?
아무래도
Nobody talked about it, so I've been holding it off. But this time, I thought about it for a long time.
그래요.
It's good you didn't invite them, considering what just happened. Yeah, no kidding. Young quietly nodded.
만약에
If I'd invited them and put them in danger, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. It would have been like putting them in a difficult position once again. It was a nightmare for us, and once is enough.
괜찮아요?
Are you okay, Ju-hyuk? Yeah, I'm fine. You're not gonna, like, burst into a panic attack with every, like, little bit of stress. Calm down, Do-young. It didn't happen, so I didn't need to think about it too deeply. Staff list.
아직이야.
They're still checking the staff list, right?
아무래도
I don't think they know who all was here. Even for us, we always had to meet different faces.
그렇지.
People were people were coming and going all the time.
그게
There was an incident where one of the audience entered the backstage by pretending to be one of the staff members. And we don't have bodyguards for our people. This fucking company.
그거야.
I'm sure there was a similar incident while shooting this episode, although they didn't make an issue of it. Young shook her head and her long hair ruffled.
아무래도
Some things just don't change.
맞아요.
Similar things happened even when I performed in a small theater. The owner was the same, but they always had new workers.
아무래도
If someone said hi, I just assumed that they were one of the staff members and went up on stage.
그래.
It's convenient for management to disperse the staff. That way they can cut down on fixed expenses. Although now that the accident has happened, it's become an issue. I'm sure when it was first created, they didn't think about accidents or any accidents happening. I don't think they cared, to be honest, with this level of incompetence.
문제는 그거야.
I'm sure people out there are as flustered as we are. They're confused with what to do first and what to address later.
그러니까
I know, why even talk about continuing the show when we are buried down here? For real.
대체
The official response should get the priorities straight. The two sighed while staring at each other.
아마도
I don't think the account manager is aware of the situation right now.
그러면
And he could have waited.
결국
The post is up already and there's a subtle atmosphere.
맞아.
Plus, a weird account popped up out of nowhere, adding fuel to the fire. I hope the management sorted out the situation somehow. At this point, people have no other choice but to rely on the official account for new info. And then the anonymous.
분명히
They're openly provoking us. Want us to read their posts.
그래.
By now, everyone knows that we can use Fader in here. It's like we're being swayed by outside public opinion. Gyu-hyuk put a hand on her forehead and frowned.
안 되겠어.
Forget what they say out there, especially the comments posted by S. Sung-young.
그건
Everyone knows that.
어,
Everyone, huh?
난
To be honest, it's been bugging me a lot. They've been attacking us with their stories and the confusion of the accident.
그래서
That's why they're so controversial and disadvantageous to us.
결국
You tell someone not to falter only when that someone is on the verge of collapsing, right?
그래도
I think we'll be okay as long as we're aware of it.
그렇지.
Of course we have to be okay. Let them play their game because we won't fall for it. And let's talk about her panic attacks.
맞아.
I've been hearing it all the time ever since that day.
그런가요?
You mean the day it was aired on Beastars?
그게
Even before that. I sent my medical records to the agency after leaving Beloved.
결국
I got a similar response. Don't lie. Young shook her head quietly.
그치만
But my body can't lie, and it was officially confirmed by the doctor. It's not like I'm having panic attacks 24/7. So you nodded. The occasional compulsive disorder and hyperventilation, anticipatory anxiety caused by the anxiety disorder. Other than that, Ji-young was pretty stable. Sometimes I had to wonder if I was telling a lie because everyone else said I was lying.
그때
Which is the saddest thing of all about people who, like, poke at disabilities and, like, mental issues. And, like, say you're lying, you're faking it. And they say it enough that even you eventually are just like, maybe I am faking it. And that's not true at all. It was difficult in the beginning. I hid myself because I was having a difficult time. And people said I ran away because I got caught lying.
그러면
What about after joining the show? It wasn't much different, right?
그건
People say what they want because they are not me. I can't blame them for not understanding me or for not being able to read my mind.
분명해.
Nothing would have changed even if I openly argued my innocence back then, or even now.
그렇다는 건
Do you think you grew up, or did you just give up?
글쎄.
I think I gave up while growing up. That's a mood. Evaluating my own decision is still hard. Contradictory. They found the right time to post a groundless rumor.
결국
I think they're trying to talk about your...
알아.
I know. Ju-young dropped her head and paused for a moment. Dropping my head.
그래.
I did work as a barista. I didn't think it was necessary to mention it during the interview, and I just let it slide because the show didn't talk about it either. Coffee? Yeah, I like drinking coffee. Most people do. That's what I thought. They always rake over the past. Why didn't the show cover it? That... I don't like that. The whole coffee provokes panic attacks. That's what I thought. They always rake over the past. I kind of want to just... Why didn't the show talk about this? It's been exposing all the other matters from the past.
글쎄.
Well, at least Sung-young knows the answer.
근데
I'm surprised you didn't ask. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't.
어?
Huh? About what?
그게
thought you asked me about how coffee and panic attacks don't go together.
그건
It's... People tend to ask me first because many people know about it.
난
I've been enjoying coffee ever since I started having panic attacks. I hadn't worked for a long time after leaving Beloved, so I decided to work at a cafe when the job was offered to me. Gyu-hyuk wanted to point out that it was different from the relationship between coffee and panic attacks. He decided to change the subject.
혹시
He said it had been a long time, but still, no one recognized you?
어,
Sometimes people ask me if I was Ju-young from Beloved. And I said no. I told them that they were mistaken.
Huh?
Are you saying you pretended to be somebody else?
그래.
I even asked the manager to give me a different name tag. I mean, why wouldn't you? A public figure? You don't want to be recognized? Of course you would be like, I'm not that person. And can I have a different name tag so people don't think I'm that person? No matter how much time went by, people continued to criticize me, so I wanted to deny myself.
근데
But I guess I couldn't fool everyone. Since it's resurfacing like this. Oh, finally got a keyword. I just need, what, 5 more? I guess I'll just talk about everything.
역시
We saw the other guys got attacked. There's a similar logic. Planting a seed of suspicion in the ground of the truth that's either been revealed or speculated on. Truth and speculation.
그런가요?
The National University Gyu-hyuk graduated from. Doesn't it offer all kinds of scholarships? Maybe they just wrote whatever they could think of.
내 생각엔
This is pretty clear compared to other rumors. Or you could just deny. It's his decision whether to answer or not. Demanding the answer is also coercion. Like it has always been, remaining silent is part of the contract. I'm gonna say this.
그건
It's up to Gyu-hyuk to decide whether to give an answer. You wouldn't even feel the need to explain yourself if you're so... Oh! If you're so innocent. Are we getting pissy with her? I didn't mean to get pissy with her. Or is he just saying this? Oh god. Okay, okay.
그래.
Right. Okay, so we were just saying that in general. We were just mad at the situation. Okay, I thought we got pissy at her. I was about to, like, be like, oh no. Right, he should do that when he feels like it.
난
Without even thinking it, I spoke like a B-Star staffer. You can just say so, whether it's true or not. Speak about myself, my own will must. The young mumbled to herself while staring in one direction.
왜일까?
What do you think Gyu-hyuk is thinking now? If people start to believe it, it will be accepted as corruption or dirty play.
아마도
Considering his personality, he'd probably let them blabber on.
분명해.
Sung Young is obviously waiting for a very specific response. They were hostile to Gyu-hyuk for depriving someone else of the scholarship when he himself wasn't expecting or experiencing financial hardship. Denial.
네.
Uh-oh. My mental health hasn't been hit in a while. The intended response can already be felt.
그치만
There must be a strict policy considering the college affairs. I don't believe it.
맞아요.
Gyu-hyuk is not the kind of character.
누나
I'm surprised you used the word character. I guess the show got to me. Right, we've agreed on the rules of the show after all. Unfair. Nice, another keyword. 4 more. Yeah, I guess I'll just talk about everything.
대체
I can't believe they were attacking her with that.
그래요.
It's true they didn't mess with In-ha's past, but
근데
it was different from getting favored or covered by the show.
그래도
They didn't hesitate to exaggerate things or criticize her.
어
But it must have been a different issue, though. In-ha was standing on the other side. Ju-young turned back after staring at her for a while.
확실히
As for the rest, there's something that catches your attention. Your masquerade.
난
I'm beloved. The group got disbanded and the company went bankrupt. I know it must have been hard for you, but it's your fault. Isn't that a cliche? Gyu-hyuk has Lee Byung-hee's fame behind him. Hae-sung has an issue concerning his school days, which is a minus for him.
아마
But as for Inha, they had nothing to talk about.
맞아요.
She never told me about her past. It's ridiculous to doubt her for something that wasn't mentioned in the show.
분명해.
Maybe that was the intention, to make people believe that there's something. That's Sung Young's intention. Favoritism.
그렇지.
It's true the show covered for him in the beginning. But things were clearly different after the finals began.
글쎄요.
I don't think it shifted the position just because he was the subject of controversy.
그때
There was the assault scandal. It was too serious for the show to cover up. He has an assault scandal? It has been a free pass for him until that happened. Free pass.
누나
Hyun, you said you didn't monitor the show.
네.
Right, I seldom do.
확실히
If you watch it, you'll know it's pretty obvious. They shot footage of Hae-sung, but much of it was not even aired. Ji-young ran her hand through her long hair. Not everyone can get satisfied with the amount of their screen time and the edits, but
아니야.
the point is that even viewers felt Hae-sung was favored by the show.
맞아요.
He lost many votes after the exposure of his past. Who would have imagined Hae-sung would end up in a place like this? Just go down the line.
그때
Hae-sung was so reckless back then. He often forgot his turn and made provocative remarks. He was... God, my brain just like stuttered. He was more... God, he was often more out of control than a panic attack patient like me. I swear, the ADHD brain, sometimes it goes too fast for my tongue to keep up, and sometimes it just dies.
그게
Is that a joke?
아니야.
No, it wasn't. Oh, God. Why is talking to her like killing my mental health? Sorry, I thought you were making a sarcastic joke. It works either way. Young looked at Hae-sung from a distance,
그치만
but he came back with renewed passion. The problem is that his recklessness is also coming back.
아무래도
There are always two sides to a coin, you know. People don't really change much.
그건
Let bygones be bygones. Even if I tried again.
그렇다는 건
Do you think he's trying to take advantage of the atmosphere created by Sung Young?
그러고 보니
Maybe. Looks like they would have believed just about anything. Ji-young ran a hand through her hair. Or her long hair. Violence? Extortion?
아니요.
It's different from the Hae-sung that I know.
글쎄
There's a victim in this incident. It's too early to suspect anyone. Jesus, all I said is it's just not like the guy I know. I didn't say it was wrong per se. Christ. We only get to see a part of it. I'm not sure if I have the right to say this, but... But what?
근데
It was testified by a school friend, but... The incident didn't take place during high school.
맞아요.
The guy is basically saying he's not that type of person.
그렇지.
It was always controversial. Things have gotten quiet now that people found out he really got expelled from school and had a criminal record.
그건
They had clear evidence, the documents. Young nodded with a grim expression on her face. Yeah, it's very hard to refute document evidence. Unless it was forged or faked. Okay. Let's go through the rest of this stuff.
그게
I don't want to believe anything S. Sung-young says. It can't be true, right? If it is, I'll be shocked.
틀렸어.
You can't believe everything they say just because they seem to know something about us.
내 참.
Are you getting angry because this is about Gyu-hyuk? She knows.
알겠어.
I know my personality is rather twisted, but what can I do? It's just the poor person's view towards the silver spoon.
아니었어.
It's not like he advertised himself as a silver spoon.
그래도
But still, it's irritating. Some people have to give up on their studying because they can't afford to pay the tuition.
왜?
Hey, are you suggesting I'm one of those people?
아니야.
I literally didn't say anything.
맞아.
Well, I am. I'm broke as a joke.
아닌 것 같아.
Me too. Like I said, I didn't suggest anything.
야,
Then lower your eyes. What's that look in your eyes? What are you talking about? You and Hae-sung both kind of just like jump on the tiniest little assumption. I better close my eyes then. Close your eyes. Are you trying to ignore me? What do you want? Yeah, what do you want me to do? What's with that frustration in your eyes? Because you're frustrating me! Christ almighty. Sympathy votes from a story.
그랬었지.
It was often discussed on the show after they showed the footage of her panic attacks.
아니야.
Her life isn't defined by that. Or by it. It's not like she was having panic attacks just for the camera, you know? It's true. And Ha's blue eyes quivered. They pressured her with the cameras up to the point where she couldn't hold it anymore.
그래.
Yeah, she tried her best to avoid it.
아니었어.
What I saw back then couldn't be faked. I was at a loss, didn't know about her medical condition until then. It was clearly intentional. I was angry at the staff for pushing her to the limit. Yeah. I got angry at the show for pushing her. It was clearly intentional. So did you step forward?
어?
What?
그러니까
Did you step forward and fight the production crew after you got angry?
그게
No, that's... Jesus.
그래.
I'm sure everyone got flustered, or was flustered when they saw her having a panic attack.
그랬지.
You ran up to her immediately. I thought she fainted.
그치만
But when I watched it on TV, they removed the part where I ran toward her.
그래.
That scene was edited out. I guess they thought my action didn't fit my character.
어쨌든
Anyhow, Ji-young's seizure was as real as it could get. The production crew pressured her a lot in order to trigger a panic attack. Couldn't believe they were doing it so openly. Young tried to hide it. It must have been shameful for her. There's the keyboard I needed. I like how she immediately jumped down my throat like, well, did you do anything about it? Well, considering everyone else in this fucking show doesn't seem to do anything about situations, why am I the only one getting hit by it?
내 참.
What do they care? They can sell whatever she can sell whatever she wants, be it hamburgers or coffee. I could go for a hamburger right now. You know that coffee and panic attacks don't mix?
아니?
Or did you know? What do you think I am, a doctor?
아니야?
I guess people will start making a fuss about that. Talking about whether she's faking it or not.
그럴지도.
I think that's what S. Sung-young was aiming for.
그런 거야?
Are you their spokesperson now? Spokesperson now? I'm on ADHD brain. We can do this. I'm gonna get some water. 1 second. Dry throat. But how do they know about what she did before joining the show? That's what really makes me angry. It didn't even come out on the show.
그게
They probably thought it didn't go well with the character Beastars was trying to create for her. If that's the case, they'd probably deny it even if they knew about it. Emma clicked her tongue. They're a great hunter. It's a nice piece of bait. Public enemy.
확실하지 않아.
I'm having some mixed feelings.
어?
You mean what that account just said? I don't really like Haesung, but
아닌 것 같아.
he's all talk, never puts anything into action. It didn't make sense from the beginning. Inha briefly fell silent while scratching at the side of her head. Scratch, scratch, scratch.
그치만
But they have evidence, witnesses, and everything.
그거야.
That's true.
됐어.
Why would I care about the position of someone with a criminal record? Phew, I almost became a good person. Probably got all we really need from her. Need 3 more. I haven't talked to Gyu-hyuk yet. Audience list.
그래도
I think they're almost done checking the audience.
그래.
I know, it could have been a disaster. They are still checking the staff.
그건
I think it's more complicated.
음.
It doesn't seem logical, though. As for the show, the staff is supposed to be the family, right? Are you saying that they should take care of the family first? Some families are worse than others. What families do. This feels like a loaded answer. I'll say no, not always. Some families are worse than others.
아닌 것 같아.
Not always. There are families worse than strangers. Yeah, that's what I thought.
맞아.
That's true.
솔직히
Probably thinking of his own family. Like his uncle, for instance. It's probably a good thing now, but nobody came here. I'm no different, but you're in a different situation. Because I was a disgrace to my father's family. Gyu-hyuk shook his head weakly. You heard the interview, right? He said he was ashamed to have 2 jokers in the family and just hung up.
그래.
It was too much. Is that really necessary?
아니야.
He wasn't pretending to be mean. That's just how he thought. I didn't mean to talk about family. Gyu-hyuk felt awkward. I said Do-hyuk. I guess I was making their ship name. Do-hyun felt awkward after hearing Gyu-hyuk's downcast voice. Jesus.
알잖아.
Eating together makes you family, I guess. All Masquerade members thought we were family.
그럴지도.
I know one thing, that they were inattentive towards people they worked with.
아무래도
The number of audience gets checked accurately as they enter the building,
그렇지.
but the staff includes part-timers and contract workers. Treated them like disposable tools. Now that I'm in this mess, I can see it more clearly. I wish they would hurry up and confirm the staff list, too. Keyword. Just 2 more. And staff list. They're still checking the staff list.
잠깐만.
We're here for sure, and...
그랬나?
Do you think there are other people? I haven't seen any. I hope everyone else got out.
맞아.
Me too. Nothing good will come out of staying here together. I'm sure the rescue team and police are trying their best to check the list.
그래서
Is that why it's so hard to contact them? Gyu-hyuk stared at Do-hyun for a second and nodded.
어쨌든
It's also important that other people evacuated safely. It's as important as us getting out of here in one piece.
그렇지?
I just want to know if other staff members are safe too.
그럴 거야.
I guess. Although it's too late for Sungyoung. Public opinion.
그런 거면
I guess people out there might be curious, but
아닌 것 같아.
I don't think it's the right time to make a public announcement.
그러니까
We're still stuck in here. Pandemonium. I can see that the production crew is snoozing and bumbling
그건
because there's no control tower right now.
그랬었는데
Sungyoung always knew what to tell the media,
무리야.
but it's impossible now. Forever. The two quietly looked down at the watch. What do you think will happen when people find out about Sung Young?
그렇다면
Maybe they should stop Maybe they should stop responding until things get sorted out. I don't know where pretending came from in my brain. The way things are going, the show will probably continue. Probably. We'll have to wait and see. Anonymous.
어떻게?
They appeared out of nowhere and started stirring things up. You can tell they're trying to create commotion just by looking at the username.
대체
Why did they have to come out at a time like this?
어쩌면
That's the wrong question. It came out now precisely because it's a time like this. If they're not worried about getting embarrassed or criticized, this is like the best timing. Why would they get embarrassed? Nobody can figure out who they are in the first place.
그렇지.
Right, they have nothing to lose. You have to put up with it, they're out of everyone's control. Can't let them spread rumors, we should deal with them proactively. I think we should deal with it proactively. Not doing something just feels like the wrong answer. We can't just sit around and watch while they are blabbering nonsense. Ah, he hated that.
그치만
I'm angry too, but I can't agree with that. If we take action, we're falling for their trick. People will think we're pathetic for arguing on Fader while being stuck down here. I can't win them all. Doyun weakly dropped his arm. I wasn't thinking that far. If the show is in such chaos, then Fader itself should be doing something.
어쩌면
Maybe it's inevitable that people like Sung Young are acting up in chaos like this.
아무래도
Since the response from the show is naive and hesitant, the mass media get overheated and people get excited. We get contestants like Haesung aiming to rebound, and we also get anonymous accounts seeking attention.
그럴까?
Are you saying we're in a situation where troublemakers can't be avoided? We'll just have to wait for the situation to sort itself out so that troublemakers will disappear. Like, I see where he's coming from. But also, just leaving it alone? Like, I get it, but also I don't entirely agree with it.
어떻게?
How do they know about that?
대체
As Sung Young doesn't even know what they're talking about. The scholarship is for the students without any financial means. Why would you...
도윤아,
Doyun, it's true. Doyun raised his head and stared at Gyu-hyuk. Gyu-hyuk nodded weakly. I received a scholarship when I was at school. I'm sure another student had to suffer because of me. But why?
아니야.
It wasn't about the financial It wasn't about the financial issue, as they say on Fader.
그러면
Did you get good grades? Then it's not unfair, right?
그건
It was the referral system. I think there were other students that were more talented and desperate. No, I know so. I deserve to be criticized for accepting the unfair advantage. I don't agree. Doyun didn't know what to say. Hyuk lowered his head and smiled awkwardly. I wonder if I'm putting the benefactor on the spot. I wonder how they knew about this. Just how much do they know? Good question. What about favoritism?
그건
Contestants getting favored or neglected. We hear about it all the time.
저기
Weren't you one of those being neglected by the show?
글쎄.
I was, but I don't know much about that.
솔직히
To be honest, I didn't get to watch the show on TV.
나는
Same here, but
나도야.
it's embarrassing.
그래.
Yeah, for me too. Yeah, me reviewing my streams after I'm done with them. I get embarrassed too. Even if I say something stupid or make mistakes, the editing team takes care of that. I don't have an editing team. I just have me. Yeah, they have a way of making something out of nothing.
그랬지.
For me, it was magic.
맞아.
They can make you look bad though.
Huh?
Like you?
그래도
But it can't be that bad, right? You've made it this far, after all. I don't know since I haven't watched the footage, but
나도
I haven't watched it either. We're so lazy about monitoring. I guess we are now that I think about it.
그건
I was a bit surprised because he looked so defeated. Not just the practice, but also the way he talked. He looked frail,
그랬지.
as if he were possessed by something. It was right after the violence incident, so maybe that was the reason.
그땐
The staff also summoned him several times, right?
그랬지.
Some people speculated that he might have been kicked out
결국
and came back to the practice without further comments. I thought it was just a rumor. That was before additional evidence came out. Gyu-hyuk fell silent, as if recalling the incident.
그게
How would I describe it? Haesung was like... I thought he was going to give up and get eliminated.
혹시
What do you think on Fader?
나는
He just recorded what had been controversial. Yay, we got it back.
맞아.
Yes, regardless of the truth surrounding Haesung's incident. Right now, even a tiny bit of blame would hurt him deep. There were all kinds of issues, and it was inevitable. Gyu-hyuk nodded after giving a sigh. And Sung Young appeared. It's getting more attention because of our current situation. While in here, we're all helpless. Panic attacks, the faked ones,
어떻게?
quote unquote. They can say whatever they want. That was too harsh.
틀렸어.
I know every single vote counts, but that's just the imagination running wild.
아니었어.
Yu Young's symptoms never seemed timed or faked. It wasn't like that. We were all there when she suffered it for the first time.
그랬지.
Beastars basically forced it to happen. They pushed her right to the edge. People just watching the show probably thought that the timing was too convenient.
그래.
The timing was great though. It was added by editing.
맞아.
That's how they created the narrative. They switched the timing and made it look like she was pretending. That's when people started to call her a liar.
그랬나?
I heard she complained. She talked to Sung Young directly, and I'm sure Sung Young didn't respond. Gyu-hyuk gulped. His quivering eyes dropped. Young must have felt insulted. I'm gonna move my legs real quick. Okay. Feel contradictory.
대체
Who do you think Sung Young is? They've thrown bait everywhere. I still think it's Seil.
그러니까
Regardless if they're true or not, all of the comments affect us since we're in this situation.
그럴까?
You think Ju Young will be alright? She's doing better than I thought. No one can remain aloof at a time like this.
솔직히
She had left the group, so there's nothing strange about her working part-time. But why are they talking about coffee and panic attacks at this point?
그랬었지.
It was quiet during the preliminaries.
그랬지.
I know. Is it because people didn't recognize her when she worked at the cafe?
Hmm.
I'm sure somebody would have recognized her if it was that... Or if that was right after Beloved got disbanded.
그럴까?
Maybe they were waiting for the right timing. They're acting like they know about us. I can't tell if they're telling the truth or bluffing.
Huh?
Bluffing?
음.
Yeah, to show off their knowledge, when in fact they just guessed or heard it from someone else.
그럴지도.
That might be true.
그런데
Do-yoon, have you seen Ju Young drink coffee since she joined the show? Not really.
아니,
Nor did I.
뭐랄까.
Clearly, some were treated differently. Other people had their own narratives based on what happened in the past. But for Inha, it was only the present.
내
I-
생각은
I don't think she lived a normal life, though. She's more sensitive than she looks. It's like a plot twist.
그런 거면
Maybe that's the reason. That's the reason she's having her narrative based on her present.
그럴지도.
That makes sense. I hope everyone looks at it that way. It seems there are various opinions on Fader, though.
어쨌든
At a time like this, she could be shaken by any comments. I just hope Inha's okay regardless of what other people say. The two of them looked at Inha. The problem is that she didn't look fine to me. Or she doesn't look fine to me. I just want her to think this too shall pass.
그게
Do you remember when it first broke out?
응?
Disclosed by Haesung?
그리고
Besides the fans, some other people sided with Haesung. Even then, a school friend posted a comment. Everyone disappeared after the evidence came out. Gyu-hyuk gently rubbed his chin. I was pretty tense until they reached the conclusion that was favorable for one side.
저기
This post was also validated by the author, his high school friend.
그치만
I know it happened during his middle school years, but
그랬지.
oh god damn it, there goes my mental health. Well, okay. It was a long time ago. I don't think he's that kind of person, but you can't tell a person by their looks, though. Go through the rest of this.
Oh?
And Haesung the Hermit was awfully quiet, alright? I thought he was about to reach Nirvana, but he quickly came back to the secular world.
그땐
It was brief but serious.
그렇다니까.
I thought he was going home. Inha stared at Haesung while clearing her throat. So we ended up living under the same roof.
그래도
It would take about 6 hours.
Oh?
Shouldn't you say as much as 6 hours? What?
하여튼
Anyways, I guess he was spaced out because the history of his school violence was disclosed to the public at the time. Probably thought that going back home, but soon changed his mind. Felt like he was provoking us. His words are getting more reckless, so I guess it's true. Hated saying, I guess it took 6 hours. Make our rapport go down. I don't understand. My glasses. I just realized one side was like stuck under my headphones, so it was just like pushing into the side of my head. Better.
말이 돼?
I'm impressed to see someone stepping forward to defend Haesung. Wow.
그런 것 같아.
I think he really is a school friend since he validated himself with the yearbook.
그렇다면
I would believe him considering his efforts.
있잖아.
He said Haesung would never get involved in assault or extortion.
야,
Haesung caused trouble when he was in high school, but that guy was his classmate in middle school.
그렇다니까.
Do you even know how much a person can change in a couple of years? You'll be amazed.
그게
That's true, but,
뭐
well, I wish I could believe that.
그치만
But when I see him, that thought just disappears. And Ha stopped talking aside. Could be one of those situations where a bunch of people keep saying that you are one thing, and then you feel, especially Haesung's kind of character, you'd feel stubborn and be like, well, if you all think I'm like this, I'm gonna act like that. Could be like that. Something feels sad. An old friend who's willing to side with him? I'm surprised.
저기
You must have some old friends too, right?
그거는
I wanted a warm friendship. I guess you didn't have many friends.
아니거든.
Don't analyze me. We're analyzing everybody else, so why not? I just kept some distance, and I had a good reason to do that.
어?
What good reason?
야,
I'm trying to cut in. Then stop saying things! I'm done talking. Jesus. Okay, Haesung. Some people like her character and some don't.
내 생각은
Who would want to have panic attacks as one of their defining traits? When she first showed symptoms, the production crew was lashing out at her.
생각해봐.
But think about it. Ever since, her past became the present. All the viewers were sympathizing with her all of a sudden. Everyone applauds her now. You might think I'm mean for saying this, but what she did there was to beg for sympathy votes.
맞지?
Did she receive sympathy votes? Yes, she did.
애매한데.
Viewers who support her, can you consider their votes as sympathy votes?
아이고.
Sympathy or not, they did vote. You're just proving Doyoon's point. It's like, they vote. You can't say they're sympathy votes just because that's what you say they are. I don't care what they felt when they threw the vote. In the end, she got the points. She picked the right item.
아닌 것 같아.
I don't care what you think, but don't ever mention that in front of Gyu-hyuk. Hey, I'm not soft like you. Aesung was smiling wickedly, but his lips were trembling. I'll do it if that's what it takes to put me up there. You sure do like to talk the big talk, but I can tell that you're just like... barely holding it together. Contradictory. A person with panic attacks who enjoys coffee. Isn't that like a vegan that likes beef?
그래도
It's just an allegation without detail.
아이고.
That's some love right there. The world is so unfair. How can anyone call this guy a betrayer? He's like the softest guy I've ever seen.
Huh?
Why are you changing the subject? Aesung crossed his arms and straightened himself up.
생각해봐.
Can't you look at it this way? She could pretend to be having a panic attack when the chips are down.
Hmm?
Are you saying she's lying? It's just an assumption. I never said she was lying.
맞지?
It's a reasonable doubt. Why did our rapport go up? I'm not complaining, but why? Ju-young worked as a barista and enjoys coffee, but she also suffers from panic attacks.
생각해봐.
Things don't add up, do they? But Beastar somehow failed to capture this inconsistency. Or maybe they ignored it because it didn't go well with her character.
아이고.
As the saying goes, even a broken clock is right twice a day. And Ha was the only one who didn't get her past exposed.
그건
Do you approve of S. Sung-young's opinion?
아니라고.
You hurt my feelings. But what they said about Inha is true, though. She had a hard enough time anyway. I guess there's nothing much to reveal. They would have showed it if there was anything interesting aside from avoiding them, or aside from them avoiding her past. Is this what she's saying? I'll just say this.
아마도
Probably because there was nothing. If something came up, she would have revealed it already.
아니지.
You know only one side of the story. If you take everything out of the gift package, children will lose interest.
알겠어?
No, you have to take the gifts out, one at a time to get the excitement going.
그렇다는 건
Are you saying that there are still gifts in the package? Haesung frantically scratched his head.
저기 그게
I'm just guessing, okay? We only know that she's at least 20, and that she did some dancing in the past. Do you really think that's the only thing they found out about her past?
생각해봐.
But what about us? They even aired the mistakes we made when we were in junior high or high school.
아니었어.
That didn't come out in the show.
나 참.
It's not just me. I'm speaking on behalf of everyone else. You know, we all got picked clean by the show. Anyhow, Sung-young gave her a pass. That's probably what happened. Ah, keyword. I need like what? One more? Yep, one more. Unfair acquisition. As the saying goes, there's no end to greed. Someone with $90 would try to rob a person with $10 to make it $100. What, that's like 90,000 won. robbing someone with 10,000 won to make it 100,000 won. Even though the conversion rate would make it below each of those amounts. Just a little bit.
몰라.
Scholarship? National University? I don't know any of that.
알겠냐고.
You know I got kicked out of my high school. Come to think of it, you were in the same league. Aren't you annoyed? You are a rebellious rock star.
Hmm?
What's that got to do with me being a rock star? Kaesung pouted his lips and squinted. Well, I don't care much about your educational background. The point is that a man born with a silver spoon in his mouth received an undue advantage. And in the process, he backstabbed his classmate who was probably as destitute as I am.
대체
What's your point? I guess it would be unlikely since he's currently the top contestant, but
그렇다니까?
Gyu-hyuk stole someone else's scholarship when he had all the money in the world. I don't think they would look good on him. That would look good on him. Instead of giving his great family a bad name, he had better just drop out of the audition. Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Oh god, talk to Seil, I guess. Audience list.
그렇다고 볼 수 있죠.
They're done counting the audience survivors. They count every one of them when they enter the building. Seil stared at the other side of the stage with a somber look on his face. I'm just hoping nobody dies until this is over. Until this is over. Although it might be too late now.
괜찮아.
Don't worry, everything's going to be alright. And we'll make it out of here safely.
알겠어요.
I should hope so, if I'm to endure this. Winding up, the matter of responsibility. I can't think about those things right now. Although there's only so much I can do as a low-level staff member, you sure do like to keep mentioning that.
있잖아.
We need to focus on keeping ourselves safe for now.
네.
Yeah, I agree. We need to get out of here first. And staff list, he'll probably have a lot to say about that.
아직이에요.
I still haven't confirmed the number of staff.
그랬었는데.
I thought it would be quicker than counting the audience.
왜요?
Why?
그거야.
Because they all worked here. Seil stared at Do-yoon for a moment.
도윤이 형.
Could you put a bit more thought into it? Oh god, what are you complaining about now?
Hmm?
About why there's a delay in confirming the list of the staff survivors?
네.
Yes. Do you know why that things are going the way they are? I should pretend to know just to satisfy him. To answer frankly, no idea. You might call me out on pretending I know. I'll just say no idea. I'm not sure, to be honest.
정말요?
You don't know? Are you serious? I'm sorry, this is my honest answer. Do-yoon stood awkwardly and Seil nodded. Yeah. Thought he would appreciate the honesty. You didn't have to know about it since you're one of the contestants. Exactly. I hate it when people are like, why didn't you know about this thing that you're not involved in or you're not a part of? It's like, well, it's because I'm not a part of it or involved. Why would I know about it? I might have been offended if you lied about it. Yeah, I kind of figured you would.
그런 편이죠.
There are different types of staff members. We have temps and some workers from partner companies. It's not as systematic as checking the audience when they enter. I see.
그런가?
I didn't know. That's just how it is around here. It's just that I feel bitter about how they treat the staff. Public opinion.
이럴 줄은.
That's so wrong. The injured list isn't final yet, and we still don't know anything about Sungyoung's. They should make the decision after getting us out of here first.
애매한데.
They're putting the cart before the horse. Half of them don't realize the seriousness of the situation, and the other half don't want to accept the criticism for their mistakes. I guess this is their best interest.
너무
This is
나갔어.
in their best interest. Still, this is too much. Seil groaned while biting his lips.
아니야.
Whether to continue the show or not is not important right now.
그렇다니까요.
Let's just hope the idea came from very few people. They can say whatever they want on the outside, but it shouldn't affect the people inside.
글쎄.
I don't think anyone's thinking that far at a time like this.
아닌 것 같아요.
Are you sure? Didn't you see how Haesung was coaxing the users on Fader earlier? An extreme situation calls for an extreme response. You saying that could be applied to this whole situation, and I'm looking at you, my dude. Sussy sussy.
Oh?
Who is this? And why are they acting up all of a sudden? Are they gonna keep going?
그게
I think they've stopped for now. You know they're just evil they're evil just by looking at their
그
username.
말은
They want to gain attention by throwing out some cheap bait. If the accident hadn't happened, nobody would have listened to them.
어쩔 수 없죠.
Things are so chaotic right now. What in the world is the staff doing, not kicking out that kind of troll from Fader? Dale angrily adjusted his messenger bag. I'm so tired of this. Well, I mean, it's like fucking Twitter still having neo-Nazis on it, and yet they don't just immediately terminate the account. These people are just going to exist, whether I like it or not.
아무래도
I guess we should ignore them, right?
아무래도요.
Of course, but I'm not sure how much the contestants can take when there are rumors being spread about them.
그래.
That's what bothers me. Imagine arguing with them on Fader. I know it would be a mess. Okay, let's talk about Inha. That's a topic you're always willing to talk about. It was ridiculous to say that.
알잖아.
Some even sympathized. The other contestants had been exposed to the fullest in terms of their past. Seil stared at Gyu-hyuk for a moment.
그치만요.
There's no reason. She was left alone because nothing was controversial about her past.
Hmm?
I thought the show tries to characterize even the smallest detail.
그 말은
Inha herself was an excellent character.
그런
That's the only reason?
그렇죠.
Of course. Isn't she great? Nothing's going to change even if a user with some weird account pops up and babbles nonsense. Dale nodded while speaking.
그래도
I'm sure everyone wanted to show the present, not the past.
그치만
But it's up to the production crew to decide what will be highlighted in the show. That was inevitable. Faked panic attacks.
Oh?
Hasn't she been carrying prescribed medication?
그랬어.
I saw it. I even saw her take it.
그렇죠.
How can she be lying? You guys are so rude. She didn't take it when she had to perform on stage.
맞아.
She said it was like a jinx. She wanted to go up on stage clear-headed. Seil gently stroked his chin.
아무래도요.
There isn't any medicine that exists without any side effects.
그랬었는데
She said the medicine makes her sleepy. Which is true for anti-anxiety medication. Why are they wondering about the truth? They already saw her suffering from panic attacks during the preliminaries. She even sent the medical report to the agency when she left Beloved.
아닌 것 같아요.
It's not right to cast suspicion around like that. As Sung Young, just who the hell is this person? I don't think it's you. Contradictory.
맞아요.
I read a health article about it too. That you can't drink coffee if you have panic attacks.
그랬지.
They just don't go together well.
아무래도요.
Coffee contains caffeine. Its stimulating effect could easily be confused with symptoms of a panic attacks. Also, it could cause insomnia.
한마디로
Anyways, I heard it worsens the symptoms.
잠깐만.
But Ju Young still worked as a barista. He'll glance to Do-yoon.
사실일까요?
From what I heard, she drinks lots of coffee and recommended it to other people. Listen, I have anxiety and all that shit. I have insomnia. I still drink caffeine. Not coffee. I don't drink coffee. But, like, soda is my evil juice. And I will continue to suck down that evil juice. So, Ju-young, live your best life. Drink all the coffee you want. I'm not going to judge you.
그렇다는 건
Are you saying they're fishing for something? Maybe they're trying to make us believe that something is weird.
사실일까요?
Do you really think Gyu-hyuk would do such a thing? No,
아니,
I can't even imagine.
맞아요.
You're not the only one.
그게요.
Even if he did and the production crew found out about it, well... If they have already established the character, they would have leaked it.
어?
Are you saying it's not about believing him or not, but to see if he fits the character? He'll quietly adjusted his glasses. Undue advantage? It's pretty weak.
그리고
Gyu-hyuk doesn't look like the type. Not like Hae-sung, who looks just like a bully who wouldn't hesitate to beat up other students. You always got something to say about Hae-sung.
그러면
That Fader account. Where did they get all these stories? Well, they seem very confident about them. They must think we'll be stuck here forever. How absurd is this?
너무 나갔어요.
It was really preposterous in the beginning of the finals.
그랬지.
Hae-sung looked distracted.
그치만요.
I guess it's understandable when the camera isn't rolling, but still. Should have at least pretended to concentrate once it started. I mean, the guy's a human being. He's gonna fucking feel emotions when he feels emotions.
말도 안 돼요.
Relax, backbone.
그랬었지.
Most people thought it was because of the scandal.
그렇다니까요.
That sounds reasonable. Even if it wasn't, it was still unprofessional. Do you even know how many staff members were standing in front of him?
혹시
Did they also mention it?
그렇죠.
Of course. I was being treated like an invisible man. I'm sure he would have lost whatever favorable impression he had left.
네.
Playing favorites? That came up sometime after the preliminaries.
그랬었지.
I'm not just talking about the amount of screen time given to Hae-sung. They didn't take any action even after the exposure of his past.
그거야.
There were too many people during the preliminaries. The production crew tends to focus on the contestants who stand out.
인정해요.
Well... Ooh, is that my last keyword? That's something I should admit. Or there's something I should admit.
그래?
Admit what? I can't deny the fact that the show was favorable towards Hae-sung. But why Hae-sung? But it's not like that now, is it? No more after the exposure of the high school violence. But why Hae-sung? I am curious, why Hae-sung? Didn't they say it was because of his relationship with, Sung-young? Like she was almost like his sponsor? That's probably what he'll say. I'll say this. It's not like that now, is it?
그래도
It seems like he didn't get any favors after his high school violence was revealed. It was late already. I knew from the beginning that he would get in trouble. Ugh.
그런가?
How would you know that from the beginning? Exactly.
100%예요.
Just by looking at his face. Oh, so you're an asshole who just judges people by their appearance, huh? Gotta get my leg under me for this. Ah, Jesus. Or by talking to him.
소혜성.
Hae-sung is not fit for the talent audition. Still, Sung-young had to take him under her wing. Well, she deserved such a piece of blackmail. But let's move on to the next topic.
근데 그게
There was a weird romance scandal right after the preliminaries, right? But at the time, the girl took all the blame and was eliminated.
그래.
Yeah, I remember. She eventually disowned him after his past was exposed, but she should have done that earlier. I felt like he had been neglected since then. You're right, he betrayed our trust. Finally, privilege admitted. I can stop talking to you now. Nice. Yes. Yeah, our rapport definitely worsened. She kept getting pissed off. I don't even know why. And then, of course, my sanity worsened because talking to these people just hurts my sanity. Me in any social situation. Inha raised her hand.
생각 좀 해봤는데 저 S승연이란 놈 있잖아. 역시 안이랑 관련 있는 것 같아.
What I'm saying. They're probably gonna think it's Hae-sung though because of his like fader stuff. But I still think it's Seil.
안이라뇨?
Inha pointed her finger at the floor.
여기.
무슨 귀신 씨나라 까먹는 소리야?
I'm not gonna read these. I'm just gonna let them voice act.
조금만 자세히 얘기해봐.
그러니까 예를 들면 서혜성이란 거지.
Ah, fucking knew it. I knew they were gonna point the finger at Hae-sung.
와, 들켰네.
How'd you know? Are you being sarcastic?
라고 할 줄 알았냐?
Mm-hmm.
나도 지금 저 새끼 뭐 하는 놈인지 난감하거든.
Yeah, especially with how he feels about Sung Young. He's not gonna go and impersonate Sung Young saying, "Hey, I'm dead." He got so pissed off at that fact.
이나 씨 깜짝 놀랐잖아요. 진짠 줄 알고.
넌 오인 아닌 편 좀 적당히 들어.
Legit though.
내 말은 쇼 관련자 같다는 소리야.
이나야, 지금 우리한테 중요한 건 S승연이 아니야.
I mean, I do kind of care.
큐, 말 되게 쉽게 한다. 그럴만도 한가?
I like how she just calls him Gyu.
알구자가 공돈 타먹는 거 대단한 함도 아니지.
What happened to the sweet girl from the beginning? You're now just like kind of going for everybody's throat. Looking bewildered, Gyu-hyuk looked at Do-yoon. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck she's on about.
침묵의 한도연 씨는 어찌 생각하시나?
S. Sung Young, an anonymous account impersonating producer Sung Young. Shin Sung Young. The commotion the account has been creating is making everyone wary of one another. If this was the intent of S. Sung Young, it seems like their efforts have been successful. So you thought about what S. Sung Young has been posting.
S승연이 쓴 얘기들
Post written by S. Sung Young.
대충 찍어서 떠들었다기엔 걸리는 점이 있었어.
They couldn't have been random guesses. Yeah, they're too specific.
그건
It's... Oh god, do I have to like choose somebody who I think it is? Oh god, which of the anonymous user allegations was not previously public information? Was not previously public information? For unknown past was public. Privilege admittance. Deserve blackmail for favoritism towards Hae-sung. I think that was public. Her panic attacks was public. They made it public. But the barista and then his scholarship wasn't known? Like, I think Gyu-hyuk was just like, how did they know? If I remember correctly. Oh god, I hope there's an autosave right before this. I can't remember. I think there was. Oh god. Because no one really recognized her as a barista. So that wasn't really public knowledge. That was made public knowledge. And then the scholarship stuff. Not public knowledge. But like privilege. Her unknown past. What does the unknown past say exactly? The show covered in-house life only up to the point of her crew years. Yeah. And people knew about her panic attacks. Saying none of she's education was not previously. I think it's these two. God. I always doubt myself in these situations.
규혁이 형 장학금 얘기야.
I'm talking about Gyu-hyuk scholarship.
형 학교 다닐 때가 방송에 자세히 나온 적은 없었어.
우리도 페이터로 처음 봤으니까.
Mm-hmm.
진짜 뭔가 받아 챙긴 건 맞아?
Oh no.
자세히 말하긴 그렇지만 장학금은 받았어.
I didn't say it to like poke holes at you, my man. I just said it because that's something that wasn't public knowledge.
S 승현이 그걸 어떻게 알아?
대학 관계자라거나
다른 출연자들 얘기도 했잖아.
맞아요. 대학 관계자는 가능성이 낮아요.
Yeah.
영희 누나가 쉬는 동안 바리스타를 했단 거.
So I guess I can't really avoid losing that rapport because it's the right answer. Our rapport is really good anyway, so I guess I can afford to lose one. Jiyoung working as a barista when she wasn't in show business.
나온 적 없는 얘기로 알고 있어.
그래, 맞아.
I just have to lose some rapport just because I'm mentioning it?
알아보는 게 싫어서 가면까지 썼는데. 베스타에서 보여준 적도 없던 얘기고.
Okay, so I wasn't crazy. I got the right answers, but I guess I gotta take the hits.
공황인데 얼굴 맞대는 일, 커피까지 즐기셨다는 사실도 나왔지.
I've never seen it separated like this before. You never said that you worked part-time meeting lots of customers or that you enjoy drinking coffee, which is weird for someone with panic attacks.
서혜성, 너무 멀리 가지 마라.
Legit.
쉬는 동안 무슨 일을 했는지 마음대로 찍을 수는 있어.
Yeah.
그치만 정확히 바리스타를 짚는 건 아무래도 이상해.
Yep.
S 승현은 어디서도 안 나왔던 얘기를 꺼냈어. 규혁이 형 장학금 얘기, 그리고 영희 누나 바리스타 알바.
I keep saying Ju-young. Are they saying like Yu-young? I gotta hear them say her name again.
굿봐, 역시 이상하지?
지금 알 수 있는 건 하나뿐이야. 적어도 S 승현이 하는 얘기 전부가 멋대로 지어낸 말은 아니란 거.
Ooh, special keyword. Before S. Sung-young's post, Gyu-hyuk scholarship and Ju-young's part-time job hadn't been widely known. They all looked irritated. You look irritated, huh?
또 스텝설로 가나요? 스텝이 다 구출이 됐니 말았니 하는 때예요.
We just said it was an inside job. We're not immediately poking at you. You get so defensive, it just makes you seem more guilty.
지금 저런 짓거리 할 만큼 한가한 사람 없어요.
Maybe they don't.
어이구야, 우리 장 FD가 또 스텝이라고 편을 드시네.
That's a way to put it.
친구라도 좀 만들어 놓고 편을 들면 내가 슬프진 않을 텐데. 어쩌냐? 형아 눈물 날라 그런다.
Jesus.
이제 막 구조돼서 구급차에 실려가는 판국이야. 페이터로 저러고 있겠냐? 생각을 일이라도 하고 살아.
I mean, it's not like you know all of them. We figured this out. Like, a good chunk of them work with different agencies. They're like in and out of there. Like a revolving door. How could... I mean, you can't say for certain. Jesus Christ, Seil, you frustrate the shit out of me.
아니면 탈락자일 가능성은?
Would they know that?
베스타 탈락자 말이야?
어느 정도는 뒷사정을 알 수도 있잖아.
Unless it's like, what's his nuts? Woo-suk? Could be Woo-suk. Maybe.
떨어진 다음에 알긴 힘든 정보 같은데.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Once they're eliminated, I couldn't imagine they'd have access to that information, yeah.
떨어졌는데 저런다고 무슨 득을 보겠어. 자기가 못 올라가면 끌어내리기라도 하려는 게 사람이니까.
Yeah.
그게 아니면
With her head lowered, In-ha raised her eyes and stared at the rest of the group.
여기 우리들 중에 하나
I still think it's
어때?
Seil.
개인적으로 알았던 걸 터뜨려서 아예 보내려고. 계정이 다르잖아. S 승연인데?
Can they make new accounts? I mean, their watches are very, like, specific.
다른 계정 굴리는 거지. 부계정. 워치 쓰는 거 서로 확인해 본 적도 없잖아.
At that very moment, something flashed through Do-yoon's mind. Unlike what In-ha said, it was actually impossible for... Yeah, that's what I thought, because their watches are very specific.
이나 잠깐.
Listen, In-ha.
출연자가 부계정을 쓰는 건 불가능해. 왜냐하면
Oops, I didn't mean to click. Sponsored. Yeah.
우리가 가진 건 워치 한 개뿐이잖아.
그런데 무슨 말이 하고 싶어?
일침 제대로네. 추리를 하시려면 근거를 확실히 대셔야죠, 오이나 씨.
In-ha just stood there, lost for words.
도윤이 말대로야. 워치로는 공식 계정밖에 못 굴려.
That's what I thought.
쇼에서 준 워치, 거기 공식 계정이 귀속된 상태잖아.
우리 중에 S 승연이 있는 건 불가능하다는 거지.
But you know who could be? Seil. What's he got in that little bag he's always carrying? Maybe his own little watch that he stole. Or maybe a phone. Who knows? Alt accounts. In-ha took a step back and bit her lip.
기세 등등하시더니 어이가 없네 진짜. 멀티가 됐으면 내가 진작에 굴렸지.
I mean, legit, let's not doubt that.
좋아. 인정해. 워치로는 안 된다는 거. 근데 다른 기기가 없다고 장담할 수 있어?
I mean, for these kind of things, don't they usually control the contestants' like access to social media? They probably give them a watch because they take their personal phones and whatnot.
와, 포기를 모르시네. 좋아, 다 까보면 되잖아.
Legit. Hae-sung confidently turned his jacket pockets inside out. It looked like an inspection of personal belongings was about to take place.
세일. 특별한 거 있나 확인해봐.
Why is he in control of that?
네, 알겠어요.
Ooh, we autosaved. The inspection was over. Did we inspect Seil, or were we the only ones inspected? All they had was their own watch.
혹시나가 역시나지. 그렇죠, 인하님.
In-ha-nim.
알겠으니까 좀 꼬지 말아줄래?
I think at least in this case, he has the right to be a little bit sarcastic.
그런데 우리 한 사람을 빼먹고 있잖아.
You gonna point out Seil? That's what I'm talking about.
장세일 FD님. 엄연히 여기 계신 분인데 빼놓으면 서운하지.
내가 뭐? 가진 게 없는데.
What's in that bag?
그거야 당신께서 하시는 말씀이시고요.
Hae-sung wagged his finger.
메신저 백.
Can't fool me.
거기 뭐가 들었는지 아무도 관심이 없네.
I've been interested this whole time. They'll grab the bag.
수첩 있다고 맨날 들고 다니는 거.
Sure, but we don't know that for sure. You could be lying.
수첩 하나만 들어가기엔 너무 큰데.
Legit though.
너무나도 커.
His jacket's big enough. He probably has a pocket that could fit that notebook. He doesn't need the whole bag for that.
자기 빠져나왔다고 아주 난사하는구나 너.
I don't think it's blindly.
난사인지 적중인지 까 보면 알겠지.
Legit, if you got nothing to hide. Haesung came forward and Seil took a step back in response.
개인적인 물건이야. 왜 출연자도 아닌 사람을 잡아?
Doesn't matter.
공익을 위해서인데 협조 좀 해달라고. 의심병의 아이콘 오이나님도 한 말씀 얹어주시죠.
Miss O the Doubter.
이나 씨,
She.
그게 아깐 내 생각에 빠져서 좀 오버했어. 기분 나빴을 거야. 미안해.
So are we going to let it go if she apologizes? No, I still want to know what's inside the fucking bag.
에?
Is she in on it? Haesung turned back to face Inha.
지금 뭐라고 하신?
까보라는 둥 물고 늘어져서 미안하다고. 딴기기 어쩌고 말도 안 되는 소리였는데.
It did make sense, just not for the contestants, but for Seil, it makes sense. This is driving me bananas. If they don't look through that bag, I'm gonna be so mad. Feeling awkward, Haesung scratched the back of his neck. And, like, her apologizing and kind of pulling attention away from looking at the bag, and Seil in general, that just... Is she in on it? I'm so curious.
아 저기 그래 인정하니까 좋잖아. 워낙 드문 장면이라 좀 익숙하지가 않네.
Okay, so we made up, but what's in the bag? Haesung suddenly raised his head and touched the watch.
아 그래 우리가 이렇게 마주보고 떠드는 중이잖아. 근데 페이터의 S 승연이 또 글을 딱 올렸다면 굳이 이 난리를 안 쳐도 외부인으로 끝나는 얘기였잖아.
Haesung suddenly fell silent.
혜성아, 왜 그래?
Haesung flashed his teeth in anger. As previously announced, the real survival audition Buried Stars will continue. The cameras are all buried, so I'm going to use Fader. Think about the cameras? The contestant with the fewest votes will be eliminated. The loser will be killed. Only the top contestants will survive. This might have been in like the other posts that I kind of skipped over just to get keywords and whatnot. From now on, do your self-promotion to go up in the rank. The judging standard is honesty. Confess your wrongdoings and make an apology to your fans.
미친 소리도 정도껏 해야 개성이지. 이게 진짜.
Unless those were new posts. And like he just saw it. His hands began to tremble. That kind of seems like the case.
되는 대로 말하는 거야. 신경 쓸 필요 없어.
Don't think we can. Like I said before, maybe for like a normal troll, it would have been okay to just kind of leave it alone and ignore it. But for this specific situation, I would fucking respond.
필요가 있고 없고를 떠나서 이건.
Next result will be announced on the hour. Haesung can go up in the ranking. Please show us lots of love and support, so don't bother to vote. What? Oh, you don't bother to vote.
자꾸 개소리를 지저대잖아.
Just when Do-yoon was about to intervene, Haesung began to busily type something into his watch.
이 새끼랑 맞다이 좀 까야겠어.
Go at it, my boy. Who are you? Pretending to be the producer and talking bullshit? Knock it off. Ah, Haesung. Won't you show your respect to me? Are you revealing your true colors? People don't change. Are you scared of having no one on your side? I told you, confess to your sins and be honest if you still want to raise your rank. You intend to impersonate Sungyoung?
이딴 건 팩트로 조져야 돼.
Who's this troll now? Sungyoung is already dead. I saw her myself, so stop. Oh, so he just threw that out there. Oh man, I don't know what kind of effect that's gonna have.
야, 뭐 하는 짓이야?
Oh, here we go.
공유 미친 듯이 올라가고 있어.
Yeah. All the attention and shock of the world rang through my head.
봐, 대답 안 하네. 이거 잠수 탔지?
Haesung's voice was shaking.
이젠 사칭 따위 못해. 꺼져버리라고.
Oh man. Hehehe. Dude, I'm up to like 1,000,000 with him. Does that mean we get married in the end? I don't know how this game ends. Fortunately, this is a story time. Sanity low, yeah, I bet. Fully trusted, hell yeah. Trusted with everybody else. God, I need to get my sanity up. Any items I can buy? Is there a shop?
이거 괜찮은 거야?
I don't know.
그럼 헛소리하는 걸 계속 두고 봐?
I do also agree with that though.
그치만
생방을 날려야 짜진다고.
1:55 in the morning.
공유수 벌써 1,000이 넘었어.
Yeah. As the number of shares grew, the number of responses began to increase as well. Who's this troll now? Sungyoung is already dead. I saw her myself. Yeah, that's what you said. A big bomb exploded. What? Haesung did something stupid. Producer is dead? Really? Then what is that account posting comments? This is so wrong. You shouldn't tell a lie to attract attention, Haesung. Are you out of your mind? It's not a lie, though. Checking it. The official account doesn't know. Is it a lie? It's so out of the blue. Is it true that he revealed Sungyoung's death while fighting with a troll online? Haesung's not a Fader newbie. How can he do that? Well, I am also kind of on the fence about just like revealing she died in that situation. But on the other hand, because that asshole's posing as her, revealing that she's dead kind of makes sense. I still think it was a bit impulsive though. The building came down. Rescue operations are still underway. It's not the time to blame Haesung for what he said. Shame on you people. I am with that, yeah. It can't be true. There was no news about that. Haesung must have been mistaken. Because they haven't, like, fully checked the building yet. If Haesung's claim is true, then what will happen, huh? Shin Sung-young is really dead? Victims? What? Is this for real? How long would it take to finish checking? Can't you see what's happening now? Who is Sung-young claiming that the producer is dead? And why is Haesung acting up again? What's happening in there? Is anyone on duty? We're hearing from Haesung the latest news on survivors, and from an attention seeker news on Sung-young's death. Oh yeah, I did read that right. It just sounded weird. What is the role of the official account manager then?
야, 공식 계정이 얻어 터지는데?
Legit. They deserve to get bashed though.
난리 났네. 야, 어쩔 거야?
What can he do?
뭘 어째? 어차피 알려질 얘기 아니야?
I mean, legit.
검토해서 공식 발표하는 거랑 네가 깝친 게 똑같냐?
It's not though. You all saw it for yourself. It's a fact that she's dead. So him saying it is basically an official announcement. Granted, the way it came out wasn't that great, but still.
공식 계정 맞는 거 안 보여? 너 때문이잖아.
Who cares? Who cares about the official account getting bashed? Fuck off.
그게 대수야?
Yeah.
저딴 거 잘 대응하라고 돈 받는 거잖아.
I mean, not him specifically.
나 쥐어 터질 땐
Oh.
쌩 까더니 대단한 의리 나셨다.
Is he getting pissed because, oh, the staff's gonna get bashed? It's just the social media staffer. So that's because they're acting like fucking idiots. Young raised her hand to interrupt Seil.
사망자 뉴스 떴어.
Confirmed death person's identity at the accident site of Buried Stars first. In Sung-young? Right, the timing is so perfect. Buried Stars, yeah, found dead. There was an official announcement about Sung-young's death. Thanks to Haesung's spoiler, the situation had gotten all mixed up.
공식 계정에도 발표 나왔어.
A bit late for that. Didn't we confirm this, like, at 11:55? Why did it take them an hour to make an announcement? Leading our show, producer Shin Sang-young has passed away from an accident. May she rest in peace. We feel deeply responsible for this incident. We will do our best to rescue the remaining survivors inside. We will cooperate with the authorities to find out the cause and prevent any damages from the interruption of broadcast. Who cares about broadcasting? Official death.
방송 중단 어쩌고는 뭐야?
아, 등 떠밀려서 쓰니까 저 모양이지.
Good. Yeah, round.
너무 성급해. 욕 먹고 뉴스 떴다고 바로 간 것 같은데.
Why do you care so much? I would be pissed off.
메시지 관리를 해야지. 한 번에 하나씩. 아, 저러면 어떡하냐고.
몰매 맞으니까 공식도 움직이는구만.
Yeah, like, why did it take this for them to finally fucking make a response? It's literally been, like, an hour? 2 hours? Again, since we found her dead? If I'm remembering the time correctly. I think it was like 11:55.
혜성아, 너 지금 무슨 말을?
배우신 분이 그렇게 이해가 느려서 어디다 써먹어?
되게 속 편해 보인다.
됐고, 방송 중단으로 피해 안 입게 한다. 무슨 뜻이겠어?
Yeah.
구조되면 어떻게든 이어할 여지가 있다는 거야.
Yep.
넌 진짜로 진짜다.
He's not wrong, though. The way they keep responding to it, it's like, we'll fix the situation and then we'll keep going, even though people died and our incompetence killed them.
베스타 문 닫으면 어차피 다 쫑이야. 기회잖아.
Legit. I don't agree with it continuing, though. Sorry, Haesung, but I don't.
이 난장판을 내고 기회 운운해?
웃고 자빠졌네.
He didn't create the situation, he just responded to it. The situation was already there.
그럼 울어? 공식 계정이 낸 공식 입장이야. 어쨌든 오더 받고 쓴 거라고.
그런다고 투표 수가 움직일 것 같아?
Do you think he's thinking about the votes right now?
아까 깝쳤을 때랑 똑같은 끝일 텐데.
Like, he was thinking about them earlier, but for this specific situation, he was just pissed off at the guy. Or at the troll.
와, 진짜 내 편 하나도 없네.
I'm kind of with you.
세일 씨, 신 PD님 없다고 너무 기고만장인데? 무대 무너졌다고 개념까지 무너지네. 신임 총괄 PD신가? 출연자 인사드려요?
말이 심하잖아. 어쩌고 싶은데.
Want you all to shut up. Haesung put on a crooked smile and looked at Do-yoon.
알면서들 물어보긴. 도윤이 형은 내 상황 이해하잖아. 아니야?
Oh god, here we go. Am I gonna make a decision? Yeah. Oh no. Everyone's gonna hate it if I say I can understand him. I can understand his behavior is unacceptable no matter what. It's just a struggle for survival. What do I say? Me personally, I can understand him though. But Do-yoon would probably be like, I cannot understand him. His behavior is unacceptable. The way I was playing Do-yoon, he was pissed off. Damn. Oh, what would good Gyu-hyuk like? What would my guy like most? Shit. He'd probably like that his behavior is unacceptable no matter what. Okay. Okay.
어떤 이유든 이런 난장판은 안 돼.
Yeah. Everyone else gonna like that. Yeah. I'm sorry, Haesung.
우리 5위랑 4위야. 위기의식 공유하는 거 아니었어?
I feel like my life is threatened more than my fucking position in the show.
형도 꼴찌가 뭔 바락인가 싶나 봐. 저 S 승연인지 뭔지가 최하위 죽는다니까 쫄아서 설치는 것 같고.
That's not what I was thinking at all. Isang put his hand around his watch and took a step back. Beads of sweat rolled down his pale face.
그래, 좋아.
Isang glanced towards the back, or toward the back, and put on a crooked smile. Are you about to do something stupid?
나만 또라이지? 페이터 한다고 갈구고 PD님 사칭하는 미친놈한테 나라고 하질 않나?
I didn't suspect you as that. I still think that's Seil.
그 자식 입 닥치게 하니까 또 사람 찍어 누르고. 내가 그렇게 만만해? 꼴찌라고 사람 무시해?
Oh, like you read the situation completely wrong.
실실거리고 다니니까 개뿔도 없어 보여?
No.
혜성아, 진정하고 얘기를 좀 들어봐.
가까이 오지 마. 나 단독 행동을 좀 해야겠어.
You're gonna run off, or are you gonna do something stupid?
내 포지션 확실하게 얘기해 줄게.
Mm.
난 베스타 계속 할 거고 뭐라고 하든 상관 안 해.
Oh God. What does that mean?
무너졌다고. 여기가 아직도 무대로 보여?
계속 한대잖아. 그럼 이기면 만사 오케이잖아?
Oh God.
페이턴이 인기 두 편이 사실 난 그런 거 없어도 괜찮아. 비장의 무기가 있으니까.
What does that mean? Islang continued, slowly moving backwards. You're gonna reach like the edge of the stage. What's going on?
야, 집착 좀 그만해.
다 따라오지 마. 내 얘기 혼자 듣고 싶을 테니까.
As Inha hesitated, Islang turned around and headed towards the central corridor. Oh God, what if it collapses while he's in there?
혼자는 위험해.
Gyu-hyuk's shout echoed around the ruins. I run after him? First, the group looked at one another nervously.
저대로 두면
Yeah.
냅둬요.
Shut the fuck up, Seil.
아까 복도 봤잖아. 잘못하면
신경 끄면 알아서 기어 나올 텐데 관심 주면 더 날뛰어요.
It doesn't have anything to do with, like, what he feels. It's that anything could happen and the whole corridor could come crashing down and kill him. Look at Seil.
규혁이 말이 맞아. 무대 뒤가 위험해 보여서 돌아온 거잖아.
Yeah.
텀을 둬야 쟤도 뚜껑 열린 거 닫죠. 지 혼자 이 악물고 덤비기는 뭐가 바뀐다고? 뭘 안다고?
You shouldn't. God, I hate you.
지금은 놔두죠. 어떤 말도 소용없을 것 같아요.
Like, on the one hand, I do agree that he needs, like, a moment to cool down. Because he felt like he was backed into a corner, and so he lashed out. I get that. But we don't really have the privilege of safety. So just letting somebody run off on their own in a dangerous situation like this is no bueno. I didn't have control of that. Come on.
그치만
아예 내버려 두자는 게 아니에요.
Yes.
많이 흥분한 것 같으니까 잠시 동안
The others nodded, looking at one another.
아까 눈 봤어? 완전 핑 돌았던데.
Yeah, because you pushed them into a corner.
더 나갔으면 가만 안 뒀어요.
Yeah, I doubt that. Trying to act like a tough man. Dale pretended to be calm, but his voice was shaking. Yep.
정말 괜찮을까?
오래 둘 수는 없어. 여차하면 뛰어가야지.
Hell, I'd give it like 5 minutes, if that. And they're like, okay, that's enough time. And then go get him.
갈 만한 데는 대기실 아니면 화장실이겠지.
Is there gonna be like a situation where something happens and I have to like make a choice? Where is he? The lounge or the restroom? Will I have enough time to save him? God, I don't know.
흥분을 가라앉혀야 할 텐데.
Me too. I got like a cramp in my leg happening. Ugh. Stop that leg. Gyu-hyuk let out a brief sigh, looking at the door.
워치 가진 분들 메신저랑 페이터 한 번만 확인해 주세요. 서혜성이 뭐라고 해놓은 건 없어요?
Just then, Do-yoon felt the buzz of a notification on his wrist.
혜성이야?
Yeah.
네. 메시지가 왔어요.
양반은 못 되는 놈이네.
Weird response. Are you okay? Where are you? You know where I'm at. Oh, I said that. Okay. I gotta talk to you. The two of us, okay? I'm okay with that. I want to be able to talk to you man to man. Dressing room. Come alone and meet me.
뭐라고 그래?
둘이서만 얘기 좀 하자는데?
무슨 꿍꿍이로...
무기가 있다는 둥 그랬는데.
You're right, he did say that.
별 대단하지도 않은 걸로 정신 승리하는 거겠죠.
Unless he has some kind of, like, evidence against somebody. That's what he means, maybe. I do want to talk to him alone, though, so the moment I get a chance.
가 볼 거지?
Yeah?
네. 여기서 쉬고 계세요.
언니는 내가 챙길게. 그나저나 왜 혼자 오래? 불안하겠으리.
It's because, like, other than, like, Ju-hyuk and Gyu-hyuk, you and fucking Seil definitely aren't the ones to talk to him.
메신저로 다 얘기하든지 전화를 하든지.
Sometimes it's better to talk face to face. Shut the fuck up, Seil.
별일 아닐 거야. 괜찮겠지.
혼자 흥분해서 설레발치다 사고라도 내면.
혼자 오랬지만 같이 갈까?
My boyfriend wants to come with me.
아까 상태 그대로면 위험할지도.
But also not going alone like he asked might make him upset.
괜찮아. 갔다 올게.
Young, who was leaning against Inha, raised her head.
지금은 좀 진정했을지도 몰라.
The way you said that, are you okay?
어떻게든 달래는 쪽으로 부탁해.
혜성이가 제 말은 그럭저럭 듣는 편이니까
It's true.
시키는 대로 가서 얘기해 볼게요.
상황 보고 나서 꼭 알려줘.
걱정하지 마.
Don't worry, babe. I got this. I don't know if I have this. Got it autosave. I got this.
혜성아,
William turned the dressing room doorknob, but the door did not open. Uh-oh.
잠갔어. 나야, 말한 대로 왔어.
Yeah. After a short pause, Haesung's voice came from the other side of the door.
혼자 왔어?
Yeah?
그래, 네가 시킨 대로.
그래. The door opened slightly and Haesung stuck his head out.
들어와.
Okay, phew. Another autosave. They're being really kind for these autosaves now. Doyun stared at Haesung blankly. There must be
형.
something.
내 얘기 듣고 있어?
There must be something I'm like able to really fuck up here soon. Oh. Okay, gotta sit up in my chair. Gotta be ready for it.
사퇴하라고.
Okay. This wasn't what I was expecting. Dropout request.
따로 불러서 하려는 얘기가
이것이 뭐겠어?
His son licked his parched lips. That actually reminds me. My lips too are parched. Gotta get some water. Okay.
공식 계정 봤지? 구조되고도 베스타 이어지는 거면 난 남아야 돼.
Okay.
지금 투표 쓰면 내 자리 날라가.
Huh?
그러니까 형이 좀 사퇴해줘. 어?
But if I drop out, you'll still be in last. That just puts you in fourth. And it means there's no fifth, so you're still the last person. What does that accomplish? Oh, whoops. Click on OBS.
페이터로 쓰든 장세일이한테 전화하라고 하든
Leave your resignation letter or whatever.
핑계는 뭘로 대도 괜찮으니까. 그래, 걔 핑계 대면 되겠다. 페이터의 그 미친놈 S승연. 걔한테 휘둘리기 싫어서 자진 사퇴한다고 해.
What does that matter? Again, in this situation, not like I can just leave.
타임라인 꼴 봐봐.
What are you trying to accomplish with this? If what Haesung said is true, the people trapped in there might have seen Shin Sung-young dead and the murder threat. Oh, creepy. What if the official account, or what is the official account doing? The contestants are being blackmailed in real time. Go catch that lunatic or protect remaining survivors. Need to check whether that S. Sung-young is saying is true, or what S. Sung-young is saying is true or not. But either way, they need to shut up. Yeah. Gotta reconsider S. Sung-young. Holy crap, their forecast on the forced elimination of the loser is true.
그 새끼가 꼴찌를 주기니 많이 했잖아. 지금 개판 5분 전이야.
The Super Troll even announced they would kill whoever's in last place. What the hell? There's my keyword. Murder threat.
누구 하나 사퇴한다고 그게 뭐라 할 놈도 없어.
Again, what does that accomplish? Seeing that Do-yoon was lost for words, Haesung's expression began to change.
형, 베스타에 큰 욕심 없다 아니었어?
But that doesn't matter.
선비인 척 고고하게 굴어본 것뿐이야?
Maybe give me more than 2 seconds to, like, absorb all this. Jesus.
그럼 나도 생각이 있어.
어떤 생각?
폭로할 거야.
Oh, is this your ace in the hole?
형, 정말로 배신자가 맞다고.
대체 무슨 얘기를 하는 거야?
Oh, God, here we go.
이제 내 얘길 진지하게 들을 마음이 생겨?
Do-yoon felt like fainting, but tried to regain his focus.
바로 쳐져가지고서는
You kinda dropped a ball on me. If I'm gonna fucking freak out, I have every right to. Jesus.
형은 뭐 나도 아닌 거 알아.
Then why did you just say?
아, 그럼 왜 말을 그런 식으로 했어?
Legit.
이렇게 혼자 가버리는 건 뭐고?
어우, 한수 접으니까 바로 쏴대네.
Yeah, because you just fucking... Oh my god. Hey, Sung, you're killing me.
혜성아, 무대로 돌아가자.
안 돼. 끝장 보고 나갈 거야.
싸움이라도 하게?
말이 돼? 내가 쳐맞지.
Yes. God.
형 먼저 부른 건 제일 만만해서 그랬어.
Then why did you immediately start with like, hey, drop out, and if you don't, how about I expose your secret? Like, what the fuck?
그러냐?
얼굴 보니까 역시 어렵네. 블러핑 치는 것도 쉽지 않아.
Yeah. Because we have a good rapport.
무기가 어쩌고 한 거 역시 블러핑이었어?
아니거든? 진짜 있어, 무기.
Okay, then what's the real ace up your sleeve?
뻥 아냐. 형 거가 없어서 그렇지.
Okay, good.
바로 거기까지 들어가긴 좀 치사하다 싶었어. 이제 블러핑 집어치우고 건더기 있는 사람한테 쇼부 봐야겠어.
Haesung looked to the side and smacked his lips. Haesung just confessed that he has no secret weapon to use against Do-yoon. He was acting as if he's had something to disclose on everyone else. Was he going to call the contestants one at a time and ask each of them to drop out? Was he, or what was he really up to? What did he mean when he said he had an ace in the hole?
혜성아, 나랑 얘기 좀 해.
Do-yoon decided to talk with Haesung calmly while not provoking him. Yes. This is the way. Another autosave. Deserter. It is now 1:12 in the morning. When really, for me, it's almost 10. 10 p.m. I've never had a communication screen with just one person before. This is interesting. Well, let's talk about the most pressing thing, the dropout request. And what does it What is it supposed to accomplish? I still don't understand that. Unless I'm missing something. 4 of us would have made it to the next stage during this episode. If one person drops out, there would only be 4 left.
아니,
You can't have everything your way. Don't spoil it for me. You must think I'm soft because I was nice to you. Do you think you'll be okay if I decide to attack you? You just said you don't have anything on me. But you're not doing that. Right, it's ridiculous. We're bros. I'm Miss Hyung. I guess I'm softer than I thought when I'm with you. Okay, that's kind of sweet to say. I think you'll be nice to everyone else. Hey Sung, what you're doing now is pointless. I think you should give it up, or give up now and go back to.
아니라고.
I don't want to hear that, okay? Sometimes you gotta hear things you don't want to hear. If you ever want me to stop doing something, just tell me to keep going. I gotta use reverse psychology on you?
알겠어?
Or if you want me to keep doing something, just tell me to stop.
그러면
If that's what you want, keep asking us to drop out.
그래.
Okay, fine.
Huh?
It's different from what you said. I'm the one who started this. It's up to me. I'm not even sure if B-Stars will continue. You're slow. The official account showed us a clear sign. To be fair, yeah. You'll try to continue the show by saying something about continuing what Sung Young had left behind. I'm certain, and I'm going all in with my expectation. Getting eliminated from the show as the last rank and going back to my place where there's nothing. I can never allow that. It's like he's clinging so desperately to the show and like getting through it because there's something in his real life or like his life outside of all this that he just cannot have anything to do with. And if he was not really someone who like committed assault and all those charges that were put against him, like is there someone or something back home that just like scares him? Taesung scratched at his neck frantically after finishing what he had to say.
형, 내가 무슨 동네 얼라야? 어르고 달래면 졸졸 따라 나갈 줄 알았어?
Yeah, I kind of hope so.
그렇게 생각 안 했어.
Stop. You're like killing my sanity. I swear to God.
눈에 다 써 있거든. 이쪽 눈에 얼, 저쪽 눈에 라.
God, that's not talking to you like a baby. I'm talking to you man to man.
얼라보듯 하는 거 맞아.
Please give me a choice. Taesung pulled at his shirt collar and glared at Doyun. Christ.
뭐? 왜?
Why are you asking me this when you already saw and heard the whole thing? I mean, legit.
괜찮아?
Dangerous by yourself.
알아.
Don't think I'm scared? But whether I say or stay there or not, it's still dangerous. Okay, he's not wrong there. The stage is the safest. Everyone else is already there. This place is more dangerous. Something serious could happen here. I don't want to mention everybody else. But this place is more dangerous. To remark that nowhere is safe.
아닌 것 같아.
Could be in big trouble. There we go.
아이고.
Wow, how compassionate of you to worry about me. I am worried. Don't be sarcastic.
아니지.
I'm not being sarcastic. That's why I called you first. It seems as though you didn't get it when I said it's dangerous for me whether I stay there or not. If I stay there, they'll either take my watch or tie me up by my hands and feet. I don't even think they have ropes.
아니,
I don't want to go that far. You're such a fool sometimes. What are you talking about?
왜?
Never mind.
알겠냐고.
Anyhow, I came here to protect myself. I'm not getting out until we come to a conclusion. Nice. I need 6. Ooh, rapport event. I haven't had one of these in a while.
형이 보기에도 그래?
You think so too?
갑자기 뭐가?
내가 그렇게 양아치로 보이냐고.
You're like a more like stereotypical bully, so I don't believe you're an actual bully. Haesung suddenly asked a question. Do I get to answer it?
페이터 얘기 때문이야?
에이씨, 누가 내 의도 생각하래? 그냥 딱 보기에 어떠냐고.
Do I get a choice?
철딱선이 없어 보이지.
Yeah. Do I think that means bully? Someone who, what was it? Extortion and assault? I don't believe that.
방금 상처받았어.
But it's true.
딱 보기에 어떠냐며.
Yeah. Immature does not mean bully. It can, for sure. His son clicked his tongue, looking at the ground.
그래. 뭐, 나 옛날부터 철딱선이 없었어.
There you go.
그치만 양아치 짓은 안 했다고.
Which I do actually believe.
솔직히 성실하진 않았지. 대충 친구랑 의리가 더 중요하고 노는 거 거절 못하고 그런 애들 있잖아. 알아 몰라?
I do, yeah. I'm actually one of those people. In school, I was immature, but I was never a bully, and I kind of sucked at school, but I cared about my friends.
모를 리가 있겠어?
Yep.
그게 그렇게 대단한 양아치야?
그렇다고 하긴 어렵지.
I gotta keep switching my legs. I got terrible, like, leg circulation. Haesung glanced at Do-yoon while talking.
깝치다가 민폐 끼친 적 없진 않아. 그래도 나 솔직히
Haesung closed his mouth.
솔직히 뭐?
아무것도 아니야. 말하다 보니까 착잡하네.
Just tell me. Tell me. We have good rapport. Come on, tell me. I'm your bro. I'm your hung. Your hung? You're Hyung. Hung.
어차피 애들 뚝 까패고 다녔겠지. 그렇게 생각하지?
No, I don't.
내 생각을 마음대로 정하지 말아줄래?
Thank you.
내가 지 이미지에 똥칠하고 다닌 거지. 오죽하면 지인이 논란도 없어. 말 나오자마자 확정 딱.
Well, considering the quote-unquote character they gave you. It's like they set it up for that. Do-yoon wanted to bring up Haesung's criminal record, but he didn't.
여튼 형은 철딱선 얘기해. 기억해 둘 거야.
But it was true. You even agreed to it.
물어봐서 얘기한 거야.
Effective branding. Yeah. Oh, thank God that went up. I need some more sanity. It's been doing nothing but going down. Oh, God. Okay, hold on. I need 6. Maybe 5 more. What's all this? Now that Sung-young is dead, B-Stars is pretty much doomed, isn't it? What do you say? Everyone will be happy if you decide to come back. A masquerade. Or what do you say? Everyone will be happy. Oh. I can't. It's too late, I guess. I don't think this is the right time to think about that. Yeah. Let's leave the option open. Yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked when it's chaotic within him. Yeah, exactly. A reasonable person would have said that, and thank God. But now, I have no idea what's going to happen. We don't consider recruiting a new bassist just yet. I wonder if Woo-suk will continue to stay with us. I kind of messed things up for him twice already. Yeah, members who sided with him are still there. Oh, yay, thank God. Now, if I could just get up at least to this box again. I was in there once, but it went down so quickly. He thought about them for a while. He thought about the moments of the band going through hell. So Yoon quietly bit his lower lip. It was time to wrap up the conversation. Let's see. If is S-Young seeing these comments, must have been knocked out already. If this was taking place on air, the judges and staff would have helped you, but there are none around you now. Oh, you're talking to me. Mind your own business, not mine. And didn't get any unfair help from anyone. Respond with sincerity. Oh. Oh, I didn't like that sound. Is my fucking mental health about to go down? Ever since Do-yoon accepted a friend request from him, he continued to send rather sarcastic and offensive. You accepted a friend request from this Jungle Penguin guy? Every post I've seen from him is like shit. Do-yoon decided to get serious and retort. Oh god. Don't make lame excuses. If you were not favored by the staff, why did some of the contestants get completely edited out? Only your mouth is alive. You forgot who has ruined the band for your debut. Wait for me to inform S-Young of this comment. God, you're such an asshole. I'm already busy with all the issues here. I fucking knew it. Can I go back a decision? I just got some mental health up. Ugh. I decided to check for new mentions later. I was gonna respond with sincerity, and I thought, oh, that might be good. But no, apparently I had to respond strongly. Hold on. Is this the exit? Yeah, here we go. Nope. Where's my last save? Deserter. My mental health is just so low. I wanted to go back up. Yes. I will speed through what I've already done. Okay. Dropout request. Okay, so it's just this conversation that's happened. And no. Not auto. Speed through. There we go.
알겠어? 어?
What's with the sudden change of topic? Okay, yeah. Don't you care about the others? Everyone is never... Oh. Oh. Had I not gone through this conversation already? I could have sworn I did. Don't you care about the others? We can't see the real you, but it's too much. I remarked that his unexpected behavior is part of his buzz marketing. Nervous because... I'm gonna say this. We can't see the real you.
아닌 것 같아.
Too much noise. I can barely see you through it. There we go. I was never in there in the first place. Yes, you were. You like to put up a mask, but I see you. The noise got me up, and the noise tripped me. The only way to go up is through the buzz.
그러면
If you tripped once, you should consider other methods. At least after getting out of this mess. What if we get out? What if the show continues? What if the current votes remain? Let's keep it cool. Let's endure it. Or even I can say that. There's no such thing as bad publicity, and I will shake them somehow. Aren't you really going to stop?
그래.
I would either go up or take out the others. Until then, I have to stay at the center of attention. Why? Haesung wiped the sweat off his chin. If I'm to go crazy, I'd rather go for a psycho that's getting all the attention. That's my policy, and this policy will never change. Center of attention. Was that different from last time or what?
형이 보기에도 그래?
You think so too? What
갑자기
are you
뭐가?
talking about?
내가 그렇게
They look like really cute.
사랑스러워
Yeah.
보이냐?
Oh, does it just like automatically pick like the best option or something? Interesting. So can I not like go quickly? Okay, what do you say? Okay, go back to I don't think it's the right time. Yep, yep. 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 Still there. Yep, mental up. Conflicts. Okay. Now that's the second one. I fucking say mind your own business, not mine. He's provoking me directly. This user has been posting negative comments all along. Even if Do-yoon ignored it, this guy wouldn't stop. Do-yoon is revealing his true colors now. This concept is already being used by Haesung. Did you get his permission? No, Do-yoon, the betrayer, certainly wouldn't have done it. He seems to have lost touch with reality while being favored by staff. Do you want me to inform him? Blah, blah. This will not end easily. Decided to check for any mentions later. But my mental health didn't get a hit this time, so I'll take it. Da-da-da-da-da. I think that was it. Quickly go up. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Back to conversation. Murder threat.
아니지.
Did you read their posts? They're unbelievable. Talking about how the person last will die. We have an assassin in town. What are they going to do? Come in and do a sword dance in front of me? I would pay to see that. Maybe that's what Seil has in his bags. Retractable swords. They're just babbling nonsense. Do I look like I give a crap? Haesung smiled wickedly. Beads of sweat on the top of his nose glittered under the dressing room lights. He's really sweaty.
아무래도
They were right about a few things.
나 참.
Anyone can guess based on the rumors out there. Maybe. You're so indecisive. I mean, I am. You fucking give me a choice and I have to, like, sit here and deliberate. Haesung clicked his tongue. We can't be wasting time on some phony.
그래.
Right. Until the rescue team arrives, we should... Hey, that's not the answer either.
그러면
And what is the answer? I am. I'm why we can't easily ignore Sung Young. Disregard. Downplayed. Murder threat. He argued. Okay, disregard. There are levels to the information.
그래?
What levels? Tell me you're asking because you really don't know. I really don't know. My guy, I am as dumb as a fucking sack of rocks. I'm so worried since I have to explain this to you every time.
봐봐.
Look, the tabloid stories gathered by Sung Young, it's all low-level information.
그럼
And what's high-level information? Sung took his time.
그렇지.
Information that I have. The real secrets. What are they? Tell me. Difference in quality. Haesung argued that he was fundamentally different from Sung Young, who was just repeating old rumors that they had heard somewhere else. Difference in question.
얼씨구.
Or in quality. Your eyes got bigger. What a sight. It's because you're speaking nonsense. I've never seen your eyes grow so big. Who cares about what my eyes look like? What do you mean by secrets?
에?
Secrets are secrets. What explanation do you need? I need to know the secrets. Throw me. Haesung stared at Do-yoon's bewildered face for a moment. Premium information that's completely different from S. Sung-young's gossip. Secret only I know. I told you that I have aces in the hole. Okay. Don't say a thing unless they are completely facts. It could ruin the atmosphere. This is not the time to reveal those. You can talk about them later, even if you know something. It could ruin the atmosphere. You can talk about them later if you know something. More like it could ruin him, because if they're not facts, that would be bad. Oh, God. Do want to know about them, though. He might get pissy like, of course they're facts. I'm gonna say this is not the time to reveal those.
아니,
Now is not the time. Even if you know something, do it later. There we go.
Huh?
Oh, do you want me to pick the right timing? Haesung smiled wickedly.
생각해봐.
Sung-young is keeping up the dust. Or is kicking up the dust, and the official account is making all kinds of mistakes. Now is the time to make a bet, not later. What the hell are you up to? Have you been listening when I was going on about my aces? I'll tell them that I will expose them. Sure, there's a way to stop me.
Hmm?
Drop out of the audition voluntarily?
그렇지.
That's right. Are you going to blackmail us? Now, that's some scary word. Well?
그래.
But I guess you can call it that. I don't know about you, but I have the others by their necks. Some of them are very embarrassing. Still dead. I'm saying Sung Young, but I think it's like Sung Young. EO is an O sound. Oh, yo. Sung Young.
뭐? 왜?
What? Why did I run? Why are you asking me this when you already saw and heard the whole thing? Oh, this was the one I hit.
괜찮아?
Dangerous by yourself.
알아.
Think I'm scared. There's here or not. It's still dangerous. This place is more dangerous. That's what I said last time.
아닌 것 같아.
You could be in big trouble. There we go.
아이고.
How compassionate of you. Okay, this one I can skip through. Okay, official death. The timing was terrible. At least he recognizes that. The news came on immediately after, and they made an announcement through the official account. It's like I acted out even before the official announcement was even made.
아니었어.
You didn't have to write it while arguing with S. Sung-yoon. Don't they piss you off? Upset, but trying to suppress anger. I'm gonna flip out. I'm only waiting for a good chance. The others are also holding their anger. I think he would prefer me to say that. I want to say upset, but trying to suppress anger. And again, bringing up the others in this situation, I don't think is a good idea. I'm gonna say I'm only waiting for a good chance.
알잖아.
Frankly, I'm angry too. I was looking for the right timing. Yeah,
그렇지.
you were a trustworthy person. But you made a bad choice earlier.
봐봐.
Do-yoon, listen to me. Sung-young got insulted by S. Sung-young even after she died. You're supposed to join me fighting S. Sung-young.
아 참.
But look, I'm the only one that's getting lashed at. Because you're the one acting out, my guy. You're just afraid of taking damage for getting entangled with me. Hypocrite.
그거야.
That's because the others were surprised because you suddenly wrote about Sung-yeon.
그래.
I admit that I got carried away a bit. But I was also shocked by what happened to Sung-yeon. But I couldn't stand to watch them acting like Sung-yeon. I thought they would take a hike if I caught them off guard. I mean, fair. Just didn't. I looked a little bit farther ahead than you did. You were just looking for immediate results. I'm like, that's gonna hurt. Although it didn't seem to work. Yeah. Reason for posting. Just need 2 more, which probably these 2. Maybe. Unless I get another keyword.
어이구.
Look at you, all striving after virtue. All striving after virtue at a time like this?
아무래도
It's confusing for everyone. You don't have to think ill of it.
그래.
We might have different thoughts. I respect that. But why are you all up in my business? Is it because I'm the easiest to pick on? Are you talking about me personally or like the group? Your behavior could jeopardize others. People simply reacted to his attitude. People scolded him for his immature behavior. You're the youngest. I mean, it's your behavior, really. I mean, I don't think he'd like any of these answers. He didn't like being called immature. He didn't like being treated quote-unquote like a baby. So I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna say this.
그건
Because you surprised everyone. They only reacted to your action. Yeah. Look at you, sharp as always. I did act recklessly out of anger.
그래.
Right. We didn't lash out at you because you're Haesung.
생각해봐.
Still, you're only criticizing me when Sung-yeon is the bad guy. When in fact, you're just busy tending to your image and popularity. You people have no right to criticize me. I'm not doing shit, man.
있잖아.
Don't forget that everyone's in shock. They're not mad, they're just perplexed. Well, if you get perplexed twice, you'd probably stab me in the back. Okay. Criticism dominance. I'm taking flack from inside and out. Nobody's on my side. Dude, I'm with you. I get it, but we gotta, like, be a bit more cool about this.
나는
Which side do you think I'm on? You're annoying, but you understand the language at least. How am I annoying?
알겠어?
You're asking me a question like this with that innocent look on your face. Okay, son clicked his tongue. Tisk. When the others, like the viewers or the commenters, say that you're a betrayer, you never seem to respond. Are you suppressing your anger, or do you not feel anything? That's some heavy stuff. I have to catch you when your guard is down so that I can get the real response.
뭔데?
Now give me a real response. I'm curious. Ooh, do I get to make a choice? Sung's eyes lit up as he was rushing Do-yoon for an answer. Ha.
어? 에?
That's real. Are you saying you're lost for words?
그게
I didn't think I would be, but
알아.
I think I can understand that in some ways. I also get tongue-tied sometimes. When I see someone babbling nonsense. I end up giving up on give up on answering. Aesung lowered his head and mumbled to himself. Brr, 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 brr. Do-yoon scratched his neck and pondered on what to say. Now give me a choice.
그건
They called me a betrayer because that was the truth in their eyes. Truth in their eyes. What you see can be different from what really happened.
그렇지.
In that sense, I feel a sense of kinship. But he didn't say why. Oh, like I said, because what people see isn't exactly what's actually happening. Like I said, people see him as this bully. I don't think he's that bully. You don't have to say it, baby. I know what's going on. I know what you're saying without saying it. I mentioned Sungyeon to provoke S. Sungyeon, so I guess it's practically over for me. We don't know that. Don't you think I know how messed up my image is after appearing on the show? Victim. I'm reckless, and I don't even try. That's my character. My current actions perfectly fit the character.
알잖아.
You know why your image has suddenly deteriorated? Because people found out I assaulted someone and got expelled from school. Nobody cares about my reason. Oh, so he did assault somebody. Like, probably got in a fight with them. But probably for a good reason. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna move my chair. Scoot it forward a bit here. Okay. Because you didn't tell your side of the story, he didn't defend himself proactively. It's because there's a victim. He didn't apologize sincerely. I'm gonna say this. I don't want to say he didn't apologize. Because again, his reason could be that person that he fought was like awful. Who knows?
혹시
Don't you think it's because you didn't give a proper explanation? Haesung suddenly fell silent. He never explained why the incident happened, and
저기 그게
I tried in the beginning, but I gave up because everyone ignored me. His eyes glared. I'd been screaming out for someone to hear me out, but no one did. I'm hearing you out now, my boy. Tell me everything. Haesung strained his eyes and panted.
그게
Not even your family? What happened?
아이고
What family? I don't even talk to my mother anymore. Her son got expelled, got a criminal record, and kept getting insulted. But no.
나 참.
Settling the matter would have required a fortune, so they just gave up. Ever since, we've been living separately. They didn't want anything to do with me. Because I have no power, money, or voice. No one wanted to hear me out. I was forsaken after being robbed of my dignity. Alienated. Doyun couldn't say anything after hearing the edge in Haesung's voice. Haesung turned his head and glanced at Doyun. If I get eliminated from the show, I won't have another chance to come back. I have to survive. I'll restore my image somehow. Before I do, I can't be a good person. Comeback chance. Oh, that's the last one. Alright, here we go. Yes. Sanity improved, thank God. Absent, absent. Report improved. Autosave. Their talk wasn't going anywhere. I don't know, I feel like I learned a lot. There was a long silence between the two.
진짜 베스타가 이어질 것 같아?
You guys think Beastars will continue?
지금 회차, 지금 순위, 지금 출연자 그대로?
The current episode ranking and contestants?
그렇게는 아닐 수도 있지.
They can change, but the show will continue.
그런데 만약 하면 난 바로 탈락 확정이야.
I just realized they're doing like the full sentence, so I'll let them read it.
그럼 인생 쫑이야.
Haesung nodded to himself.
뒤에서 수근거리는 거 나도 다 알아.
I mean, everyone on the show is being talked about behind their back.
건방지다, 실력 없다, 게으르다, 입만 살았다, 폭행 전과자까지. 오만 딱지 다 붙었어. 끝은 어떻게든 수습이 될 줄 알았는데. PD님 저렇게 가버리셨다고.
Tears welled up in his eyes. Oh, can I hug him?
억울하게 배신자로 몰려봐서 알 거 아니야.
Yeah.
이대로 신세 조질 순 없다는 거.
딴 사람들한테도 다 그렇게 얘기할 거야? 어떻게든 물러나 달라고?
내 말 들을 수밖에 없어. 말했잖아. 확실한 무기가 있다고.
You keep wanting to fucking blackmail them. That's not... I think that's the way to go, my guy. Haesung rubbed his chin with his hand.
모두한테 던지면 최소 한 명은 걸려.
I don't know. I don't think they will. Enha, I doubt will. Gyu-hyuk, I don't think will either. You're young. Maybe? I think she's stronger than she looks, though. Unyielding.
뭘 하려는 건지 상상이 안 돼.
딴 사람 걱정해? 왜? 우리랑 달라 거긴. 이미지도 크게 안 구겼고 베스타 아니어도 아쉬울 거 없는 사람들이라니까?
I mean, Ju-young, or maybe Yu-young, I'm still not entirely sure. I haven't heard her name said in a while to double check that. But, I mean, she's got to deal with the whole beloved fallout.
경쟁자가 줄수록 개이득이야. 여기 룰이 그렇잖아.
Haesung moved a step closer to Do-yoon.
우리 캐릭터가 본 모습이랑 다른 것처럼 저쪽도 똑같아. 결국엔 다 만들어낸 이미지라고.
If push comes to shove, he won't hesitate to threaten the other contestants to drop out. Even after the talk, he remained adamant. What else could he say? Do-yoon could only stare at Haesung silently. Come on, give me some kind of option. Let me convince his ass.
형이랑은 얘기 끝났어.
You're the one who asked me here.
잠깐, 이대로는
난 더 할 말 없어.
Come on.
이제 다음 사람 차례야.
결국 네가 원하는 걸 얻진 못해.
더 잃을 것도 없어. 미쳐 날뛰면 쫄리는 사람이 빠지겠지.
God, that's not gonna happen. That's definitely not the way to go about this. Giving me fucking conversation things. Let me talk. Do-yoon felt weak all of a sudden. Do-yoon unclenched his fist and took a half step back.
안전이 먼저야. 명심해. 흥분 가라앉히고 아니다 싶으면 바로 와야 돼. 난 가서 사람들한테도 얘기해 볼게.
I wanted to say more. If they meet Haesung without knowing his intention, they could be a major clash. Do-yoon decided to warn them about what's to come as a way of absorbing the shock.
도윤이 형,
Haesung stopped Do-yoon as he was heading for the door. Do-yoon briefly stared at Haesung.
나 안 멈춰. 기대하지 마.
That could go two ways. Either he really won't stop, but he can be kind of weak-willed in some situations where he like puts on a strong face, but really that's not how he feels. So it's like 50-50 here. Oh boy.
역시 골 제대로 때려주시네.
Shut the fuck up. I did not want to hear you first.
혜성이 절박해 보였어.
Inha scratched her head wildly.
그래서 나온 생각이 기껏 남찬에서 자기를 남긴다는 거야? 마음 좀 열고 들어볼까 하다가도 삽시간에 다치는데? 아니 막말로 누가 접는다고 쳐. 본인이 절찬리에 남는다는 보장 있어?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. If someone drops out, that just moves his situation up one. That's about it.
무기니 뭐니 개똥 같은 소리나 짓거리고.
The only thing I could think about for her that he could have is like what her real past is like. But like nobody knows that. So I don't know how he could. And the Sung-yeon told him.
초조해서 무리수를 두는 거야.
I don't know if he's got nothing.
최하위가 나쁜 일을 당할 거라는 협박도 있었잖아.
Yeah.
S 승연? 그건 신경 쓸 가치도 없는 얘기야.
Kind of hard to ignore, at least for Haesung, considering he's in the position that that threat could be carried out. I mean, I don't know how, but I can understand him feeling a certain way. And I'll put her hands together as if embarrassed by her own loud voice.
지금 혜성이 상태 좋지 않아요.
Yeah.
사퇴한다고 하면 그만하고 나오겠대?
자기 말로는
협박은 범죄야.
True.
말 같지도 않은 소리 진짜. 무기란 건 정말 뭐였을까?
I didn't say it was secrets?
글쎄요.
애초에 표 누가 떨궜어? 본인이 못 받았지? 답 없으면 짐 싸야지. 저딴 엉터리 같은 짓을 해?
But that's the thing. I mean, just learning about him, I think there's something back home that he can't go back to. I mean, he was even just talking about it. How, like, his family doesn't give a shit about him because of the criminal charges that he got. And no one listened to his reason for it. I want to know why. Like, somebody needs to, like, fucking hear him out.
바깥에서 호응해준다는 보장도 없는데.
Yeah.
역풍 맞고 확 머리나 까져라.
God.
도윤아, 뭘 근거로 호언장담한 것 같아?
I mean, I don't know.
어쩌면 그건지도 몰라요.
What?
그거?
Bill lowered his head and adjusted his glasses.
서혜성, 신피디님을 졸졸 쫓아다녔죠? 일 없이 말 걸고 기다리고 있질 않나. 껌딱지처럼 붙어 다니려고 했어요. 뭔가 알아냈을 가능성도 제로는 아니에요.
Possibility of leaks. He's always obedient to Sung-yeon. It's possible that the information of the contestants... Yeah.
아까는 비밀 유지가 필수라며. 보안이 그렇게 허술했어?
윗단에서 나가는 건 모르죠. 그래도 핵심적인 건 아닐 거예요.
쉽게 나갈 얘기였으면 벌써 다 알고 있었을 거야.
Would we, though? Again, this whole company is fucking incompetent as hell. Nobody knows anything that they should, so...
저도 서혜성 말은 반도 안 믿어요.
Not like you listen.
워낙 자신만만하다니까 거기까지 생각해 본 거죠.
In-house surveyed everyone in the space.
결론이 어떻게 나는 거지? 무턱대고 치는 공갈빵은 아닐 수도 있다.
우리끼리 얘기해선 소용없겠지.
Yeah. Gyu-hyuk stepped forward while stroking his sleeve.
이번엔 내가 다녀올게.
That's a good second choice.
잠깐! 걔가 뭔 소리를 할 줄 알고!
You still gotta hear him out.
차라리 같이 가.
Dogpiling is not the answer.
아니, 몰려가면 아예 문 잠그고 농성할지도 몰라요.
Exactly.
하자는 대로 한 명씩 하는 게 나아요.
막 나가는 놈인데 괜찮으시겠어요?
He's not gonna be ruthless.
괜찮아. 혜성이 생각이 정말 도윤이 말대로인 거라면 얘기해 볼 만해.
Gyu-hyuk planning to
다녀올게.
like accept him or accept his drop out request. Kind of sounds like it.
각본 없는 드라마네. 막장 드라마.
Says you.
얘기 잘 돼야 할 텐데.
전 솔직히 소용 없을 것 같아요.
얘는 분장실에서도 열일하네.
Hell, a troll has appeared running wild and another guy is passionately reacting to him. Is it only me reminded of the gangster full of lies? Huh? As soon as Haesung starts to gain popularity, a troll has showed up attackingly Haesung. That reminds me of the of collective criticism against him before. Oh, he shared this. Sungyeon, are you Song Kun-wook? Who's that?
S 승연을 맞춰보려는 건가?
Trying to reveal who S Sungyeon is?
건욱이가 누구야?
It's Kun-wook.
서해성 처음 터트리네요. 동창이라던.
Oh? Sung mistook me for Kun-wook, who he assaulted. He guessed wrong. He only has to blame his dull brain. It's Kun-wook? Then stop it. You framed me and pretended to be a victim. Now you impersonated the producer? How long are you going to get in the way of my life? Do you want to see it through? I'm not whom I used to be. I've gone this far on my own with no help of others, and I won't back off meekly this time.
덮어놓고 밀어붙이는데?
Yeah. Sung seems to be in a hurry, but the survival audition will continue as promised. The contestant ranked last will be executed at 2 a.m. Well, I don't care whether you are, I guess that, like, short for Song Kun-wook or not. I will make a surprising announcement soon. Looking forward to it.
발표? 뭐 하자는 거야?
They waited, but Haesung's post didn't post any additional comment.
기욱이가 도착했나? 한동안은 잠잠하겠네. 발표란 건 뭐였을까?
Good question. Unless that's like, he's waiting for somebody to agree to his dropout terms. And so his announcement will be, this person dropped out, so I'm no longer last? Even though he would still be last? I don't understand the logic here.
실속 없이 드림만 친 걸 수도 있어요.
So dismissive, and you're always wrong.
그거겠지 아마.
Oh, Inha.
걔만 아는 남의 무언가라니 있을 리가 없잖아.
Don't like this dismissiveness. Inha's voice quavered a bit. Yeah, because you don't actually believe what you're saying. Uh-oh. The tremor died out quickly. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. With those two somewhere else, they could be separated. Standing awkwardly, the group looked around at one another.
진짜 그만 좀 해라.
그나마 빨리 지나가서 다행이야.
But can you get to the corridor now? And the dressing room? Is that still an option? Oh no. Honestly, I commend her for lasting this long. I would have panicked a while ago.
언니, 괜찮아?
Oh, she said Uni.
괜찮아. 괜찮아야지. 확 올라올 것 같으면 꼭 말해. 알겠어.
Hope I cut her off.
예고도 없이 사람 시겁하게.
분장실 쪽 무사하겠죠?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about.
무슨 소리 들리거나 했었어?
아무것도 못 들었어요.
And I was silently staring at the door by the central corridor. I still want to know what's in fucking Seil's bag. Don't think I forgot. Haesung's demand for me to drop out, speculative posts on S Sungyeon, an upcoming announcement. They tried to suppress their anxious emotions. Things weren't looking so great in here either. Yeah, no kidding. Soyeon looked beyond the stage.
형 올 때까지 뭐라도 하자.
What? Not a good time to get lost in thought. I should listen to the others and try to calm everyone down, or calm down everyone. Autosave. Chicken game. God, here we go. Oh, let's do this first. What do we got? Okay, right here. Chocolate cream. That's a name. We must make an official request to the broadcasting station for them to find out the cause of the accident and provide compensation to all contestants. Everyone, please share this comment. Compensation. Yeah, you honestly fucking deserve it. Oh, right there. Okay. What is it replying to, though? Hold on. Right here. He doesn't seem to realize what you have done to our band. Fucking Woo-suk again. If he knows that you incited a fight between people, he will expose it first. Or may I inform those facts? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you still angry at me that you couldn't make your debut because of me? Refute nicely. Refute sternly. It was you who caused trouble by insisting that we change members. Oh? I don't want to be nice, because the last time I was, like, sincere, that was bad. I'm gonna be fucking stern. Why are you doing this at this time? So you can decide to retort firmly. It was you who caused it, yeah. Shit, did you forget that I begged one of my acquaintances to allow us to do a rehearsal for the agency? How could you say that? Other agencies didn't even hear our demo tape. It was their offer after hearing our demo tape and allowing us to do a rehearsal. Otherwise, we couldn't have got any opportunities. Are you saying you had no other choice than to kick out the members? Damn it. That was an immediate response. Are you inciting a fight between them like you did before? What the fuck are you talking about? Inciting a fight was your specialty. Shut the fuck up. I was trying to improve our band to get out of the indie music like you did. Yeah, improve it by getting rid of people. What's this? It was you who tried to break up the band, refute strongly. I tried to patch things up, refute smoothly. Okay, now I'm like, do I do strongly? Do I just keep going strong? Or is my mental health gonna fucking take a decline again? Oh, God. Try to patch things up. Smoothly. Let's try to be smooth. I tried to patch things up. Patch up? So you sat back and did nothing when other members criticized me? Yeah, because you fucked up. You were the core member of the band and had the largest influence, and I was a newcomer. You have such a chip on your shoulder. Like, shit happened. Get over it. Can you call it a patch up if a strong leader like you are criticizing a powerless newcomer? This was like a death sentence to me. What was I supposed to do back then? God damn it. Cancellation of the record deal caused a huge conflict among the band members. Members who were asked to leave the band by the agency who fell out. The rest of the members. Doyun sided with the members who would have been kicked out, which is good. Woo-suk, the vocalist, who had tried to facilitate the band's deal with the agency, still resented Doyun for spoiling their chance. It's like Woo-suk was just trying to fucking undo everything in their band to just get this deal with the agency. Well, the rest of the band was like, this ain't it, bro. And now he's just so butthurt over it. Oh my god. He thought the conversation was over. It didn't seem like there was any new member or new mentions too. Hold on, I'm curious. Yeah, I think it's like just as this scene started. It's a good thing I did this first. Yep. Yeah, this is why I did this first. I don't want my... Where is it? Sanity to go bad. Let me try... I suppose I could also just ignore it, but I'm gonna refute nicely. Angry at me that you couldn't make your debut because of me? Okay, that didn't work, so let's see what this one does. Still. He decided to respond calmly. Am I wrong? If you hadn't incited the other members, we could have made our debut. And I wouldn't have been humiliated by participating in B-Stars. I guess it won't be easy to talk about it properly considering the past incident. There was an immediate response. Are you inciting a fight between them? Like, yeah. That fight was your specialty. Trying to improve. Improve our band to get out of the indie music like you did. I think I said that in the... I can always do it again. Why the fuck not? Let's do it. If you agreed, it could have gone well with no trouble. Other members would have also agreed. The band was formed around you. You knew that we had to do something. Nothing's changed, really. Yay, went up. Thank God. The cancellation of the record deal led to a conflict among the band members. Members who were asked to leave the band by the agency fell out with the rest of the members. Clear my throat 1 second. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I wake you, sir? I woke my cat up. And now he's mad at me. Well, not really. Barely awake. Are you okay? Did you sleep deeply? Yeah? Okay. You can't admit that you broke up the band? And you decided to remain at B-Stars for your own success? Oh god, here we go. Breaking up the band wasn't my fault. It was you who insisted that we should make our debut without certain members. I think when it comes to, like, the band breaking up or members being asked to leave, it's better to, like, be strong about it. Like, it was you who insisted that we should make our debut without certain members. Put my foot down. You knew that we had to kick out unqualified members. But you didn't want to play the bad guy, so you objected to my idea and insisted we should go together. Now, what does it feel like to wait to be eliminated because of them, huh?
나는
Okay, we went up though, thank God. Dugan thought about it again, but he still couldn't think otherwise. Dugan strongly objected to the deal because he couldn't leave anyone behind. Exactly. Dugan sided with the members who would have been kicked out. The record deal got cancelled because Do-yoon opposed it, even though he wasn't among the members that would have been kicked out. It led to a deep divide between the members that would have been abandoned by the agency and those who would have stayed. Gyu-hyuk, the vocalist who had tried to facilitate the band's deal with the agency, still resented Do-yoon for spoiling their chance. Yep. It was time to wrap up the conversation. Okay. That's the only one, right? The announcement commented, yeah. Oh, what's that? Gyu-hyuk. That blah 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 blah. I'm shocked to see you on TV. I really didn't expect this. I said you shouldn't ever show up again to me. Seeing how things are going now, I can't help but write a post. Time flies, huh? Screw you. You're now on TV as a musician? I guess you want to use popularity to restart your life, but I won't let you do that. Don't you remember the date when you threw a chair during the fight with blah 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 and blah blah blah? You forgot what happened? Can't remember the meeting held by the school violence committee? You want to get dragged again? Want a real battle between you and me? Just remember the results will be always the same no matter how hard you try. You know that already. Go back. Oops. This? Yeah. Okay. S. Sung-yeon, are you... Yeah. Keyword. He has good looks, but what he says always disappoints you. Oh, he's really cute right there. Is that it? Oh, this. Aw, with his hair down. He looks cute. Kinda looks like... Actually, yeah, he kinda looks like Nowaki from Junjo Romantica. Okay. 1 second here. I need to get some water. I already drank all the rest of my water. Okay. There we go. Alright, where was I? I'm done with that. Back to the conversation. Start with Inha. I feel like Inha, ever since this, I guess, chapter, or whatever you want to call it, started, it had like a full tonal shift in her attitude. So, like, what's going on here?
잠깐.
I think Hae-sung's just making a wild guess.
어때?
What do you think?
그럴싸해.
I don't like Hae-sung, but I think he's got a point. You know, the thing they said about the person in the last place dying?
아니야?
Who's in last place right now? Hae-sung, right? And Hall looked like she was asking for consent. Consent for what? She took a step back when the silence continued.
뭐야 진짜?
What is this? Evaluation? I thought you were asking for my opinion. I literally didn't say anything now. What are you, a judge now? Oh,
아니,
that's not.
그럴까?
If they're the one who exposed Hae-sung before, wouldn't they try to attack him only?
그땐
To be honest, S-sung-yeon, I did it again, S-sung-yeon, talked about all of us.
야,
Even then, they exposed him with an anonymous account and disappeared. It's not an unusual... It's not an unusual? Did you mean it's not an unusual thing? But it's similar to now. Or just, it's not unusual. At least I know sometimes I'm not tripping up because just of my fucking ADHD reading habits, but because there's actual, like, grammar issues.
글쎄.
Well, I'm not so sure.
그래도
Aside from that, I think he was too hasty. He'll say no whether it's true or not. It'll only prove or provide reasons for the spectators. He's always hasty. Suspicion of identity.
애매한데.
Not that I think about it. Or again, did you mean now? Now that I think about it, I'm confused again.
그래?
Do you think S-sung-yeon is a different person now? To be honest, I wasn't even that sure earlier. Inha grumbled and folded her hands behind her back. It feels like I'm manipulated by what Hae-sung said, and it feels terrible. Give me just a second here. Something I want to check real quick. Google. Google, tell me this thing that I want to know about. Let's see what that is later. That's what I thought. Damn. Oh well. I was just thinking what I wanted to get for dinner, and like... But then I looked at the clock. It's 11:03. And where I live, very few things stay open past, like, 10 p.m., which sucks. But I was kind of hoping maybe it was open until midnight, but no. It closed 3 minutes ago. Well. Ugh, it feels like I'm manipulated by what Hae-sung said, and it feels terrible.
그건
I wouldn't call it manipulation. Yeah, he was just speaking his mind, and you're just convinced. That's not manipulation.
내 참.
What do you know about the delicate emotion of a lady? God. Manipulation isn't just something a woman can feel. Are you kidding me?
아니.
I don't know about your delicate emotion, but I know you're not a lady. Look at you, clinging on to minor things. Well, good for you with your broad view.
Yeah.
Gosh, you're such a weirdo. Pretty weird yourself, you know.
Huh?
When is this going to stop?
그거는
Till I feel better. And I was chattering away, but there was a somber look on her face. Yoon also felt awkward and took a step back. I feel like crap thanks to what Sung-yeon said.
그래도
Still, I don't feel like going toe-to-toe with them like Haesung did.
그럴지도.
You might not look like a accident survivor.
그래.
Yeah, I should be all quiet and miserable. So that people would pity me and turn a blind eye to their misgivings towards me. Like what I've been doing so far. I have no one to fight for me. Ooh, report event. Let's go.
관심 골라가며 받을 순 없겠지.
자주 듣던 말이네.
매번 익숙해지질 않으니까.
S 승연이 과거 얘기한 것 때문이야?
새삼스럽긴 하지. 과거 왜 안 푸냐 그런 얘기.
I mean, I'm so curious what the fuck happened in your past.
참가 신청할 때도 대충 상상은 했어. 혹시 뜨면 어떡하지? 나 아직 준비 안 됐는데. 그런 거. 진짜 본선까지 올 줄은 전혀 몰랐지만 경험은 언제나 상상을 뛰어넘는 거였고.
상상 그대로였어도 직접 느끼면 달랐을 거야.
넌 무대 서본 적 있잖아. 밴드 때. 경험 있으면 그래도 좀 낫지?
마스컬레이드 그렇게 팬이 많진 않았어.
I was gonna say, weren't they like a fairly small indie band?
개인 팬들 꽤 되지 않아? 내가 들은 게
나만 무대 경험이 있는 것도 아니잖아. 너희 크루 공연도 부산에서 먹어주지 않았어?
Whoa, wait, she was on a crew? In Busan?
부산 오뎅이냐? 먹어.
Did I miss that? Now I'll put on a bitter smile.
뭐랄까 참 애매해. 개인적인 부분도 다 틀어주는 것 같잖아. 기본적으로는 편집한 장면들이 나가는 건데.
의도에 맞게 붙이면 딴 사람처럼 나갈 수도 있고. 나머진 본인 능력인지도 모르겠어.
It doesn't sound like you get much of a choice.
금방 미천 드러나기도 하고 궁금증을 더 키우기도 하니까.
Yeah, other than your actual like performances.
난 좀 안이하게 생각하기도 했었어. 누가 날 이렇게나 궁금해할 줄 몰랐거든.
보이는 것 이상을 알고 싶어하지.
Yeah.
무대 위에 있는 모습만으로는 안 되나?
Yeah, there are plenty of people who get like kind of obsessed with celebrities or, you know, whatever, famous people. And they just want to dig into their lives and know everything about them. The fact that the show is like encouraging that is not good.
솔직히 나도 옛날에 그렇게 안 됐지만
알면서 참가한 거 아니냐면 할 말은 별로 없어.
굳이 따지면 이 정도일 줄은 몰랐는데? 정도?
And I'll put her hands together on her chest.
누구한테나 비밀은 있잖아. 대단한 거 아니래도 뭐 딱히 남한테 보이기 싫은 거. 저 구석탱이에 하나쯤 숨겨두면 안 되는 건가?
Is it actually small though? Like how small are we talking? Now pulled on her earlobe before or after a brief silence.
오디션판에서 배가 불러 쫙 째지는 소리였지?
I mean, you're only human. You're allowed to complain.
우리끼리 생각을 말한 것뿐이니까.
That too, yeah. It's like, it's just between us.
그래. 뭐 잊지 말란다.
Unwanted attention. Thank God. Give me more chances to up my fucking sanity, please. Compensation.
이야.
Compensation, huh? I like the sound of that. Right. Compensation. I'll emphasize the compensation parts. He stared at Do-yoon after repeating the word a few more times. The official account is making mistakes. WBS is up to God knows what, and Sung-yeon is... Can't we just get a little hope?
저기
I didn't say anything.
뭐
Man, with the fucking eyes. As a neurodivergent person who's on the spectrum, who has kind of like a, to put it frankly, bitch face, people think I'm like angry or upset sometimes when I could just be standing there zoning out and thinking about food or something. Something that's like not making me mad. I'm just like in my head. So this kind of thing where it's like your eyes told me this or that. It's like I wasn't thinking shit. You're the one who had these thoughts. I mean, fuck. You're projecting onto me.
어?
Were you able to read them?
진짜야?
Did I get it right?
아니야.
Of course not. Yeah, there we go. I was gonna say.
야,
Maybe I got it wrong. I twisted her short hair with one finger. They appeared to be exchanging jokes, but nobody laughed.
그래.
I guess people who saw the mention about the compensation must have different expectations. Although it's not even official.
그래도
Like you said, even a little hope would be nice.
전혀?
I changed my mind. As the saying goes, with high expectations comes great disappointment. Make up your mind.
그거는
Well, considering the current situation, that should be understandable. Really of leaks, no choice.
내 참.
Well, it's nothing new, right?
그랬지.
That's true, generally speaking.
진짜.
I'm used to it. Inha, you've experienced it before, right? Inha frowned and closed her eyes. After frantically scratching her short hair, Inha opened her eyes and began to let it all out.
들어봐봐.
He backstabbed me during the team mission. I think my cat just farted. It stinks in here. Why? Oh. Oh, God. God, it smells like a stink bomb. Oh, my fucking God. Jesus, they got the fans on. If I pass out, that's why. Oh, dear Jesus Christ in heaven. Ugh. How was I supposed to keep my cool when I got personally insulted by someone on the same team?
그땐
Even looking back now, it was all his fault.
당연하지.
Of course it was. Do you know how cheap he is?
그렇잖아.
He didn't care how he treated me because he thought it would work because of my character. God, I have a stuffed up nose and I can still smell it. Jesus. Go away. You stink. Sticky cat. Sticky bastard man. How dare you do this to me? Ugh. Okay. Shallow breaths.
그랬지.
And that's what really happened.
내 말이.
That was the decisive blow. I was so pissed off. Thanks to the editing team, I became the bully. I was reborn as the biggest snob in the world.
한도윤.
Am I that bad? You have your moments, but no. Your character has been exaggerated.
알겠어.
I know I have the quality to fit the character. I even agreed to play the character, but making me the bully? That was plain wrong. Wonder what he's up to. I have no clue. I'm sick of hearing him going on about how he's going to, or how he's going all the way. Excessive control. Well, let's continue that conversation.
말이 돼?
It was ridiculous.
맞아.
I thought Haesung would receive some damage.
내 말이.
I know, stabbing a teammate in the back during the team mission?
그랬었지.
I think everyone was clueless back then. Or clueless there. Inha dropped her head and scratched the back of her head. Not a head scratching. You need some like head and shoulders or something? Doyoon couldn't read her facial expression since her hair was hiding her face. Oh, is that why you were scratching your head? To hide your face? Fake. How could he say that to someone's face?
혹시
Did you ask him why he said it?
당연하지.
Of course. I was going to kick him in the ass if he said some bullshit.
그래?
What was his answer? He said he called me fake because I was fake. Did you kick him in the ass? He must have been shocked.
어?
그거는
I tried, but he dodged it quickly. I don't think he really knew or knows the meaning of team since he dropped out of school.
그래도
I'm glad it didn't lead to a bigger fight, though.
어쨌든
Come on, I could knock him down if I really wanted to. I raised her forearm. The sweat on her arm muscle glittered. A lot of sweat. I mean, there are fires burning in here. But I didn't, because I didn't want to kill anybody.
그렇다니까.
I realized I had made the right choice when I watched the show on TV. They made it look like I was the one who started it.
그랬지.
But in fact, it was the other way around. Ina bit her lower lip, but soon regained her composure and let out a sigh.
그거는
I guess that's because this is the role I must play. The snobby character fabricated by the show.
Hmm?
What's wrong with you all of a sudden? You shouldn't let it get to you. Or you shouldn't let it get to you?
왜?
Why? Do I look like a puppet to you? Enha drew her eyebrows together.
그거야.
You sound like you're in despair.
아니거든.
I don't think so. Aside from rare occasions, I like the characters.
그래?
Even as they play with the editing and made it look like you started it? Hey, you're still top 5 even after you were betrayed as the betrayer. Portrayed as the betrayer who backstabbed the other band members. I think I'll be fine. Though you could only scratch the back of his head at Inha's mark. He caught her fucking dandruff. Didn't know it was contagious. I don't mind being someone else. I can't change myself if I get picky.
괜찮아?
You don't mind becoming someone other than yourself? I'm a VTuber. I mean, I can't judge her for that. Inha closed her mouth and fell silent for a moment.
그래.
I don't. I'll play what's expected of me, if that's what it takes. Do you get it? I want to become a completely different person. That's 1 out of 7? Jesus. The announcement.
진짜
What is he? A one-man media show? He's having all of the fun by himself.
대체
What do you think he's up to?
됐어.
How would I know what's going on in that futuristic brain of his? I just hope he doesn't make things any more serious than they already are. Inha glared at her side, as if she was standing next to Haesung, and came back to Doyoon.
Oh?
What? You heard nothing? Are you even listening? Anyhow, he was treating it like his business fund.
맞아.
It sure is. He has to hide it to make it look bigger. Inha snorted, but her eyes were quivering.
혹시
What the hell is he up to? If he so much as...
Hmm?
So much as what?
아니야.
No, let's just beat the crap out of him and drag his ass out of there.
만약에
It looks fine now, but it's dangerous in there. We must consider various methods. Right. Put some duct tape on his mouth, tie his fingers or whatever. Didn't he say he was worried that they would do this to him? I know she doesn't really mean it, because it's not like they actually have the stuff to do it. But just the fact that she's saying it is kind of funny. Possibility of leaks.
하여튼
It's like an option that follows him around. Well, I guess it could be a strategy for making himself look good, but that's not the issue here. It won't make him an assistant producer, you know.
내 참.
I hate it when he puts us into his categories and lashes out at us. You know, you and he are just a little bit alike. Because you also kind of do that. You make assumptions, put people in categories, and lash out. Just at a much less frequency than he does.
그랬었지.
It was worse towards contestants with lower ranking.
그렇잖아?
I thought his dad was the CEO of WBS or something. I wonder why he's been doing that when he has nothing to show for himself. And Ha crossed her arms and shook her head. Her short hair looked more disheveled than usual.
어쨌든
He always acted cute in front of the judges. Although, I don't think they bought it.
그건
He was lazy about practice.
내 말이
Exactly. Instead of acting cute in front of the judges, he should have practiced more.
아니야?
It's not like we get points for flattery.
말하자면
He's a KUKD cooked style? Please tell me you're gonna explain what that means. Yes. Thank you, Do-yoon, for not knowing what that means so she can explain it to us. And Ha snorted as Do-yoon looked at her questioningly.
정리하면
He is a kiss up, kick down kind of or guy, you know?
그렇다니까.
That's the way of his life. That's why nobody likes him in the show. My stinky cat that just was laying on the ground behind my chair and farted and nearly killed me is now on my bed. Isn't that right? Nothing to say for yourself? Huh? Huh? He's a Siamese. He always has something to say. Of course, he chooses right now to be quiet. Right? You nearly killed me. Stink bug? Stinky bastard man? Okay. That's why nobody likes him in the show. Kiss up, kick down. I've never heard that term before. She probably made it up. He acted like one of them spoiled brats. He was so swell-headed that I almost bowed every time I saw him.
그래.
I think he had his own standard.
완전 아니야?
Who knows? I don't want to know. So I guess Mr. Do-yoon was able to pass his criteria, huh?
그렇잖아?
He's not as cocky when he's with you as when he's with us, right?
그거야.
I think it's a bit different. And Han nudged Do-yoon on the side when he was thinking about something. Whoa,
한도윤.
I'm so jealous of you.
그거지.
A man recognized by the young master. No. No, why does that lower my mental health?
Oh?
Oh, don't look so discouraged. I sincerely apologize. Are you okay now? Oh, thank God. I was gonna say, that's such a dick move to lower my mental health over something I had no control over. Ugh. Get my leg under me for this. Okay, I forgive you.
이야.
That was quick. Anyhow, he was just too much. And unyielding.
이야.
I'm astounded at Haesung's imagination. He's going too far with this.
내 말이
Way too far.
대체
What the hell is he up to? And Ha licked her parched lips and raised her eyebrows above her blue eyes.
뭐
So if he exposes our secrets, do we have to fall on our knees and be at his mercy? He should have just pretended to give in and come out with you guys.
아니었어.
He didn't seem all that confident.
그럴지도.
He might give up if we keep talking to him. Come on.
야.
I'm just not sure if we're mentally and physically fit for that. It's not like we have all the time in the world, you know.
볼 것도 없어.
Well, what else are we gonna do? It's not like we can actually leave until the rescue team arrives, so we might as well do something. We should just break into the dressing room and drag him out of there. Yeah, because that'll solve the situation.
그러면
We could aggravate him if we did that. Yeah. Gyu-hyuk went to see him, so let's wait and see. I guess Gyu-hyuk is the only one who we can count on right now. Not really. He's also as soft as butter. Okay. Oh. I'm really high with her too now. Interesting. I'll get you over with, I guess. Oh, there's a lot. Kiss up, kick down.
서예성.
Another specialty of Haesung's. He's always sucking up to the judges, but looks down at other contestants who are weaker than he is.
혹시
If you're talking about his tone of voice or difficult personality.
네?
Come on, you know what I'm talking about. There's a thin line between being difficult or rude.
아시겠어요?
He's just plain rude. Phil turned his mouth up slightly. He's respectful towards the producer and judges only. He doesn't care about the rest, including other contestants and staff members.
그렇다니까요.
Once you experience it, you can never forget it.
괜찮아?
Seil, are you okay?
그런 편이죠.
Think so. Sung has been digging his own grave. Opportunists cannot succeed forever. Get all the Haesung stuff out of the way. I know he didn't have a brain. I knew he didn't have a brain, but I didn't think he'd seriously ask other contestants to drop out. I'm still trying to figure out how that actually helps him. Because just because somebody drops out doesn't change his ranking. He's still in last, so I don't know.
아무래도
I guess he kind of figured he couldn't change the ranking.
그런 편이죠.
Of course not. There's a thing called momentum. Once you lose it, it's hard to regain it.
그땐
Some did during the preliminaries.
그거야.
The finals are different. It's all about the spirit. Once you gain the momentum, you rarely lose it. That's actually true. But if you do lose it, you won't get it back easily. That is also true.
그래?
How does it look for me? They'll pause at Do-yoon's question. They'll spoke slowly after examining Do-yoon for a moment. Average, but I think there's a small upward shift in momentum.
한마디로
Pretty stable compared to Haesung.
그럼
Are you saying there's no way Haesung could get his momentum back?
네.
Look what he's doing. His choices will lead him to self-destruction. He's practically asking the viewers to send him home. Excessive control.
너무 나갔어요.
He was such a troll back then. He probably didn't know he was on a team mission.
그래도
The controversy died out quickly, though.
저 그런데요.
The seriousness of the incident tends to change depending on how you look at it. Did you know? Even back then, he was going for broke. I remember.
그렇다니까요.
That's Haesung. He fans the flames, then says he did it out of desperation. So if you respond to him in a commonsensical way, you become a villain who ignores a desperate person.
그렇다는 건
It's like you're explaining a certain trick. They'll put on a smirky smile. That's an
맞아요.
adjective. If I ever heard one. You're right. That's Haesung's trick. He's a troll who doesn't care whether you're on the same team or not. That's him obsessing over what happened to Inha. He's very Inha focused. I'm still so sus of you, and I still want to know what's in your bag. I will not forget. Even now, he couldn't care less for the collapsed stage.
이럴 줄은.
He won't get anything out of this audition if that continues. He said he had nothing to lose. He thinks he still does, although it'll be over for him soon. What do you mean by he still does?
네.
I think he still has a slight possibility. Phil shook his head. What do you think would happen if people found out about what he did? An ex-bully threatening other contestants to drop out? Oh god, no, please tell me I get that back. That's not fair. Then things would get out of control for him. He should have just stayed quiet and waited for his chance.
혹시
If I tried to persuade him again by telling this,
말도 안 돼요.
do you think he'll listen to you? He's not listening to anyone right now. He's obsessed with his own tactics. Please tell me I can get that fucking mental health back. Please. That's some pathetic logic. You don't agree with him?
그렇다니까요.
Why would the person who exposed his past attack others as well?
그래도
Seon, or what the hell? Sung-yeon said they do something to the person in last place. That's as good as sniping at Haesung, no?
아니죠.
Haesung's just bait. There are too many details of others too, just to consider them as the byproduct of attacking Haesung. Seil continued while tilting his head. Killing the person in last place? That's vague. But the descriptions of the panic attacks and scholarship issues were quite detailed.
어?
Do you think those rumors are true?
모르겠어요.
How would I know? I'm just asking your opinion. Fucker suddenly fell silent. Wait. My rapport falling with you just because I asked, do you think those are true? And you falling silent. How would I know? That again feels not dismissive, defensive. I think it's you. I'm so convinced it's you. And almost to the point that I know it's not going to be you just to fuck with me. What I'm sure of is that it's not just attacking Haesung. Well, let's move on to the identity then. Haesung, the virtuoso of logic. I have a name for his reasoning. The file on the final incident of Haesung, the detective.
저기
He must have his reasons.
그래요.
He could have thought they were perfect only in his head.
100%예요.
But he's 100% wrong. And how would you know? Because you are him. Sung-yeon is the one who broke his assault scandal? He must be delusional.
그렇다는 건
Yeah, you seem pretty confident.
그렇죠.
Of course I am. You don't agree with me? It's nonsense. It's not attacking only one, but all. I get the rapport up. But it is true that he's not attacking all. Which is why I still think it's you. To be honest, it doesn't even make sense. Haesung wasn't the only one attacked by Sung-yeon.
그러니까요.
Think about it once and you get the picture, right? He doesn't listen to a word other people say. Seil clicked his tongue. Tisk. He locked eyes with Do-yoon again, who was standing awkwardly. Is he gonna kiss me?
그리고
The victim who broke the past of his school violence has already been checked by the staff. His claim was true.
서해상
They're just blurting out whatever name comes to mind.
아무래도요.
If they're the one who broke Haesung's school violence history, why would they attack Ju-young, In-ha, Gyu-hyuk, and you? I hope they say something that makes sense for a change. Speculation. Now I got another keyword I gotta deal with. Oh no, that's one of those. Okay, thank God. I was gonna say, I'm already down to 3. Don't add another one. The announcement.
너무 나갔어요.
He's trying to run the show now.
글쎄.
What's he going to talk about?
모르겠어요.
You're the one who just finished talking to him. What would I know?
그건
Good point. Legan scratched his head and Seil sighed.
혹시나
Wouldn't he talk about you?
어?
Me?
말하자면
The thing you mentioned earlier about dropping out of the show. You refused it, right? And now he wants to reveal what he knows as a way of taking revenge.
아니야.
No, I don't think so.
그렇다는 건
My rapport fell with him just because I disagreed. And it was a very light disagreement. Like, I don't think so. And he's just like, you don't agree with me? Fuck you. This guy needs to chill. You shouldn't ask a question with a certain answer in your mind.
Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. That wasn't my intention. Anyways, we can only guess as to what he's thinking. How would a normal person like us know what's in his clever brain? I just hope he doesn't cause some big trouble that we can't control. You're the one who talked about this.
사실은
To be honest, Haesung is the real beneficiary of Beastars. But
그런가?
he's been through many difficult times.
그치만요.
Not because of the show. The show tried to back him up, but but he brought them upon himself.
도윤이 형,
Think about how things were before his school violence was revealed. His rudeness had been glorified as charm, and his crudeness was edited out. So Yun couldn't help himself but nod his head.
아시겠어요?
You're so hot and cold. I fucking hate you. Right? Only positive images of him were aired. Even how the show dealt with his past. They didn't know he had a criminal record back then.
있잖아.
When it comes to the past, the show was favorable towards Inha too.
아니요.
Inha? They didn't even talk about her past. You might think they're similar, but not talking about it is different from making it look positive. Again, he's trying to be Inha's white knight. What's another name for the ill-intentioned editing? Devilish editing, right? It was the other way around for Haesung. So I guess you can call that angelic editing. Oh, angels editing. It's so difficult to portray him in a positive way.
아니야.
He's not that bad. You'll see once you get to talk to him.
아니죠.
I don't think I will. They'll seem adamant.
도윤이 형,
This is why he's been rude to you.
아시겠어요?
The edits were so against you. You knew it, right? You were portrayed as a hungry hyena waiting for any chance. I saw the captured images of the show and people's response. If they had put in half the effort they made for him, no one would have made a fuss about it.
글쎄.
You don't know that.
아니요.
I told him countless times that all contestants must be treated equally. Again, it's him going, I said this, I said that. I knew things were wrong and I said to fix it, but no one ever listened to me. You're so...
그래.
I heard.
정말요?
Wow, I thought you were going to ask me if I was lying. When have I ever been like that? Seil fiddled with the tip of his messenger bag. I thought you were gonna ask if I was lying. And then I fiddle with my messenger bag, which I still want to know what's inside.
서혜성.
This thing's playing the victim right now. So he's only a beneficiary after all. All he does is whine when in fact he's been enjoying all the privileges. Compensation.
그럴지도.
The executives must be busy figuring out the amount of damages they will be held liable. Yeah, no kidding.
결국
They're clearly responsible for this accident. I mean, no shit. They'll try their best to come up with a solution, but that won't be easy. I don't think they were able to agree on a single opinion or policy.
그거야.
I told you they were caught off guard. They were just busy trying to dodge bullets. Even the official accounts got mixed up.
아무래도요.
Even the official accounts used to be run by... The fact that the last sentence started the same way is tripping me up. Even the official account used to be run under Sung Yeon's instruction. The command center is gone, and everyone is lashing out at them right now. If they even have one slip of the tongue, it will only aggravate the situation. Do you think the staff member managing their account will be okay?
아,
Wow, are you worried? Or you are worried about a lot of people. Because I'm not an asshole. They'll put his hand under his chin and paused for a moment. I think he's okay for now because everyone's so busy. Are you saying he'll be in trouble later?
네.
Yes, certainly. The person with the least power would have to take the most responsibility. I mean, they did that before with... Oh god, who was it? I can't remember, but they did that with another staff member. They used it as a scapegoat. We found that out in the last episode. Oh, we're really trusted now, too. Okay, here we go. Unyielding.
도대체
Drop out of nowhere?
아마도
I think he's doing that because his ranking won't go up as he expected.
문제는 그거야.
He just didn't know how much headwind he'd have to endure. Ji-young shook her head with a grim expression on her face.
아마
I guess he has his own plans.
그게
Some people have turned hostile towards him, even on Fader.
그렇다고 해서
But he shouldn't force other people to drop out. The votes were made by viewers. Asking us to drop out can be seen as ignoring the viewers, too. Young frowned as if she was having a headache. Well, who am I kidding?
저기
You had your reasons. That's what you think? The agency announced the reason why I left the group on my behalf. They said I got tired of working in this business. How does that sound? Do you think Do-yoon believes anything that the agency fucking says? I mean, they say shit about him, and that's not right. Why would he believe anyone else's bullshit?
글쎄요.
That can't be the only reason. Yeah,
그래.
seem pretty certain.
그건
Nothing simple.
그치만
At the end of the day, that's the only reason. I barely got away by agreeing to keep my mouth shut. Her agency made an announcement on behalf of her that she had left, but lately felt strongly pessimistic. All of us endured many hardships since joining Beastars. It's selfish of him if he's blindly trying to get rid of us. He's probably doing that because he's agitated right now. If he sees us individually, as he did with me earlier, he'll come back to his senses.
나도야.
I believe he will. I know how people act under stress and pressure. Thank you. At least she would understand. I hope he comes back before things get more dangerous. Unfair demand. Now I got another one. Rapport event. The way the cello comes in.
컨셉이라고 생각해? 공항.
Obviously, I don't.
S 승연이 한 얘기 계속 신경 쓰여요? 커피랑 공항이 상극인지 아닌지 전 몰라요.
What do I know? I'm just an indie rock star. Young dropped her eyes for a moment.
맞아. 둘은 안 맞아. 치료할 때도 카페인은 끊으라고 해. 이젠 어떤 생각이 들어?
Do I get a choice?
그런 거라면 왜 하신 거예요? 의사도 끊으라는 걸.
Sometimes you just like the evil juice. Like I said, for her it's coffee, for me it's soda.
호전됐으니까. 베스타 참가 전에는 거의 떨쳐낸 상태였으니까.
Young looked at Do-yoon straight in the eyes.
그래도
She was
바리스타까지.
so cute. I mean, she's still cute.
엄마 가게였어.
Oh, it was her mom's coffee shop.
집안일이었던 거네요?
작은 카페.
Yeah, I mean, she probably felt a lot better. Coffee probably, like, calms her and, like, comforts her. Knowing that her, like, mom owns a coffee shop. Sit up in my chair a little bit.
아르바이트 구할 형편도 아니었거든. 도와주겠다니까 얼마나 기뻐하셨는지 몰라. 상태 정말 나빴을 땐 집에 틀어박혀서 아무것도 못했으니까.
Also, her asking if she could help was like, I'm taking a step towards recovery.
기쁘셨겠죠. 일손을 돕는다는 건
이-
괜찮아지고 있다는 증거니까.
Exactly.
나야말로 가족들 덕분에 일어설 수 있었어. 세상이 다 몰아붙일 때도 가족은 내 편이었으니까.
So she can understand Hae-sung here, knowing that he was just pushed into a corner and nobody was on his side.
아무것도 묻지 않고 그저 기다려줬어. 언젠가부터 조금씩 커피를 다시 마시기 시작했어.
And it probably just felt like just a little bit more of a recovery. And so she indulges, like, the fact that I can drink this, it feels like recovery. It feels like I'm getting better.
진짜로 괜찮아졌다는 실감이 났지.
Yeah.
그래서 여기 베스타에도 올 수 있었던 거고.
And then B-Stars fucked everything up. Ji-young braced herself with one arm as if leaning against it.
공황 한 번 생기면 영원히 나락에 떨어지는 게 아니야.
It's true. It's very true. That's an important thing to note too. If you get panic attacks, they won't last forever. And you won't have them forever. You'll find balance one day. And you will know peace.
잊혀진 것만 갔다가 다시 나오기도 해.
And yeah, that is also true. They can come back, but when they come back, it doesn't mean they'll be back forever. They will go again. If you had them and then you recovered from them once, if they come back, you can recover again.
나름 공생할 수 있게 됐다고 생각했었어.
It does suck. Like, you gotta live with it. But, again, it's not forever.
베스타에서는 피할 수가 없었지만.
I mean, of course you did, baby girl. Of course you did. These stars fucking sucks, and they pushed you into a corner, pushed you so far into a corner, wanting that reaction.
발작할 때까지 몰아붙일 거라곤 상상 못했으니까.
They shouldn't have. You should fucking sue.
작정하고 한 일이었죠. 너무 심했다고요.
Yes. A faint smile was seen on her pale face.
그런데 그때부터 순위가 상승세를 타더라. 희한한 세상이지.
Yeah.
극복담을 좋아하면서도 누군가 멀쩡하게 딛고 서면 고가워해.
For real.
극복담은 픽션에서나 환영받는 얘기일지도 몰라.
Unfortunately.
가족이를 도우면서 나아졌을 뿐인데 그런 평범한 얘긴데.
Yeah, but people don't see the full picture. They don't empathize with people as much as they should. They just get the surface level, and then they react to that without thinking any deeper on it.
영희 누나.
They are saying Yu-young. Or no, he's saying like Youngie? I gotta hear him say it again.
컨셉질이라고 의심할 만한 데가
I don't hear
충분하다.
the juice sound, so I don't think it's Ju-young like I've been saying.
이렇게 요약되고 마는 거야.
Barista, yeah, family care. Woohoo, that went up. Now if I could just get into this box, I'd be happy. Identity conclusion.
너는?
The person Hae-sung mentioned, in your opinion, what are the odds of them being S-sung-yeon?
글쎄요.
You must have thought the odds were high. Are high. But I'm not so sure. I still think it's Seil. I'm going to die on this hill. Yu-young, maybe Yu-young, I still don't fucking know, nodded while meeting Do-yoon's eyes. Yu-young raised her pale hand and gently stroked her chin. He thought he was being targeted because they said something about the person in last place. But all the contestants were attacked. People tend to become short-sighted under severe stress.
아마도
That's true. Although his thoughts revolve around himself even when he's not confused. You're not wrong, Do-yoon.
Oh?
That's pretty cold, but it's true.
그게
Well, we talk a lot. It's weird seeing how he's never mean to you like he is to everyone else.
아니에요.
Not really true. Young tilted her head while tossing her hair back. Toss. Tilt.
그런가?
Well, you did fail when you went to talk to him. Thanks.
네.
No, come on, I just got that back, please. I'm just worried he might take himself deeper into the mud if this continues. He's knee deep in the mud already. We shouldn't give Sung-yeon any further chances to act up. Let me get that back.
그런가?
Inha seems to believe it to some extent.
어?
What do you think?
아니,
I don't think so. You seem very certain about it. We all got attacked. Young paused as if she was chewing over what she just said. Stared at Do-yoon and shook her head again.
생각해봐.
That account was only interested in Haesung. The whole purpose was to disclose Haesung's incident. He's buried in his own thoughts. That's why the account who sniped at him came to mind. He shouldn't blindly push ahead, though.
만약에
If I'm to open up a little possibility, he didn't drop out of the show even after the exposure. And that's why he's unhappy with the entire show, including us.
그게
That's why he attacked all of us. Young nodded but frowned shortly after.
그건 그렇지만
Even if that's true, what Sung-yeon's... Why is it now multiple? I think you meant to write said and you accidentally left an S here. What Sung-yeon said still bothers me. We couldn't just disagree... God, we couldn't just disregard them as plain guesswork. So we're back to the conclusion that it may not be the case. Yeah, that's a lot of S's. Hello, my star. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I've caught quite a few typos as I'm like reading all this out loud. It's interesting. But for a localization, it's really good. Hello, hello. Unfair demand.
안 되는데.
아무래도
When I saw him earlier, it seemed as if he might have given up all. As if he might have given up all. Does he know that his actions are pointless? It was like he was feeling the compulsive need to gain attention. Young bit on her thumbnail. Don't bite your nails, that's bad. Aw, nice. What anime are you watching? Her parched lips moved at the tip of her fingernail.
그게
Maybe he's having a panic attack. I mean, I wouldn't fucking doubt it. Okay. Well, thanks for stopping by. It's nice to have somebody in the chat. There are various types of attention. I'm sure he'll come back to his senses if we proceed by taking turns.
그렇지.
Of course, it's dangerous for him to be staying there alone. Enjoy your anime. I hope he doesn't talk about things like aces or secrets. Not sure if he knows anything, though. He's a bit of an idiot, yeah. That's not important right now. I mean, I suppose he meant for, like, the situation, but saying, like, I don't know if he knows anything just makes him sound like, I think he's just dumb. Young looked towards Do-yoon. Her eyes looked hollow.
문제는 그거야.
The problem is that how insulting they are. We've been enduring insults between what's real or fake. If somebody stabs us in the middle of that wound, somebody or someone else might have to shed blood. Compensation.
그나마
That's like the only good news we've gotten so far. For real.
결국
I mean, that is if you even survive any of this. After all, WBS had taken the responsibility regardless of what Fader users were saying.
어,
Well, WBS has to be conscious of its viewers. Do you think he or will be... Okay, that's a typo. Do you think will receive an insurance settlement? She uncovered her mouth with her long hair. Just take your mouth, or take your hair in front of your mouth. Her eyes were on her feet, as if she was lost in her own thoughts, or in other thoughts.
만약에
If we'll be compensated. Honestly, I want to stay in the finals. We came this far while sacrificing so many things. We won't be able to have some of those ever again. You get one, you lose one. I just want this to continue, somehow. Though it can never be the same like before. Hyung stared into space as if she was looking at something precious.
어?
You mean the beginning of B-Stars, or even before B-Stars? I don't know why, though.
그때
Talking about the time when me and my team members were enduring hardships to gain more popularity and achieving our dreams. We were achieving our goals one at a time. I want to become a trainee, at least. I want to receive a song from a composer. I want to write lyrics. I want to have a proper practice room, and I want to go up on the stage.
Oh.
You achieved all those goals, then.
어,
It was a dream come true, and I couldn't believe it. We never made it to the top, but we thought we would make it one day. With all of your members,
맞아.
we went through all those times together from the beginning. I guess you've been through those times too. Hyun quietly nodded. I came too far to turn back now.
어,
Right, there's no going back. But if I could at least continue from this point on. Wistful thoughts.
결국
The situation that we are in, that makes me want to believe what I want to believe. Like how there might be some compensation, or how the show might continue.
아니에요.
Not your fault. We all need something to rely on. Young smiled weakly. Hyun tried to smile back, but didn't know what to make of his face. Awkward. Feels like I'm relying on luck. It's already a miracle that we're standing alive at the collapse site.
그거야.
We might as well pray for another miracle. I mean, fucking, you got nothing to lose.
어?
That was a good one.
저기
Thank God. Just get up into that other box and I would feel so much better. I'm flattered. Hyun answered a bit too politely, perplexed by her compliment. Young smirked and squinted. Smirk. Squint. I just wish they would side with me like you're doing. Who are you talking about?
아니야.
No one in particular. I was just thinking about a certain point in my life. Okay, let's... Oh, we're all the way up to now. I'm, like, very trusted by a lot of people now, which is good. Possibility of leaks.
근데
Do you think Sang-yeon was capable of doing that? By the sound of it, yeah.
아니요.
In my opinion, no. Okay, I guess not.
나도야.
Same here. Or maybe she was more interested in, like, the integrity of the show, despite the fact that she wasn't really what I would call someone with integrity. The two put their heads together and nodded. Conk.
그건 그렇지만
She might have given away something if Hae-sung insisted on getting some info. But I don't think it was anything significant.
아무래도
Considering the characters, that sounds about right.
그렇지.
And he must be protesting with that information on his hand. What? And he must be protesting with that information on his hand? He should realize it's a waste of time. That was a weird sentence. He'll eventually come to a realization. I'm just hoping it won't be too late for him.
어,
Yeah, it's too dangerous in there. Young stared at the other side of the door. A long sigh came out of her mouth. He's so reckless. I wonder what he's up to. Whether you made a mistake or not, we shouldn't argue in here.
네.
Thank God, we're finally in the middle box. Yeah, it's dangerous. Right, we'll talk about it after we get out of here first. We are not to judge anyone now. No choice.
아마
You must be thinking this is the end.
맞아요.
He certainly seemed desperate. It's a serious situation for everyone. Haesung's feeble-minded. Young stared at Do-yoon for a second. You know a lot about Haesung.
아무래도
Not really, it's just that he tends to talk to me more often.
그런가?
Weird, huh? Do you look like a good listener? Maybe he just really wanted a older brother figure. Maybe he had an older brother figure. It is kind of curious.
저기
I don't think so. I think you look like a good listener. I mean, even with like the piercings and obviously like rock influence. Otherwise, you're just kind of like very chill.
그러니까
Not at all. That fast. I'm just jealous. He was desperate, but you've embraced him as what he was.
아시잖아요.
I do the same with you.
아니야.
I wasn't saying I needed your attention.
어?
Still, you shouldn't feel discouraged.
아니에요.
No, I barely held it. Jung smiled weakly. Weak smile. I hope he comes back to his senses, for your sake. For my sake. Let's see. Angel editing.
그건 그렇지만
It bothered me, but it was clearly not the case once we made it to the finals.
그래요.
All the favoritism towards him had disappeared.
그러니까
I thought Haesung would be infuriated, but he remained quiet. Is it because he had a criminal record? Ooh. Protesting can make things worse. He wasn't dull to miss that. He was the most influential decision maker. He was obeying Sung-yeon. She and Gyu-hyuk kind of go for the more, like, logical answers. I'm gonna say that protesting would make things worse.
아마도
Things could have been worse if he complained. Even Haesung would have realized that.
그렇다고 해서
He's the reckless type, though. How the show treated him had changed overnight. Young paused for a moment while stroking her hair.
역시
Maybe it's because he respected Sung-young too much.
맞아요.
That makes sense. No, that sounds more like... Okay, so I made the wrong decision. Okay.
그러고 보니
At least I didn't get punished for it. Even earlier, he stopped using Fader for some time. But started to go at it again. He had been quiet ever since, until as Sung-yeon began to impersonate Sung-yeon.
그래서
Now he's exploding with anger.
역시
That's what infuriates him the most. As Sung-yeon insulting as... God, I was about to say as Sung-yeon twice. As Sung-yeon insulting Sung-yeon. Ji-young nodded at her own remark. Yeah, I'm right. She paused for some time, but shook her head. Maybe I went too far with that thought. I feel like throwing up. Please don't. I'm emetophobic. I would fucking jump out the nearest window. Or throw myself in that fire back there.
괜찮아요?
Don't ever indulge yourself. It was momentary. I'm fine. At this point, Haesung's getting worse. Insanity. Is he really losing his mind? I don't think... Oh, that was a major keyword. How many do I need? I need 4 more. I haven't completely talked to everybody. Okay. Kiss up, kick down.
물론이야.
It's true he discriminated people by putting them into categories.
아무래도
Yeah, anybody could tell.
그때
It was an order of the production executives, producer, and judges. I told him to go easy, but he wouldn't listen to me.
나도야.
I also had to talk with him about that. Young tilted her head as if she was trying to recall the talk she had with Haesung. Yoon waited until Ju-young spoke again.
그러고 보니
He told me I shouldn't meddle with his business because he had his sources. That sounds typical of him. Now that I'm talking about it, it's all coming back to me. His own resources? What do you think he meant by that? Company executives, maybe? Sung-yeon? Probably Sung-yeon.
아마도
She was the highest ranking staff. Yeah,
확실히
that's a possibility. Everyone had to work with her throughout the entire show, and she had full authority. Young slowly shook her head. Her long hair brushed against her clothes to make a soft sound. Someone who would give him the power to be rude to anyone in the show. It can't be the WBS executives since he didn't get to see them often. Yeah, just what I thought. Other staff members all followed Sung-yeon's instructions.
분명해.
The more I think about it, the more conviction I get. Haesung's resource must be Sung-yeon. Ooh, keyword. Unknown support. Retro. Announcement.
그런데
What do you think he's going to talk about?
글쎄요.
Well, I'm more worried about him being agitated.
그게
You think it's because of Fader? If he only looks at his own timeline, he might think more people are supporting him. Really? Nobody supports me on my timeline. Yeah. You're kind of fucked on Fader. She uncovered her mouth as if she had made a mistake.
그래도
Still, more people were cheering me on until the finals began.
그렇구나.
I wasn't thinking. It's okay, really. We don't care that much. There were times when I felt like talking about anything. I wanted to tell my story, regardless of how people might respond.
그렇지.
I can understand that. Haesung sometimes overdid himself, hoping to garner a positive response.
네.
What's he doing right now? What he's doing right now is similar, although it's more serious this time.
근데
I don't think Haesung has much to say. Are we calling him an idiot again? He might ask us to drop out openly or reveal the info he claims to have. I still want to know what he supposedly knows that he can blackmail the rest of y'all.
나도야.
Me too. If he gets obsessed with how people are responding, he'll just be digging himself a deeper hole. Wiki word. Yes, that's gonna go down there, right? Nope, that's something I gotta talk about. Okay.
아무래도
I don't think he'll expose anything significant. He didn't tell me anything when I asked him earlier.
그건
He was either trying to hold on to it, or he knew it wasn't anything significant. Yeah, that sounds about right. You think it's the latter? Okay. That's a mistake right there. You meant latter with 2 T's. He's actually not the type to take what really matters.
그래요.
That makes sense now that I think about it.
왜일까?
I wonder why he's acting all mean when he doesn't have to. Ju-young stared at the other side of the door with a worried look on her face. Do-yoon couldn't tell if she was worried about the announcement or Haesung.
글쎄요.
At this point, the response won't be positive. I hope he considers his plans before carrying it out.
난
To be honest, I'm not sure if I could suppress it while talking to him. Fair. We would need to persuade him before you go there. Gyu-hyuk went to see him, so let's not think too deeply about it for now. After pondering for a moment, Ju-young raised her head.
그래.
Okay. I'm hoping Gyu-hyuk will talk him out of it. Excessive control.
그때
It wasn't easy to hold In-ha back.
맞아요.
It was ridiculous, seeing how he was attacking the same team.
그럴까?
Did he see her as an obstacle? I mean, probably, considering his personality. Strangely, it didn't become a major issue, though. He was on a roll. Everything worked out for him, including the editing. In-ha shrugged her shoulders when she caught Ju-young's eyes from the other side. She was sticking out her chin, as if she was saying, "What's wrong with him?" He said the same thing back then, that he'd go all the way.
아마도
Thought he was being figurative, when in fact, he was being as literal as he could be.
그러니까
And Ha felt really hurt. I'm sure she was caught off guard since they were on a team mission. On the team mission.
그때
Considering the context at the time, just appealing to his strengths would have been enough. It's just that there were invisible issues before that time. Invisible. Okay, In-ha. We're gonna talk about speculation.
아니야?
What can he possibly have, huh? I could tell he was bluffing when he made a fuss about making that announcement.
결국
That would damage him too, eventually.
Huh?
Something comes to mind? I knew you'd know something. In-ha turned her head and asked while glancing at Do-yoon. It looked like she wanted Do-yoon to confirm that there wouldn't be anything serious.
글쎄.
Nothing I can think of. Of course.
그래도
But he must have something to be acting that way, right?
야,
Hey, make up your mind. Says the girl who can't make up her mind. Did he look like he had something up his sleeve, or is he just bluffing? He seemed to have something to tell. He wasn't all bluffing. He seemed to have nothing to tell. He was just bluffing. I think he has something. I don't think it's nothing.
아마도
I think he had something. I don't think he was bluffing about the whole thing. Oh, come on.
알겠어.
Thanks for confirming it with me. You don't look thankful.
뭐?
Do you want me to smile and show how grateful I am? Oh, come on. No. No. Oops, come back. In-ha pouted her lips. She was looking down at her feet and her eyes quivering slightly.
확실하지 않아.
When he has something up his sleeve, or whether he has something up his sleeve or not, he's just trying to gain attention. He's just pretending to know about something when in fact he doesn't. You don't know that for a fact, though.
아무래도
He has to do something to live up to the high expectations. He's probably digging his own grave. I just hope he won't drag us down with him. Again, you're being so dismissive. That could bite you in the ass, you know? If that happens, I won't be able to stop myself from kicking him. I mean, just go at it. Keyword, thoughtless. Finally, I just need 2 more. Wishful thought.
그게
Do you think they might continue with the show? I don't know, but I know how he feels now.
알겠어.
You aren't the only one. I know what he feels, or what it feels like too. And I'll look down at her feet quietly. Do-yoon spoke first after staring at In-ha for a moment.
저기
What are you thinking about?
Huh?
Huh? Me?
그게
I just thought we've come a long way.
그래.
Yeah. But we knew it was going to be a long way. There we go, got that back. But it was different from what I imagined.
맞아.
Oh, thank God I got that back too. I agree. I'm not sure if there's going to be a next episode.
그래.
They're talking about compensation or whatever, but this public opinion might not even last. We have no clue as to what's going on out there since we're stuck in this hellhole. Where do you think we're going? Good question. Unfair demand.
말하자면
Hyung was right all along. People gave me their votes so I can make it to the next stage.
완전 아니야.
It's one thing to drop out of the show voluntarily, but it can't make me quit with something with some ridiculous gimmick.
아무래도
Nobody's going to agree. He's being unreasonable. Inha crossed her arms and snorted. She was staring off somewhere in the distance behind Do-yoon. I don't know. I think Gyu-hyuk might be agreeing to it. He seemed like, as he was leaving, as a kind of like, see you later, when he actually meant goodbye forever. Plus he has like guilt over winning the scholarship, over somebody who might have desperately needed it. And now with him being at the top ranking, he might feel guilty that he's there and like drop out for the sake of Haesung. I don't know. He seems like that kind of person. Maybe not though. She was staring off somewhere in the distance behind Do-yoon.
그렇잖아.
It's funny I would say this, but technically the contestants are supposed to be comrades, right? We've been through thick and thin, whether we liked it or not.
그렇지?
I don't think we would have lasted if there was only competition. Haesung was always all out on competing mode. I guess he can't accept the current situation. Both of them stared at the door at the far end of the stage. No answer came out from the locked door. Wake up, please. Look at the mess we're in right now. I'm just afraid something might happen. And then Angel's editing. Talking about how I was favored by the editing team and all.
아니야?
Haesung was the true Prince of Beastars. They removed anything negative and only showed the good parts.
아니었어.
That has stopped ever since the exposure of his violent past.
야,
But he had everything worked out for him up until that point.
한도윤.
She said our name. It tripped me up. You once fell victim to their magical editing. You should know better. The unknowingly rubbed his mouth. Inha clicked her tongue with a disapproving look on her face. Tisk. Wait, no. Angry face. Tisk.
내 참.
You are as soft as butter despite your devilish eyes. What's with everyone being compared to butter? I like butter. Me too, Do-yoon. Me too. Yeah, butter is creamy and forget it. This is a great conversation.
그렇잖아.
He was on a roll in the beginning thanks to the favorable editing. Everyone knows that.
그거 있잖아.
But you were also one of those contestants who were able to keep their past. Inha raised the corner of her mouth and frowned. Raised the corner of her mouth and frowned. So she frowned with her mouth turned upward. That's talent. She uncrossed her arms and shook her hand.
으이, 진짜.
We're gonna talk about my past. Just go away. Shoo.
Hmm?
I'm a mosquito now? You certainly sound like one. Shoo. Okay, I'm sorry. Think about how he had been receiving all the benefits. You get so, like, tetchy about your past. What is up with it? Okay, unfair demand.
서혜성.
Haesung nipped all kinds of trivial things. He raved on about Ju-young making a debut in the past, calling it unfair. The same thing happened when Gyu-hyuk's family history was exposed. Unfair?
그렇죠.
He insisted that he should be disqualified for having strings to pull. I was already in a band, so does that make me...
아닌데요.
He didn't care about you since your band wasn't that popular. Ah, thanks. I'm just getting roasted left and right.
그게
No, give me that back.
말도 안 돼요.
It's funny how he would do that. He's the one who should be disqualified for his criminal record. Everyone who made it out of the preliminaries had their own stories. If they have nothing to hide, there's nothing wrong with revealing their past, but I'm sure Haesung wanted to hide his. Everyone's too sensitive about privacy. I mean, it's private. That's why it's privacy. Everyone should be sensitive about that. Would I be harsh for saying they have too many demands? Something might have to be sacrificed. Making issues is the best way to gain attention. That's what everyone wants. One's conscience and attitude about the matter is an irrelevant thing. Huh. Is the demand for privacy protection unreasonable? But he will always want you to agree with him. Do I care to agree with him, though? Sometimes even when I agree with him, my mental state goes down. This is a tough one. What to do? Someone might have to be sacrificed. Making issues is the best way to gain attention. That's what everyone wants. One's conscience and attitude about the matter is an irrelevant thing. I'm gonna say something might have to be sacrificed.
아무래도
Maybe we had to make a compromise. We had to become the talk of the town in order to come up in the game.
맞아요.
Right. We need to be clear on something. A person with talent shines.
그리고
When someone shines, it casts a shadow.
있잖아.
That shadow is...
그 말은
It's the attention from the outside, regardless of its effect on the contestants. Sometimes it could be jealousy. A quiet and peaceful life? You need to give that up. You cannot avoid unwanted attention. If you really don't want it, all you have to do is just do nothing.
아시겠어요?
If not, you'll just have to keep on selling your stories. No matter how others receive it, you'll just have to live with it.
말도 안 돼요.
You want to protect your true self? That's talking high and mighty. There are so many people that are willing to give up everything to get popular. Are you talking about yourself? I still think everyone should have the right to their own privacy, regardless of how famous they are. But you're talking like, why are these people complaining? I would give up everything to be famous. You're so sus. I need to get like a sus counter for how many times I say this. There are desperate people everywhere. Desperate people. Unfair, excessive, hurtful. You've been given a chance at least. Yeah.
그러면
You could be doing that out of desperation though.
그렇다니까요.
The thing is, he has no musical talent. And you have all the musical talent, right? I know you like music. That's why he's ignoring the suffering of others and complaining. Reaction keyword. Malcontent. Yeah. I just need one more. Just one more. Speculation.
도윤이 형,
Are you excited or worried?
아무래도
I'm worried, of course. I wonder what he's up to.
Huh?
Oh yeah? I'm rather excited.
Huh?
What? Excited about what?
그거야.
The level of expectation and excitement is the highest up until something is revealed. But once it's announced, the disappointment begins. You just want to see him fail. Oh. Oh. Pulled at his bag strap. What is in the bag? What is in the bag? I'm not going to forget until you show me what's in the bag. He was smiling, but his eyes were glaring. I'm really excited about his unstoppable downfall.
알잖아.
We need to stop him before that happens.
왜요?
Why? He's digging his own grave. We might as well take this opportunity to get rid of him and start all over. God, you are so bad. You are toxic. You are so toxic. Unless he comes back to his senses before it happens, which is very unlikely. Wistful thoughts.
그런데요.
I'm not in the position to talk about that.
아마도
Haesung isn't the only one who's hoping for something to happen.
그거야.
The show has been making mistakes. I'm sure all of you have different thoughts in mind. I hope they make confirmation.
근데 그게
It's already a mess. It's difficult for them to promise anything. Seil hesitated while checking Do-yoon's facial expressions. Seil's shoulders slouched when their eyes met.
도윤이 형.
You must be confused too. You were in a difficult situation when you joined Beastars. What's your personal take? Do you think the show will continue? Are you hoping for it to continue? If I was talking to Gyu-hyuk, I would say I don't want it. But I'm talking to you, so I'm gonna say I hope for it.
아무래도
I kind of do. Like you said, I was in a difficult situation when I joined the show.
알겠어요.
I admire your honesty, although I can't tell you about what's going to happen.
근데 그게
How far is your story true? Yoon looked confused, and Seil carefully chose his words.
사실은
I heard you didn't know about Masquerade applying for the show. Oh, that?
맞아.
You're right. Woo-suk filled out the application. Why am I not surprised?
그런
Woo-suk, the new vocalist? He applied for the show without telling other members?
그랬었지.
Ooh. That's what he looked like with long hair. I kind of dig it. I don't really like guys with long hair usually, but once in a while, a character design just hits different. He informed us after the beginning date of the preliminaries was fixed. Fucking asshole. Fuck you, Woo-suk. Half the team wanted to go for it while the other half didn't.
Oh?
What about you?
나는
I didn't want to do it at first. Go-yoon unknowingly bit his lip. The members who were on the verge of getting kicked out of the band were on my side. The other members who wanted to must have sided with the vocalist then. It was that bad, huh?
그랬지.
The whole team had been discouraged when our record deal went astray. Woo-suk thought my objection was the biggest reason for ruining the deal.
그렇다고 볼 수 있죠.
He must have felt offended since he was the one who put all the effort into making the deal. That taught me a different way of seeing things.
혹시
I thought maybe participating in the show could put us back together. We all came to Beastars together after persuading other members. Opportunity. Rich keyword. There it is. Persuasion. Boom. But in the end, the band failed to make it to the finals. Seil took a deep breath. Seil spoke after a brief pause.
그렇죠.
Beastars got high ratings. They made an issue out of the incident. As long as you can keep the fire going, you can't blame other people for being hopeful about it.
그렇다는 건
It's our brain. Learn how to read. Are you saying it's possible for the show to continue?
불확실해요.
Can't guarantee it. Definitely not after this. I'm just saying there's a possibility based on my experience. Seil's gaze turned to the judges section where Sung-yeon was located. Although we have the serious incident at hand. Public opinion. Here's the last one. Nice. Okay. I wanted to go through the profiles. Just update it. Get everyone all updated so I don't have any exclamation points. This isn't the OCD at work. Click, 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 click. In-ha. And then Gyu-hyuk. That's it, I think. Haesung. Seil. Alright, Sung-yeon's in here too. Okay. Cleared out. Good to go. Let's do this. Let's leave. Sanity improved. Rapport improved. Rapport improved. Yeah. Good all around. I'd like to see this most of all, because my sanity has been going down like the past 2 times. Autosave.
혜성이 저러는 거 순이 때문만은 아닐 거야.
Okay, it has been 6.5 hours. So I think I will end the gaming stream for tonight. So let me close out of this. And let's move to just chatting. Stretch our necks. Stretch our arms. It's been a long gaming day. At least for me. 6.5 hours, I think, is the longest I've had thus far. Well, it was really fun. We got a bit further into the mystery. There's shit going down. I am 100%, well, maybe like 99.7% at least, convinced that Seil is the one who is, oh god, what's a S_Sungyun? And I need to know what the fuck is in his bag. Whoops, hit a button. I wasn't done talking. Thanks, OBS. Anyway, I need to know what's in his bag or I am going to scream. I can't believe they got that far almost to get him to fucking to open his bag and see what was in there. Because I am like so sure that there's something in there, not just a notebook. I mean, it's one of those like side strap bags. It's big enough to hold more than just a notebook. Bet she's got a phone in there. Or his own watch. Like he stole a watch from somebody. I need to know. Hopefully we find that out next time. Or at least sometime soon. Because I need to know or it's going to drive me insane. But anyway, thank you guys for hanging out with me for today. It's been really fun. Thank you to my moon for showing up in my chat. It's nice to see my chat move. For the first time in like over a week. And we will see you next week for Buried Stars. Tomorrow, we're doing Dragon's Dogma in preparation of Dragon Dog. I can't even say it now. Too much reading today. Dragon's Dogma 2, which is coming out, I think, March of next year. Either way, I'm excited for that. So I'm also excited to revisit the original game that kind of pulled me in. So we'll see you tomorrow for Dragon's Dogma and next week for Buried Stars. Have a good night, everybody. Love you. Bye-bye.